to attack these diseases. You're trained for everything that's acute. And if you have a broken bone, active pneumonia, if you have a stroke, heart attack, whatsoever, there's no better place to be than a hospital. Then a normal, even a local hospital will be able to get you through it most of the time. This is what we have guidelines for. This is what we train every single day. But when a huge system with multiple parts actually falls apart, this is when we fail. Not us, but us doctors in general. And I think one of the hugest problems is time. Doctors don't have the time to treat every single one of you how we would treat patients. If you come to me and basically come with your whole list of symptoms, I need at least an hour to take an in-depth look. And after this hour, I will know everything about you. I will know every country you've ever traveled to. I will know basically all sexual partners that you ever had in your life, because this is also important. If I want to know the actual reason why you're sick, in detailed talk to the patient, actually listening what he has to tell you is the most important thing. I don't just rely on laboratory results. I rely in the only person that can know what's going on with you, and that's you. Yeah? So if you have a 5-minute consultation, there's no chance, not even us who know a huge deal about this would be able to do it. So here we have some standard testing methods that clinics use, and I just want to go into the problem behind them. So the standard test for Lyme is something we call an ELISA test. Basically, we test for antibodies that your immune system has to create, and we're testing for them. What is the problem here? In the latest stages of Lyme, your immune system is already so suppressed, and Lyme can actually hide from us and from the immune system, that there won't be any antibodies there to actually find. So the test is negative, but actually it just means your immune system is failing. Your immune system is not doing what it should do. So we have better alternatives. So we have the possibility to run an ELISpot, a PCR, or what I prefer, a clinical diagnosis. So you'll get a big questionnaire, and on this questionnaire you'll have a lot of questions with all the symptoms that could come up in Lyme and how often they occur. And based on that, I can give you a probability of whether you have Lyme or not. Then we have a normal metabolic panel. What can't we find? We can't find mitochondrial dysfunction. So for this, we have to do something that we call ATP profiling, or organic acids. If we look at the standard blood test that every doctor does, the CBC, we can't find basically any deviation in the normal immune system. We see if something is really messed up. If you're actively dying right now and have an active infection, and this is what throws you over, of course we'll see it in there. But if we see it in there, things are really going downhill. And then one of the things, you come to a doctor and you already tell them, okay, I think I have a hormonal issue. And then you persuade your primary care physician to do a hormonal analysis. But then I have one little picture of the hormones in your day, in your week, in your month, but they're fluctuating during the day. So in the morning you have high cortisol, in the evening you have low cortisol. So if you're at 9 a.m. with the doctor and we take your blood, you will have a very, very different cortisol than you will have in the evening. So what we do is we have a 4-point test during the day where we test the hormones in the spit. So we see at 4 different points during the day, or if we go even deeper with female hormones, at 4 points per day, at 4 times in the cycle. Then we have an in-depth look. But you need to work with specialized labs that most of the time insurance doesn't pay, because the diseases that you have and that are treatable are not recognized. They don't exist. So I think a lot of people are here that can identify with some of what I'm saying, or maybe all, and you see, I believe you. I don't know if your doctor believes you, but I do, because I've seen it and I also experienced it myself. So just to come back to functional testing, what we do, the main test for Lyme that is the most important thing for me is the Boriscano score. It's a clinical test. You can come to our booth in the middle of tent B. We can send you the questionnaire, and then in the end, I will give you a personal case review, or one of our doctors, I don't know how many people will come, but then one of our doctors will give you one in the next couple of days. Another thing that we do is something we call the VCS test, the visual contrast sensitivity test, because neurotoxins that are either released by Lyme or by mold, one of the first spots where they sit down is in the retina. And if they're in the retina, you have a problem seeing slight contrasts of gray. So there is a test where we can measure on a computer how high your toxic load in the retina is. If that is high, the probability of you actually suffering from a chronic infection is very, very high. Then one of my favorite lab tests in the world is the CD56-57. Because with the CD cells, these are something we call the natural killer cells in the body. This is our innate immune system. So the immune system you're born with. We divide in medicine between the innate and the acquired immune system. So when a baby is born, it was never exposed to influenza, for example. But it still has a defense mechanism, so if influenza comes into the body for the first time, we basically have police officers going around and searching everyone that comes by, and if it identifies, oh, this doesn't belong here, it will recognize it, it will take a mugshot, it will kill it. And then the mugshot is replicated throughout the body. This is what we call antibodies. And when the next time a similar intruder comes into the body, they're immediately going to be killed by specialized officers trained on the mugshot. But when you have a chronic infection, so back to the motor and overdrive, these cells will go down. You will have a depletion in your innate immune system because they're trying to compensate what your acquired immune system can't do anymore. And your acquired immune system should be able to get rid of it, but it can't. Lyme or Borrelia burgdorferi is way too intelligent for that. And another thing, super important, mycotoxin testing. The US has, I think about 80% of households have some mold issue. And when I have patients that come to me, mold is a big problem. But before I attack mold at all, you have to get rid of the active underlying infections, else you won't go or come anywhere. So, we diagnose too late. The people go to their doctor, the first time they already feel like, oh, yeah, actually I didn't feel good for the past 4 weeks. And the doctor says, it's just stress. And then down the road, they actually try to compensate, they're still going to work, they're coping. And then there's another infection, a little flu. Your nose is running for 3 days. And then a week later, they're in bed. The chronic fatigue hits. Their life is over because that was the last drop, and that got the immune system to actually shut down and the bacteria take over. And to confirm again, if a doctor tells you it's in your head, that you have a comeback, yes, it is in your head. There is a bacteria there that gets you down, that brings you to your knees. So, as I told you, it's an invisible experience. The person feels it from the outside, the person looks fine. They might even look like they're faking. We have all sorts of patients, And every now and then you're like, oh my gosh, these symptoms, it can't be real. But then, as soon as you start to treat them, these symptoms will disappear. And it will go from mental symptoms into up to very, very physical symptoms. And I actually have to tell you, I had Lyme myself. So it was back in 2019. I actually gave a lecture at an Ivy League university. I was 20 at the time, 19. And I came back from there and I actually lectured to doctors about why antibiotics do not work in chronic Lyme, or even if the tests are positive, but the infection wasn't done or it didn't occur in the last 3 months. So I came back from that. I ran a routine lab, but out of curiosity, I also looked for my CD56, 57, and I also looked for Lyme, and I found Lyme. So obviously, for me, the rules about everything I lecture on stage do not apply. So I went down the route and I treated myself with antibiotics because I'm built different. And actually, I didn't feel bad at the time. I was super healthy. I was running 10Ks every day. I was totally fine. So I didn't feel any difference. And obviously, it didn't work. Now, about 6 months later, I had a simple flu. I had a running nose for 3 days. I was totally fine during the infection. But about a week later, my left arm started to get numb. Then, in the next week, my feet started to get numb. I was falling down the stairs. I developed mental problems. I called my fiancée several times and told her the same story several times a day. I couldn't work on patients anymore because besides not being able to recall their name, I also wasn't able to recall the conversation. If I have an hour, I think I would have been able to do the 5-minute medicine, but but not the in-depth medicine that we do. And I deteriorated in a matter of 3 months to a bedridden, suicidal thing. Because with the disease, it was like it flipped a switch. You're depressed because I can't even say it any other way. It fucks up your hormonal system, it fucks up your dopamine center and your serotonin center. You can't be happy with that disease. In best of cases, you don't feel anything, so you feel indifference to everything, but in most of the cases, it leads up to depression. And I can tell you, if I would go into a lot of mental institutes in this country, and I just test them and treat them, I could clear out about 60% of them. So here I was, and we are experts on Lyme. My father did this for 28 years, 27 years at that point. And we always see it when it's too late. We never observed it firsthand. So I thought at that point, oh no, I'm actually just going crazy. I have to go to the mental hospital. This is not normal. And my father was also doubting it because at this point, I was in the latest stage of Lyme. My Lyme test was negative, even with ARMA labs. So my immune system was so messed up that we couldn't find anything anymore. And this whole experience changed me. I will go into the therapy that I did because eventually I went through the therapy in our own house that I try to avoid because the people that treat me are the ones that know me my whole life. And when you're the superior person, you don't want to see your employees seeing you naked and putting a catheter in you. So it made me very human. It made me switch my perspective on this disease. I know very deeply what these patients feel. I saw the invisibility. I witnessed it firsthand because from the outside I was still looking fine. From the inside, I had so much pain. I didn't know how I got through the day. I just didn't know. So, there is a science behind this, what we call stealth infections. So they're basically hidden in your body. And we have a very, very complex interplay of several systems in your body. And the only thing, or the main thing that we have to do is we have to target all of them at once. And let's go to Borrelia. Borrelia is a master of disguise. So Borrelia usually looks a bit like a corkscrew-shaped bacteria, like we see in figure A. But it can hide. It can actually put the antigen representing outer shell to the inside. And then we have something we call the persister forms, cystic forms, L forms. There are a lot of names for it that we see in I and J. And when they're in this stage, they're not reproducing anymore. At this stage, they're in your body producing the toxins, making you sick, but your immune system can't detect it, and you're basically, it's hopeless. And they produce biofilms. So this is what we see, for example, in figure F, this little thick structure around it. You can compare it to duct tape. They wrap themselves in bubble wrap and duct tape, so they're protected. They can protect themselves from antibiotics. They can protect themselves from our immune system. And you can't even be mad at them because they don't want to be inside of us. We're the wrong host. They make us sick because we are the wrong host. They're just trying to survive. We have a wrong pH level and we have a wrong temperature for them. They don't feel happy inside of us, so they make us very unhappy. And then we have co-infections. Co-infections are other infections like Babesia, Bartonella, Rickettsia, Ehrlichia, parvovirus. So there's a big list of them. But why are they called co-infections? They don't usually exist on their own. So there is an underlying infection that already suppressed the immune system so much that they can actually spread inside of your body. Yeah. And what happens eventually, because of this immune cascade that we talked earlier, where everything starts to flare up and we have the silent inflammation, this actually weakens the blood-brain barrier. Our brain is usually totally protected from everything that comes from the outside. And we also don't have an immune system up there. So if we have an infection in the brain, this is why that kills people. Let's see, for example, FSME, or if someone has a meningitis. This is still, to this date, a very deadly disease because your body can't fight it himself. So once they're in the brain, they're having a party up there. And you're the one who suffers. And let's remember, we have the mitochondrial failure. So we have the healthy levels as a reference, and then we have a decrease in NAD levels. We have a decrease in ATP production. We have more free radicals. And the membrane potential, so our cells operate with electricity. Yeah? So whenever a channel opens to actually get something in, like sugar or whatever, we need a change in currents. But the whole membrane potential decreases, so we actually need more energy to get something into the cell, but we have less energy. That is a recipe for disaster, and this is why people feel bad. So, same mechanism, the disease enters, the pathogens try to evade the immune system. They're able to hide. They're super intelligent, although they are bacteria. They go wherever they want to go, especially where there is no blood flow, for example, in the joints or in the brain where there is no immune system. And then they start to produce biofilms. They start to wrap themselves and they will go into this persister form. And then they lay dormant. Lyme disease can actually stay dormant for up to 15 years. So after you have the infection, it can actually stay like that for 15 years without you actually getting sick. And then 12 years after a tick bite, you get a little flu, and that will bring you over the edge, And we call that opportunistic reinfection. So then the dormant bacteria will start to reproduce, and you will actually get sick because your immune system was basically, the attention of the immune system was deviated onto another thing. So let's go to the therapies what we have at St. George. So it was 1996, and we are actually an oncology center. So we are a world-renowned cancer hospital. We treat everyone, even Hollywood stars, they come to us. My father was one of the pioneers if it comes to oncology research. So he had a breast cancer patient that came to him and said, Dr. Douwes, actually I'm not suffering from my metastasized breast cancer. I actually suffer of Lyme disease. So my father was like, okay, then just take 2 weeks of antibiotics and then you're done with it. But she said, I tried everything for years and nothing works, but I have so severe brain fog. And then my father was already like, oh yeah, that's probably because of the chemo you received. There's something like chemo brain. But one of the main treatments we had in our cancer therapy is whole body hyperthermia. So the fever response that we create in the body actually improves the function or the efficacy of the chemotherapy, and your immune system attacks cancer cells better. So that was the thing, and we had all the research, or all the underlying research was on stage 4 cancer patients that we put into the hyperthermia unit and then gave the chemotherapy in the hyperthermia unit. So this patient actually went to the treatment, received her chemotherapy in there, and the next day on grand rounds, my father came in and she was like, Dr. Douwes, what did you do? You put the sun back in my brain. I can finally think again the first time in 10 years. And he was like, oh, that's nice. Probably you got rid of a lot of toxins and this and that. So he didn't believe there was Lyme. 6 months later, he had another patient, also from the US, an ovarian cancer patient. Similar story. So basically, he treated her the same way, and also the Lyme symptoms were gone. So this is when he started to go down that road, and he did all the research behind it. This is what a hyperthermia unit looks like. We have infrared in there, and you're in an ICU unit. So next to you there is an ICU nurse, and next to the 4 beds we have a doctor. We will put you into a little sleep. You maybe know it from colonoscopies. It's a sedation, so you're out. You won't remember a single thing, but you're breathing on your own. It's not general anesthesia. And then we heat your body up to 106.8, 106.9 degrees Fahrenheit. And once we reach that stage, and this is what has been proven in several labs, in Petri dishes, in live animals, this will kill off the spirochetes. So Borrelia dies mechanically in there. And the effects of this treatment will be amplified with several antibiotics that we combine in there. And this is why we call the treatment the antibiotic augmented thermoeradication. So, $5 word, but this is actually the theory behind it. We create an artificial fever, and I can go into the underlying thing. Back in 1918, there was a professor, Professor Julius Wagner-Jauregg, who received the Nobel Prize for something we call the malariotherapy. At that time, we didn't have antibiotics, but people came back from war with syphilis. So syphilis was untreatable. Syphilis comes from the same, it's the same type of bacteria as Lyme is, and the people got the same symptoms. So what he did was he wanted to create fever in these people, and he took the blood from malaria-infected patients and injected them with them. So he infected them with malaria, and what happens when you have malaria? You get severe fever spikes. And all of a sudden, these patients were cured. And that is the heat reaction behind this. The bacteria dies off with heat. And that is the main principle behind this. It was proven, we worked together with Professor Reising at the University of Graz in Austria, and he demonstrated that all strains of Borrelia die off at 106.8 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's fortunate, because we can't go a lot higher than that without actually affecting your body. So that is the exact temperature your body is able to tolerate. Good. Maybe if you guys looked into the therapy or therapies in general, you've seen that there are clinics in Mexico that also offer hyperthermia treatment for Lyme. All the research behind this comes from us. So it was the total serendipity that my father was researching that. And if it would work with moderate hyperthermia, believe us, we would do it. It's a lot easier to do moderate hyperthermia than extreme whole body hyperthermia. You wouldn't need ICU beds, you wouldn't need a lot of personnel for that. And the thing is, if you go into moderate hyperthermia, I promise you, you will feel better for about 3 months. But then it comes back, and it comes back much worse, equipped for everything, because they will have a biofilm protection like they never had before. And you have a heat shock response. That is good. The heat shock response is what we want, but we need the extreme heat shock response. And the immune system is not as activated as in the high temperature, but the main problem behind it is you need to be at the 106.8 to actually effectively kill it. So what do we do for the co-infections? For the co-infections, we use UV light. But how do we get UV light into the blood? We use a glass fiber catheter. We put the glass fiber catheter into your vein. We hit the vein with UV light, but in the past we've seen that is not enough, because from that little part we can't reach all the blood, so we will give you riboflavin. It's vitamin B2. We will give that up front, and then you will have like a black light party in your blood. From this one little catheter, your whole blood on the inside will illuminate, and we can kill it. UV light kills pathogens. It's been proven several times. So with this, we get down all the chronic viral activations. We will get down Babesia bartonella, but we can't reach through the blood-brain barrier, and this is why we can't treat Lyme just with this. Then we have the HELP apheresis. The HELP stands for heparin-induced extracorporeal LDL plasmapheresis, also a $5 word. Here we're filtering out all the waste that we created in the hyperthermia, all the died-off bacteria. We get out the inflammatory proteins. So after 1 to 2 treatments, your inflammation will be down by 90–95%. So you will feel a lot better. And basically, we will totally reset your system. And one of the good things is, this is the treatment. If you have post-COVID and you have spike protein in your body, this treatment is what will get out and absorb all the spike proteins. If you've had Lyme for a long time, you also have GI issues. So your microbiome, so the diversity of the bacteria, is destroyed. For that, we do something we call a microbiome transfer. We did fecal matter transplants in the past, but the problem is you can have a donor rejection. So we worked together with 2 universities to create the best living bacteria cocktail without the possibility of rejecting it. And this is what you will receive on if you need a microbiome transfer. And also, we will start to treat your mitochondria. After we got rid of the infection, we will start repairing everything bit by bit. So you get several IVs. We have altitude training, hyperbaric oxygen treatments, intermittent hypoxic training, everything to restore you to how you've been before, or actually probably better. We will do the hormone balancing. We will do a neuroregeneration. We will detoxify everything out of you, and you will be set on anti-inflammatory nutrition. And that will lead to a total reset of yourself. There are also several supplements that we use. Most importantly, this is a very good supplement that will also be sold over in Tent B. Optimune contains over 40 minerals and herbs. But just come to me, I'll explain everything in detail. I'm running out of time here. Yeah, green tea extract, cat's claw, electrolytes, very, very important, especially today. It's very warm and humid. And maybe you can go over there, buy some, and drink some to get through the day. So just come over to the booth. We will have lab test kits over there, so we can actually test you for Lyme while you're here. And we have some supplements over here. The company that we have created will actually come to the US mid of this year. Then all the protocols will be available here. And yeah. Tonight I'm going to talk about everything you can do at home. I will go in detail to and talk about the supplements as well, and what you can do in your home to actually target all these things I talked about right now. Thank you very much.
You can do more than that. He came all the way from Germany. So while I do the switch out here on the program, I'll just mention a couple of things in case there is confusion. The ticket that you have for today is also good for tonight. And I encourage you to stay for this evening because we've got some really good speakers tonight, and he will be back on. Julian will also be speaking on this stage this afternoon at 4 o'clock. So if you come back here to the tent at 4 o'clock, he's going to have more of a Q&A format. We'll have a couple of mics in the audience so that you can ask questions specifically regarding the Lyme treatment. Okay, I want to recognize our sponsors. As you can imagine, it costs just a couple pennies to put this together. The primary sponsors are Superb and Berlin Seeds. Superb is a company that I own. But we've got a number of very generous community members, and I just like to recognize right now Plain Values. How many of you get their magazine? Okay, we got some people out there that know Plain Values. And then, how many of you have ever been to Lehman's? Look at that. So, the week before Thanksgiving in 2020, I got 2 phone calls in the same week. One was from Galen Lehman, the other one from Mark Koblenz at Walden Creek Foods. And that's how this all started, because my company got into canning. Okay, up next, we have another individual that there's a German connection to several of these. I first got to know Neil Kinsey when I was living in Germany between 1993 and 97. And so he's traveled literally around the world teaching people how to build natural fertility into the soil. So please put your hands together for Mr. Neil Kinsey.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Let's be sure I'm doing this right. Okay, my topic this morning is healthy soil, and the soil is the foundation for productive crops and plants. But you know, a lot of people don't really look at the soil. They just look at, what do I need in order to grow this plant? That's a shortcut. Sometimes it works. Many times you get good results. But there are times when just trying to feed the plant doesn't do the best. As a matter of fact, what we find is most of the time it is not the best way. It's a way to grow bulk. But the man who taught me, Dr. William Albrecht, used to say, you can have 2 carrots. They both look really good. But you analyze them for the nutrient content. And if those nutrients aren't in that soil, then the plant's not going to have them either. A well-known Russian soil microbiologist, N.A. Krasilnikov, judged fertility by counting the numbers of microbes present in each soil. In studying soils, and he was well recognized in the late 18 and early 1900s, so much so that the USDA has actually translated his books into English. But he said soil fertility is determined by biological factors, mainly by microorganisms. We don't pay attention to microorganisms most of the time. We say, what does this plant need? And we assume that takes care of the microorganisms. We assume that takes care of the environment that microorganisms need. But he went on to say the development of life in soil provides it with the property of fertility. Fertile soil is created by microorganisms. Where this life is dead or stopped, the former would soon become an object of geology, not biology. Used to, I would put this up and tell gardeners, farmers, whoever, look, every time you look at an acre of soil, we need enough nutrients in there to feed the equivalent of 1 cow per acre besides what we're going to grow. Because all the microbes, I was told, weighed about the weight of an average-sized cow. Well, in 1995, you can measure soil life. But what about soils that are lacking? Well, in 1995, Pimental and others took a healthy living soil and measured the organisms that were in it. Now, this is in kilos per hectare, kilogram per hectare, but if you just take 10% off, that gets you back to pounds per acre. So when we look at this, over 1,500 pounds per acre of bacteria, over roughly 2,500 pounds per acre of fungi, roughly 135 pounds per acre of protozoa, 900 pounds of arthropods and algae, and about 900 pounds of earthworms in a good, living, healthy soil. That weighs a whole lot more than 1 cow. It's about 6,000 pounds per acre. More like you're feeding an elephant before what you grow. And this is just looking at a healthy, living soil and what does it take in terms of the life in that soil in order to do its best. But how do you get that life in the soil? How do you keep that life in the soil? How do you keep from destroying that life in the soil? How do you feed that life in the soil? That's one of the things we're going to be talking about in the presentation that'll be made tomorrow afternoon. Soil life or soil health? Which one is it? Is it soil life that matters? Is it soil health that matters? Can we have soil health without soil life? The real answers to soil problems is how can we best help our soil stay alive and well to support plants and animals. Soil life equals soil health. Good soil life means good soil health. Poor soil life means poor soil health. Where do you begin if you want a healthy soil? Where do you begin to grow both high quality and high yielding crops? You begin with what the plant needs, but you also have to not stop until you supply what the soil needs. And this is the one thing that people tend to forget anymore. They say, when I was studying under Dr. Albrecht in the 1960s and early 70s, he used to say, they say you don't need soil anymore except to hold up the plant. Just get the plant to stand up in the soil. Don't worry about the soil. We'll tell you what you need to feed the plant. Well, I haven't found anybody that figured that out yet. The Albrecht system of soil fertility, Dr. William Albrecht, was a soil microbiologist. His first assignment when he came to University of Missouri was to teach farmers how to use Rhizobium inoculants, the correct Rhizobium bacterial inoculant, for growing each different type of legume. Alfalfa needs a different Rhizobium inoculant than beans do, and a different one than clover does, and so forth. Each different legume needs a different type of Rhizobium. So he said, the university said, well, if we just teach the farmers to put the proper Rhizobium on, they'll get much better pastures or much better legumes like alfalfa, clover, lespedeza, and so forth in their pastures. And you know what? When they got the farmers to do that, some of them said, this is what we've needed. This is what we've always needed. But others said it didn't work at all. They put the rhizobium on, the right material to get the seed to sprout. Some places it was the problem. In some places, it didn't help at all. In other places, the farmer would say, well, on this part of the pasture, it helped fine. On this part, it didn't do anything at all. That's where it made the difference. And he said, we needed to find out what more was there besides the microbes in the soil. We need life in the soil. But what more was it? Why was it working in some parts and not in others? Here's the reason. They did the research to find out what is the various nutrients that most affect the soil and how hard or how soft or how easy it works or how hard it works. And it has to do with calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, basically. That's the 4 elements that most influence pH in a soil. But what they found was, as long as the calcium was between 60 and 70% of the total nutrient holding capacity of that soil, that's where it needed to be to get the best result. If it was off, everything else was off. Magnesium, 10 to 20%. Potassium, 2 to 5%. How do you measure the holding capacity of a soil, though? Well, what they developed was every soil has a certain clay content. And the smallest particle of clay is the only part of a soil, mineral portion, that attracts and holds nutrients. And as long as you can measure how much clay there is there and the amount of negative charge, you're measuring the nutrient holding capacity of a soil. This is what had to be known before you could correct the soil so that the poor areas grew, with putting the rhizobium there, grew just as well as the good areas. So what do all soils need in common? Plants need living organisms for the ability to support roots and all that affects being taken up into those roots for the plants themselves. We have to have those living organisms in the right amount, but how do you know? How do you know what to do? Clay soils have too much water, not enough air. The problem is we don't have enough air in clay soils. If we don't have enough air, what does that mean? That means whatever's trying to live in that soil doesn't have enough air either. Sandy soils, too much air, not enough water. That means clay soils need to be considered in a different way than sandy soils. And what we find is clay soils need to be loosened up, and calcium loosens the soil. Just the question is how much? Then sandy soil need to be tightened up. Why? Because they have too much air. You tighten the soil, less air, the water doesn't evaporate as fast. So in clay soils, we emphasize calcium. In sandy soil, we emphasize magnesium. Now, not to say overdo either one, but air and water maximize the effectiveness of available air and water in a soil, and that's the 2 key things that we have to look at in terms of soil to develop the right microorganism. The ideal soil, this is what we need, but if you don't have it, how do you get it? What is it we need? Well, hopefully 5% organic matter, 45% minerals, and the other half of that soil should be airspace. And half that airspace, or pore space, half that pore space should be filled with air, the other half should be filled with water. So when we look at 100% of the soil, 25% air, 25% water, 45% mineral, 5% humus would be an ideal soil. But you know what? How do you determine that? You can't manage what you can't measure. How do we measure that? Is there any way to measure? Most people think there is not. But that way has been known since the 1930s. But most of the time, that doesn't sell fertilizer. Feed the soil. The soil is the plant's only stomach because the microbes in that soil are what feeds the plant. And studies in Germany, organic studies back years ago in the 1950s and 60s, Dr. Hans Rouse found that the same microbes that we have in our stomach to digest food is the very same microbes that are in the soil to digest the nutrients to get it into the plant. But they live in the soil, and that's the plant's stomach. If we mess up the plant's stomach, what happens when we mess up our stomach? We get sick. We'll have a sick soil. Fertilizing gardens or trees, A lot of people say, oh, you need different things. Well, if you're starting to look at nutrients to feed the plant, yes, you do. But if you start to look at nutrients to feed the soil, basically we need to treat that soil the same for trees as we do for garden plants. And you can get the same kind of response. You may think, trees grow slow, so you can't affect those in a matter of months or so forth. Yes, you can. You can affect them in a matter of weeks. But it's just a matter of knowing what we need and when to put it on. A lot of people say, oh, if we just put on compost, we're going to solve everything. And I've had people say, you can't put on too much compost. Well, the foundational key in terms of correcting a soil is not growing cover crops. It's not adding as much organic matter and or compost as possible, or even building the carbon levels in the soil. That's not the foundational key. All of these are helpful practices. They're all useful. They're important tools for soil improvement. But never confuse the use of soil improvement methods as being the best answers to good soil health. They help, but they do not solve the problem. Can you use too much compost? Well, I'm just going to tell you, short, don't have time to go into it that much. Yes, you can, and you can tell if you have. Because if you're growing a garden and you put on too much compost, the first thing that will happen, you'll start getting bitter vegetables like bitter turnips, bitter cucumbers, bitter squash. When they look really good, but they taste bitter, you probably put on too much manure or compost. And yes, people put manure on their gardens. Dr. Albrecht used to always say, if you're going to use manure, put it on at least a year ahead of time. Otherwise, compost it first and put it on if you're going to use it for what you're going to eat. And his example was chicken manure. He said, if you put chicken manure on your garden, fresh chicken manure, and you're growing spinach in a clay soil, grow spinach, and he said, you take that spinach and you start to eat it, and it has some, you think there's sand in the spinach. And he said, it's a clay soil, it didn't get any sand in it. He said, what that is the albumin from the chicken manure that actually is taken up into the leaf of the spinach. So he said, if you wait a year, that won't happen. Now, can you use too much compost? You can use too much of anything. Just be careful. As long as you need it, that's fine. But the two things that compost will generally affect and overdo is phosphorus and potassium. And when either one of those get too high, phosphorus ties up zinc. It can tie up copper if it gets high enough. And potassium ties up boron and manganese. Ties up boron, blocks out manganese. It starts affecting the taste of what you're getting. That tastes bad because it's telling you that's not good for you. That bitter taste is telling you in those plants, something's wrong. We got to straighten it out. There is still something else, though, that's more important for achieving true soil health than compost or cover crops or even putting carbon in the soil. The best possible yields and quality can only be achieved on soils that have the proper structure in place already. The proper structure will encourage the microbial activity in the soil. Most of the humus in the soil, 70% of it, is formed in the top 2 inches. That's where the most biological activity is. And basically all the humus in the top 5 inches. So we need good aeration in that top 5 inches so that the aerobic bacteria that need that air can work. In terms of looking at a soil, the aerobic zone, if you've got a soil that will absolutely grow nothing, and the picture here shows a sweet basil greenhouse where they finally put on so much compost and other material that the sweet basil died. And they called and said, we got to find a new soil and put it in the greenhouse. But Dr. Albrecht always said, you correct the aerobic zone, about 6 to 7 inches as deep as the fence post rods. You put the right nutrients there and a so-called toxic subsoil that just like it was before, that plant will send its taproot right down through that so-called toxic subsoil. The real important area is as deep as a fence post rod, where the air is in those soils. Increase the soil fertility, it improves yields, yes, but when we increase the soil fertility correctly, you can actually take a soil that will grow nothing and you can grow, and we did that in this 2.5 acre greenhouse. We had them just take a corrected soil, get the top 6 inches corrected, plant the basil in that, and they said it grew better than ever. We need long-term solutions to stop what causes the problem, not just treating the effects. The best solutions are not killing everything but the crop. We work with clients who, when in the 1990s, I had one client, and he said, I'd like to go organic raspberry. He grew 200 acres of raspberry, but he said, I'd like to go organic raspberry, but I can't. We have to sterilize the soil, because if we don't, we lose 15,000 pounds of raspberry per acre. You know what they did? They did tests, but they tested it on the worst soil they had. They didn't test it on the good soil. When we had the soil that matched up with what Dr. Albrecht actually defined in the 1940s and 50s as the ideal soil for the rhizobium bacteria to work in the soil, when you get that same, when we took those soils and they did the experiments on it, they didn't lose any yield at all. Make a long story short, that was 1994. By 1997, they were growing 170 acres of certified organic raspberries, and they still do today. They don't have to sterilize their soils, because when you have a good, healthy soil, you don't have to do that. It's when everything's out, when something, maybe not everything, when something's out of kilter is when the problem comes. So perhaps the greatest question to ask here regarding healthy living soil is, what are the requirements for life itself? Just for life. Basic needs for life: shelter, food, water, and air. When you think of those, which of these takes precedence in terms of immediate survival? Air. If we have a clay soil that doesn't have enough air, we're robbing the life of that soil. You have to have specific mineral makeup. That calcium has to be in a proper range. The magnesium has to be in a proper range. Calcium has a job in the soil. When you put calcium on a soil, that's what you get from calcium limestone, putting on limestone. When you put calcium on a soil, what it does is it causes the clay particles to clump up together. Now, you might think that makes the soil harder, but no, what it does is pull those clay particles together. And remember, the soil is supposed to be 50% pore space. As it pulls those clay particles together, it actually increases the porosity of that soil. So you have more pore space, which gives, clay soils already have too much water. What we need is more space for air. When you put the proper amount of calcium on, it actually increases the pore space and increases the amount of air that can get into that clay soil. You got to start with the calcium. On a sandy soil, the reason we don't just recommend, the reason we start with magnesium is because the soil's already too loose, has too much air. We need to pull it together. Magnesium, potassium, and sodium do just the opposite of what calcium does to a soil, to the clay particles in the soil. They start spreading them out. And as they spread them out, it decreases the amount of porosity, so that on a high high sandy soil, when we put the magnesium on, it actually reduces the pore space, and the plant's able to utilize water better. It's more use from the same amount of water. So when we start looking at the number one thing that we can't live without, and why would we expect anything else could, air, we control the air in the soil by the amount of calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium that's there. And you get those numbers like I showed you earlier, you get those numbers there, and people will tell you, this grows the best crop, this grows the best tasting crop we've ever had, grows the highest yield we've ever had. Not only that, but when you start looking for nutrient-dense food, you're not going to get them till you correct the soil. And that soil has to be corrected simply because that's how we feed the life in the soil. Determining the nutrient holding capacity of a soil to correct nutrient deficiencies is the most important for building healthy soil. The basic requirements for correcting each different soil in order to achieve excellent soil fertility provides the foundational keys to real soil health. When we start looking at soil health and what needs to be done there, it is not just, okay, how do we get the plant to grow better? What it should be is, okay, how do we get the living organisms in that soil to do their best, because that's what we need in order to support the plant roots. So tomorrow we're going to talk about nutrient needs of soils and crops. It's not just one or the other, But until we correct the soils, which most people neglect, until we correct the soil so that we get the proper amount of air and water there, we don't have the environment for the microbes to live in. Here's what we need. We need a way in order to correct the porosity of that soil. How much airspace is there? How much water is there? And until we start concentrating on what the soil needs, that's never going to happen. Most of the soils in the world do not have the proper air to water relationship, because most of the soils in the world do not have the proper amounts of calcium, magnesium, potassium, and sodium. And if you listen to most experts, they're going to tell you, you don't need to worry about that. Just put on what it takes to grow that plant. When you do, just see, comparing where you grow something according to what it needs and where you grow something based on getting the proper nutrients there for getting the soil in shape. We've done this for 50 years, and every client you can pick out. Once they get it there, you can pick out which soils are correct and which aren't. 98% of probably all soils we see are not correct, simply because we've just tried to take and take and take. When you take something from the soil, you've got to give it back somehow. Somehow, and some people would tell you, oh, all you need is the microbial populations in the soil. Well, all right, but we have to build the right environment for those microbial populations. And I'll tell you this, once you build that environment, if you have a soil that's extremely low in one nutrient or another, and that starts to be taken out, the microbes can't always keep up. One of the easiest soils to build, one of the easiest nutrients to build in the soil is phosphate. But we see some soils, when you analyze all the phosphate that soil has, if you could release every bit of it, we still don't have enough to have a good soil relationship there. There's just not enough there. If we don't bring some in from somewhere, the microbes can't release what's not there. Now, most soils, phosphate's not going to be a problem. But when you start looking at the various nutrients, there's a lot more we need than just phosphorus and potassium and nitrogen. Okay, we specialize in building soil fertility, which then provides the fertility for the plants. I appreciate your attention, and if you have questions, I'd be glad to talk with you afterward. Thanks a lot.
All right, we're moving right along. The crowd's building. So last year we did this routine on the stage. I wonder, are those people here? How many of the little dance routine that was done on stage? Is anybody from that group here? Raise your. You want to see a demo? Huh? Okay. Well, meet me backstage and we'll talk about it. We did it spontaneously last year. You were there? Okay. Backstage. That's how we do things here. We don't want to plan it too much. It wouldn't be interesting, right? Okay, I also want to recognize another, where's Todd Brown? Is Todd in the audience? Todd Brown from People's Bank. No, he was here earlier today. They have a booth down there, but they're one of the platinum sponsors. Really appreciate their support. We've had a long relationship with them, and then also the Weston Price Foundation. A couple more: Pipes Insurance, Krukliak, Wilkinson, Doherty, Immunity Therapy Center, and Troyer Furniture. Troyer Furniture is right in Sugar Creek. You can go there and buy anything you need. Okay, next up we have, as you can see, we move from one topic to the next. We try to give you a wide variety of perspectives. Our goal is to offer so much that you can't see everything. This afternoon, we're going to have 40 workshops. You're not going to be able to see them. That way, you have to come back next year, right? Okay, please welcome to the stage Sean and Beth Doherty. That's how I pronounce it in Germany. They'll get it right. I think sorry about that. I just butchered your name.
It all works.
You don't have a PowerPoint,
No.
No.
And you can hear us? Okay, great.
Can you
good.
hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, take it away.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very exciting to be here. We wanted to be here for a few years. Special thanks to Berlin Seed. It's our favorite seed store. I know spring has arrived because we make a big trip out here. We're about 2 hours away, so it's a wonderful trip to make. Another thing is Superb Canning. We've bought our sleeves of lids. Make sure that you guys do
Right.
too.
Buy your canning jar lids here, ladies. They are about half what they are in the store.
So we're Sean and Beth Doherty. We're in Toronto, Ohio, not Toronto, Canada. For 40 years, we have been doing some sort of homesteading. This is our 40th year of marriage. So we have 8 wonderful children.
Thank you. Come by our booth. You'll see our oldest, big and handsome, and
Yeah,
his
that's right.
beautiful wife.
That's right. So what we have been doing for 40 years is some sort of homesteading. And what we were looking for was, how did Grandma and Grandpa do this before there were feed stores, before there was grocery stores? Surely they had a way of doing that. And that's been kind of our journey, is how do we go back to that? Not in a historic, not in a museum sort of way, but how can we get back to that? And we looked and looked and looked for the book that would tell us how to do that, and we never found that book. So in 2016, we wrote that book. So we encourage you to, we do have a booth over in Tent C.
No, tent D.
Tent C. No, we're in Tent C. We're in one of the tents over
When you
there.
come by the tent, when you come by the table, tell us which one of us was right. Because he'll forget.
So in any event, that is a great book to get you started at learning how to do this without a lot of inputs. Since then, we have written a number of follow-up books, short books, and now we're working with Chelsea Green on a whole series of deeper books. That first one's coming out in November, and it's going to be just on the dairy cow, and we're very excited about that one. Our mission is that there be a million little farms just like ours all over the country. It would transform our country. We need that independence, okay? When COVID happened, it did not happen to us. And in order to make that happen, that's what we do, is we speak all over the country, trying to encourage you, trying to give you ideas. That's why we're also at our booth throughout. We won't be here tomorrow. We had a previous engagement. We'll be here all day today, and come over and ask us any questions or talk to us about what we do. We also answer emails. So our website is One Cow Revolution, and on that it has our email, and we love to help people that are starting to struggle, getting out on the ledge, to get you back off that ledge. So don't give up. Stay in this, and when you run into a problem, contact
Natural
us.
farming works. So if you hit a roadblock, we've made so many mistakes, we probably already made that one. Just send us an email.
So let's consider, why do we homestead? Food is obviously one of the things that we're really looking for when we're homesteading. We want the security. We discovered that through COVID, that security is not necessarily there. We also want safe food. We're watching what Big Ag is doing, and we're saying, I don't think that food is the kind of food I want. Okay, we think, well, I'll go to the farmer's market, or I'll go to Walmart and get organic. Just letting you know, if it's at Walmart and it's organic, it's not organic, okay? So the only way that we know that you can be sure of your food is to do it yourself. Quality, we want delicious food, we want nutritional food. And we also want a lifestyle. We want a lifestyle with our children. We want peace. We want privacy. We want meaningful work. We want community. And there's beauty. We want to live in a healthy, beautiful world where there's abundance, where there's human collaboration with our environment. Those are all things that we're looking for when we start off homesteading. And we want it to feed us now without the necessity of spending lots of money on inputs. We want to become input free. We're giving a talk today at 2:30 on feeding the farm from the farm rather than inputs. We don't want to have to go to fertilizers. We don't want to have to buy in tons of feed. We don't want to use tons of equipment or infrastructure. In other words, the farm should get better and better at feeding us over time. But too often homesteads do just the opposite. That's where we all started. Lots of chores. We get more work money. We're spending it on infrastructure and animals and feed bills. And somehow the beauty and order doesn't live up to our hopes. Animals confined instead of in their natural settings. Piles of bedding and manure. Pounded land in some places and rank overgrown weeds in others. They're not fulfilling the hope that we had or the expectations that we hope to have with our homestead. So what's the problem? We're going to suggest that a big part of the problem is the model in our heads has come from commercial ag. When people learned how to farm, their parents would sit down with the child, or it wouldn't be a structured, here's a manual. It was, watch me do this thing. That got broken. And unfortunately, so it got broken 2 generations ago in our world. It's getting broken in the Amish world as well. They're a generation behind us. That's why they're bringing us in to speak at their conferences. So what we need to be doing is, that's all been replaced with is commercial on the small. And we need to get rid of that and replace it with a natural method.
So what are we going to do about it? How do we take the homestead we're hoping for, or the homestead we already have that isn't doing what we want it to do? It's this mess of feed sacks coming in and manure piles and converted feed as food, right? Eggs that are converted feed, chickens that are converted feed. What are we going to do to fix it? First, it's really important to have faith. God created nature according to his beautiful, benevolent plan. He made it for us to be our home. This is going to work. It wasn't a bad joke that he was playing on us, let's put them in the garden and watch them fail. Nature makes sense. And we were put on the planet with the order to till it and take care of it. We're here to bring order to an already orderly nature. When we learn to observe and respect natural patterns, don't you suppose that's what our first parents were doing in the garden? We'll be able to see ahead. We've watched the natural patterns. We'll be able to see ahead and make plans so that God's beautiful and abundant nature gets more beautiful and more abundant. It's really important that we hang on to this faith. Because if we don't, we'll forget that we need to treat the world respectfully. That we need to look at what's growing, what's already happening on a piece of land, and let it teach us things. That way, when we run into a difficulty, we'll know we need to have patience. When our tomatoes have blossom and rot, we don't rush to the store saying, I knew this didn't really work. I'm going to get a chemical to put on my tomatoes. We wait, knowing that God made a good creation, knowing that we are here for a benevolent purpose, knowing that we are gifted to observe and take action. We wait, and we use our powers of observation and our powers of community so that we can wait and see what needs to happen. But most of us did not learn any of these patterns from our parents. We certainly didn't. We learned lots of good things, but not that. And if it's your job to go home to your garden and just sit and watch it and wait and struggle through, this is going to take a while and it's going to be a little discouraging. So it is really easier if somebody who's really, really persistent about making mistakes, that would be us, will tell you a little bit about what they've learned.
Okay, so here are 7 tips that we're going to give to you to get you started, no matter where you are. If you haven't got land yet or if you've got land, here's just 7 tips that we would suggest to you. First of all, farms can happen almost anywhere. Our land was 17 acres of trees upside of a hill, and it was considered by Ohio not suitable for agriculture. But that's where we ended up, and so we started working on that. One of the first things that you need to do if you're farming, whether you have your land or not, is get the pinup farm idea out of your head. Okay, don't think about the commercial farm, don't think about the things you've seen, we're going to start with nature. What does nature do? Okay, so get that.
Especially forget the beautiful online images you've seen of
Yes.
other people's picture-perfect farms.
That's right. Don't spend all your money on that purchase of land. Farms can happen almost anywhere, okay? And any piece of land out there, very rough, the edges and pieces, it needs us. We need to turn those into beautiful farms, okay? Owning land is highly overrated. Most of our farm, 30 acres of pasture, is a Franciscan convent up the road, a mile and a half up the road. Don't think I've got to own this land, okay? So we have a wonderful relationship with our convent sisters, and we run the farm. So highly recommend that. Beg, steal, borrow land, find some land out there that nobody's using, and say, would you mind if I started putting a garden on there, or if I put my cow on there? Small is beautiful. The 10-acre farm, the 15-acre farm, the 20-acre farm, those are ideal sizes, okay? We think I've got to have a quarter section. That's what my dad had, what my grandfather had, 160 acres. You're overwhelmed with 160 acres. 10 acres, 15 acres, especially in this area, is very easy to feed your family with.
So, second tip, and I'm going to say this is like the most important thing to get right, is that God created nature with certain patterns. And farming in the last 100 years hasn't reflected those particularly accurately, so most of us don't know it. But God made nature with certain patterns. And if we'll follow those patterns, this is going to work better for us. Things are going to open up in front of us. Stuff will grow. We'll begin to see connections. Now, your standard homesteading pattern is the same almost everywhere, almost all the time, which is we buy some kind of land in the country, and then we put in a garden and we buy some chickens. It's like rule number 1. Put in a garden, buy some chickens.
And then buy lots and lots of feed.
And then buy lots of chicken feed and chicken litter and et cetera. If you're really persistent, you might get a goat, a few goats. You'll put them on alfalfa and sweet feed because you don't really like the taste of goat's milk. And then maybe you'll buy a pig. That's our standard pattern. Nature has a different pattern. This is God's pattern, and it works so well that after we've explained it to you, you'll realize that the history of humanity is primarily the history of this pattern. And we can learn this pattern so that we can feed our families and our homesteads without buying any feed or fertilizer. There are places that we can see this pattern. A vacant lot is a good example, or an abandoned pasture. How do you know it's a working pattern? Because it's stable. It stays the same from year to year. Sure, it goes through the 4 seasons, but the vacant lot that was, overgrown with goldenrod last year is overgrown with goldenrod this year, and next year maybe gradually it'll grow a lot of briars, but is not changing very quickly. It's stable. It's working. Everything that lives there thinks it's working. What's its problem? Is not growing a whole lot of people food. We want to figure out how to get our land to grow people food. Now here's a spoiler alert. We're going to be talking about this in detail at 2:30, so we're going to go fairly quickly over some of these details in this talk. We'll be talking about keeping a family dairy cow and how you feed your whole homestead, people, animals, and soil, just from your homestead. And we do have a book coming out, Sean said, in November that is on this specific topic. So here's the pattern. All biological energy, with exceptions that don't matter, is sunlight. The energy, Dr. Dawes, he said our bodies run on ATP. ATP is our energy source. That comes from plants photosynthesizing, sunlight striking the leaves of a plant. That's where we're going to get it. It's where all the living things that you're ever going to encounter get it. Now, we can't photosynthesize, so we rely on plants to do it for us. And they need to do it pretty frequently because we like to eat 3 times a day. And if we look out at nature and say, where does nature do the most photosynthesizing, the most of the time, in ways that repeat themselves, in other words, if it photosynthesizes now and we harvest it, it'll do it again tomorrow, that's grass. 40% of the land mass of the planet is some kind of grassland. It is a biodiverse, largely perennial or self-sowing annual community of non-woody plants that when it grows will repeat itself if it's cut off. So you've got volunteer, always there, endlessly harvestable, biodiverse energy source right out there. It's growing out here on the lawn, it's growing in the fields you passed. But we get back to that original problem, which is it's not people food. Why isn't it? Because of grasslands, 90% of a grass plant, is cellulose. It's a little bit different for different plants, but we're going to say between 85 and 95% of those plants is the complex carbohydrate called cellulose. Now, we eat complex and simple carbohydrates. We call them sugars and starches. So why can't we digest cellulose? Because cellulose requires a special enzyme, and it isn't in our guts. We don't digest it. What digests cellulose is microbes, things like fungi and bacteria in the soil, which is why when you mow your lawn and you don't pick up the clippings, when you come back in a week, they're gone because they broke down because the soil bacteria broke them down and turned them into soil, right? You don't make cellulose, so you can't digest cellulose. Guess who can? Ruminants, right, cows. There is a huge class of animals with 4 legs, usually split hooves, and a 4-chambered stomach called ruminants. First chamber of the stomach is called a rumen. All you farmers out there already know this. And in that chamber of a ruminant stomach, there are the bacteria that can break down cellulose. Remember the ATP that formed in the leaves from the sunlight, and you can't get at it because you can't break down cellulose. A cow can do it for you. The bacteria in her gut can do it for you. So can a sheep, a goat, an antelope, a buffalo. I'm going to recommend cows for around here, and we're going to use the word cow from now on. But what we mean is something that can reach that 90% of energy and turn it into food energy. So have I gone on too long,
Nope,
boss?
you're perfect.
Okay. He's my timekeeper.
So we have grass, and God has given us this grass, and the grass is free, and if you take care of your grass, and Beth's going to talk a little bit more about that, it will keep coming back and getting better and better and better. So I put a ruminant on it, and what I've done for my ruminant is I've matched my ruminant to the pasture that I have. So if it's woody and briery, I've got a goat out there, and then when it's eaten all that, I get the goat off the farm just as fast as I can.
He doesn't like goats. Come see me if you like goats.
Okay. But then grass is going to come in, and then I'm going to put a cow out there, I'm going to put a sheep out there, and I have 2 options. I can do a one-time harvest, or I can do a twice daily harvest of the best food that there is in the world. And anybody who tells you that raw milk is dangerous or any of those kinds of things, they are crazy, okay?
Are we going to talk about that?
No. Big animals, okay? We're going to go into this a little bit more at 2:30, but I'm just going to tell you, a dairy cow is a pussy cat, an absolute pussy cat. If you get a dairy cow, she will become an animal that you love better than your dogs or cats. You will have a wonderful relationship with it. So don't let that. Now, too much work. It's not convenient. I don't have any of my freedom. You're on a stinking homestead. Okay? That's what we do. We love our land. We love to be here. We want to have good food. We want this to get better. There is no other way that we know of to improve your pastures than a ruminant on pasture. No other way, okay? There may be all kinds of tweaks, there may be all kinds of people come up with, but there is no other way. Raw milk will not kill you. We've already talked about that. And what about all that milk coming in? Milk feeds everything on the farm. That's the key. It is the jet fuel for your farm. And as that milk comes in, chickens love it. Pigs love it. It turns it into bacon. It turns it into eggs. It turns it into everything else. So everyone needs to really say, why don't I have a dairy cow? And then change your mind.
And at 2:30, we will go at some length into how keeping a grass-fed dairy cow is going to feed your whole farm. But I realize I actually have a little timer down here. It's counting down my
good.
seconds.
Oh, you do.
So this is really
That's
handy.
very nice, yes.
So we're going to move right on to point 4, which is about taking good care of your soil. We have kept dairy cows on nothing but grass for about 20 years. We've had dairy cows for 25 years. But we've kept them on nothing but
Yes,
grass for about...
and I am going to interrupt. We literally mean nothing but grass. Our cows have never had grain.
They
Never.
don't know what it is. I could leave... We could leave a bag in the middle of the pasture, and it might take them... They might eventually take a bite and decide it was good, but they wouldn't know what to do with it at first. So we're going to tell you, you can keep your dairy animals on nothing but pasture, and that pasture is actually going to improve as you use it. Isn't that just like God? He says, I'm going to give you a gift, and if you use it right, it'll be better tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day. Think about marriage, you know, like, we're a gift, right? Most of the time. But if we treat each other right, we're a better gift tomorrow. And your pastures are like that. But this requires that we be patient and observant and notice what are the natural patterns for making pastures under grazing animals get better. Do I explain those?
Yes, a little bit about rotation.
So in conventional grazing, barbed wire was invented in, I think, 1886. Cheap way to get rid of half your employees. You throw spiky wire around a piece of ground, you put water in the middle, you turn your animals loose, and you say, okay, now I don't need herdsmen, right? Only what happens in conventional grazing is that animals get lazy and they start to feel very safe. Now in nature, if you are a grass-eating animal, you don't have sharp teeth, you don't have sharp claws, you hang around with all your friends, you taste good. Animals with long, sharp claws and teeth that want to eat you come around. So you gather together with all your buddies, and you point your horns outward, and you're okay, because you eat what you're standing on. Only if you're standing with all your buddies and you're eating what you're standing on, you're also defecating, urinating, and dying in this place. You need to keep moving, right? You put 100 cows in a group, and hold them tight, they'd better be migratory because in 24 hours there's nothing left to eat. With conventional grazing, we got rid of their predators. We put fence around them so we weren't worried they'd wander off. Now they don't have to bunch with their buddies. So they walk around, you've seen it, we've all seen it. Looks natural to us now because we're used to it. You see a bunch of cows spread out and everybody's eating their favorite plant. 3 days from now, that favorite plant has started to regrow. It's young and tender, she eats it again. And again and again and again, with the result that they graze out their favorite species. They graze out they're like any wild animal. They're looking for the most nutrition the fastest. That's a good safety mechanism. So they're going to eat the sweetest, the tenderest, the most available nutrients, and they're going to leave other stuff that is good for them and they need, but doesn't have quite as much pleasure involved with it. And after a while, they've eaten it all out, and the other stuff that they should have been eating has gotten big and woody and unpalatable, and that's why you see those pastures that look like golfing greens with little clumps of weeds or brush in them. Am I still good?
Yep, you can go a little further.
Just a little bit? Okay. When grazing animals bunch to eat and keep moving, what happens is they're grazing off top growth. That has one immediate beneficial effect, which is that the new growth points for that plant, here's your grass plant and it's big and bushy. The new growth points are down at soil level. So right now they're shaded. As long as the top is there, they're shaded. They can't see sun, they can't start photosynthesizing. But when the animals come and graze it off, now the new growth points for more plant can see the sun and they can regrow. So that's one benefit. The animals that were grazing have eaten a lot of it and urinated and defecated there, so we know we fertilized it. Underneath the soil surface, we've actually added more organic matter than we added on top, because the root mass of that plant is actually it's bigger than the aerial parts, the above ground parts, and when the plant is grazed or mowed, the root mass dies back. A bunch of it dies back because there's not enough photosynthesis going on above to feed those roots. They die back. What does that do? It leaves a ton of organic matter in the soil to feed microbes, worms, insects, fungi, to give us that living soil that the previous speaker was talking about. This is a way that we don't have to know all of our chemistry to get a living soil, get our soil alive and working for us. Am I supposed to say anything else?
That's good. That's good.
There we go.
So this is a recap, okay? You've got grass. God has created this wonderful world where he is going to keep giving you grass, okay? And if you use it well, if you're rotationally grazing your animals on it, it will keep coming back. And if you don't do a one-time harvest, but do a twice-daily harvest, that milk bucket is going to keep refilling. It's magic. It's really fabulous. And then you're going to take that, and Beth's going to talk about it in a minute, and you are going to feed everything else with it. So this magical bucket, this goose that lays the golden egg, don't kill it. Bring it onto your farm and keep it going.
I'll just add here that I like steak, and that dairy cow that we're milking every day will have a male offspring every second year, and that's where you're going to get your meat harvest as well.
And it's going to manure your pastures and make them better. So, tip number 5, gardening. Gardening is how you're going to help feed yourself. We're going to have this milk, this is going to be coming in, and then you're going to use gardening to help feed yourself and your animals. So here are some things that we would say about gardening. First, grow what will grow, okay? Too often we're trying to grow something that doesn't grow in our area. How am I going to find out? I'm going to talk to the best gardener that I know in my area. I'm going to use them as a mentor, and I'm going to find out. Now, we're from Oklahoma and Texas. We love okra. So we still grow okra, even though in Ohio it doesn't grow very well.
It's a struggle.
Yes.
If you're good at growing okra, please come by Tent D and talk to us.
That's right. Tent C, but in any event. Okay. Grow what you will eat.
What do I get if I'm right?
If you're not going to be right. Grow what you will eat. Okay? Don't grow these exotics and stuff. What did you?
My mom used to grow rutabagas every year, and they sat on the counter because nobody would eat them. So don't grow them if you won't eat them.
Eat what you're going to grow. Don't leave it in the garden. Take the time to harvest. And store your surplus, okay? We have root cellar, we have the basement. We do all kinds of things to store that food, okay? So store what you're going to do, either as food or as food for animals. And this is, again, we're feeding the farm from the farm is the talk at 2:30. I'm going to tell you briefly, we have 3 favorite things that we grow not just for the animals. One of them is a tromboncino. Unfortunately, we don't have the seeds for those. It's a 5-foot necked squash, literally, okay? That neck is delicious. So as humans, we eat that, and then as it starts to go bad, we put it away.
It's hugely productive. It's a long-storing winter squash that also serves as a summer squash. There are others that would do that for you, so that's an example of something we grow a lot of.
We do have seed, and we're giving away seed at our table, so come over to our table and get some, for the Mangel Wurzel. Now, the Mangel Wurzel that's one of the things we always get from Berlin Seeds. They always have big bags of Mangel Wurzels. Mangel Wurzel, I think a lot of people use it for a deer plots, but it can be a 20-pound beet, okay? And it is fabulous. Pigs love it. Chickens love it. And one of the things that we're trying to find is crops that we don't have to do anything with to give it to the animal. At first, we thought we would have to chop up this beet, and then we said, no, let's just put it in there, and the chickens just peck it away. okay? So that's what we're trying to find, is things like that that grow easily, easy to harvest. We'll talk again more about that at 2:30. And another thing is sorghum. So we've been using sorghum as a chicken feed. So that works really well. And again, we have
We're handing out seeds for black broomcorn, which is a sorghum chickens like, at our booth. Okay, so point number 6. Nature never invites an animal into an ecosystem unless it can feed it. You ever see an animal wandering around an ecosystem and there's nothing for it to eat, vacant lot, the squirrels go and live there even though there are no trees? Nature doesn't invite an animal into the community unless it can feed it, and neither should we. Mostly what we do is we bring on animals we don't have feed for, and then we go buy feed for them, and that's what we're trying to get away from. So on your farm, you're not going to bring an animal until you already have the food to feed it, and that's a lot easier than it sounds. If you didn't buy dense woods for your farm, you already have some grassland. That's why we can bring the ruminant in first, because nature's growing feed for her right now, and if we bring her in, we can actually make it better just by feeding her. Where do pigs and chickens fit in a human food system? Why, when we are omnivores, we eat plants and animals, would we partner with other animals that eat plants and animals? If you think about what pigs and chickens eat in nature, or would eat if you let them into your kitchen, it would be exactly what you eat, only they eat the parts and conditions we don't eat, like stems, peels, rinds, cores, overripe, underripe. Until we have adequate pig or chicken food, we don't invite a pig or a chicken onto the farm. Do I keep going a little bit?
You're doing great.
So, during World War I and World War II, there was a poster that the War Department put out, right? And it said, be patriotic, keep 2 chickens per human in the household. Why? Because your kitchen wastes probably feed 1 or 2 chickens per person in the household. The healthier your diet, the healthier the chicken's diet. That means all that stuff you're scraping off plates, the outside leaves of the lettuce, the cores of the apples and so forth, those are all chicken food, and you can keep chickens on that. I will note here that we'll talk about how to raise their protein, the protein in their feed up so that they lay well at 2:30. But just remember, chickens and pigs eat what we eat, and we're not going to invite them onto the farm until we can feed them. Now, where are we going to get food for chickens, for pigs, or for more chickens than 2 per household? Well, your garden's already producing an awful lot of that. Probably the edge of the woods, probably your orchard, probably your berry patch, even your lawn are producing food for pigs and chickens because they're omnivores, but they can eat an awful lot of the parts we don't eat. Wastes, in fact. If you think about pigs and chickens as being the converters of our food stream wastes and surpluses into walking, reproducing protein, that image should give you an idea of what pigs and chickens are for. So as your garden gets bigger, as you plant crops like the ones Sean was just talking about, root crops, easy to grow, like corn-type crops like sorghum or corn, as you're growing more of those, you are producing pig and chicken food, and you can begin to invite those animals onto the farm. Now, the number one way you can produce high-quality proteins and fats for your pigs and chickens, and you can do it in 12 hours. So we're going to come onto our homestead, and 12 hours from now, we're going to have some pig food, is get a milk cow. That's what pigs have been doing on farms for many, many centuries, is that when you milk a cow, if you don't happen to drink, your family doesn't happen to drink all her milk in a day, then you're going to have some surplus milk. And even if you say, well, I'll turn it into butter and cheese, okay, but then you're going to have buttermilk and whey, and you're not going to use those all up. Pigs are there to convert those surpluses into walking, reproducing protein.
So I'm just add to that one of the most important parts of being able to feed these other animals is limiting your stock numbers, okay? What you've got to do is look at your farm, and you've got to say, how much cow food, how much grass, how many forbs and stuff like that do I have on my farm? You may say, I want 10 cows, but if you don't have 10 cows worth of food, don't bring 10 cows on. And that balancing act is that's what we were put in the garden to do, is be the balancers, be the manager, so that we only do that. And if I have X number of pig food or X amount of pig food, that's how many pigs I'm going to have. We go out and we buy 40 chickens and we put them all on there, and then we're buying feed. Limit to how much chicken food your farm gives you, and that's going to help you a lot in terms of not buying in inputs. Okay, seventh
Point
tip
7.
is make it sustainable. Okay, that's a big word, can go in a lot of different directions, and we're going to talk a little bit about some of these different directions. First of all, minimize shiny toys. I keep trying to convince my wife that I really need a four-wheeler that would go all over the farm and would do, and then
He knows this wouldn't work. Our farm is mostly at like a 30-degree slope, so he does not need a Polaris.
Okay. But I
Besides,
have to
you can see we're
try.
getting older and we need our exercise.
That's
so.
right. That's right. So infrastructure, okay? What the feed stores, what the hardware stores, what the farm stores, they're going to want to they're going to want to sell you all kinds of stuff, okay? But think minimally. One of the greatest things that happened to us is we did not have much money. So we didn't have the money to spend on all those things. So that limited us. So when we were starting to look at perimeter fence, well, what are we going to do? Well, we run 2 strands of hot wire. That's our perimeter fence. It's not 6 strands of high tensile, blah, 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 blah. Our water systems are primarily captured water and hoses. It is not underground, high pressure, blah, 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 blah. Those things are nice if you can do it, but man, those are expensive and they break too, okay? So think simple. Most people are overthinking the things that they need to do for their farm.
The first thing people say when we come on a farm for a farm consult is within the first 4 hours they'll say something like, "Thank you, you just saved me $20,000," because that was the list they had of things they thought they needed. You know, build a barn, put in your perimeter fence, and buy a tractor. And we come on and say, no, we can start a lot cheaper than that.
The second thing that and this has to do with sustainability, is farms don't do cash very well. Farms feed people extremely well, and we eat better than anybody else we know. We eat better food, we eat more food, we have wonderful food, but if we were trying to turn this into cash, and that's what we try and do, we get the chickens, and then we start buying in feed, and then we say, oh, I'm going to sell some of these eggs because then that's going to offset the feed costs. It doesn't work. You're making pennies, okay? So let's just grow for us. Now, at some point, you may discover that your farm does something extraordinarily well. And ours actually does agritourism extraordinarily well. We had a B&B, and it makes good money because people want to see what we do on the farm. But until you figure out what your farm does well, just feed yourself and your family really, really well. And don't think that you can say, oh, well, I'm going to feed my whole community. It's a bigger job than what you think it is. Just feed yourselves and then a few extra people, okay? You can certainly do that, but don't try and make your farm pay your mortgage.
What happens when people move to homesteads is it's too easy to do this, right? I'm sitting at my desk job and I'm thinking, man, I really am tired of being here. I get an image of myself out in the country. Maybe I'm wearing bib overalls and a straw hat, and I'm interacting with chickens instead of the guy at the water cooler that I don't like. And I think that's what I want. What I fail to do is think this is an economic choice as well. So I picture my bank account as staying exactly the same, and I think I'll go to the country and make the money I was making in the city, and I'll enjoy the process more. It's not going to work. It's just not. I mean, there are rare exceptions, but it's not going to work. And what you have to do is picture that your economy, your cash economy, is going to change on the farm because there's going to be so many fewer things you have to spend money on. It will be very convincing.
One of the things that I always think about is any money that I am spending to bring something onto farm is a dollar I have to bring from outside. So if I can eliminate that and just and start saying, that thing that I thought I needed, I wonder if the farm could provide that, or if my community could provide that. So we really suggest people thinking about what I don't need as opposed to all the things I do need. And is there a way that my farm could provide that? So we need to wrap up.
Okay, so
We can just-
feed soil, food storage, don't quit your day job. Security.
Well, we're gonna, we can't take questions, we don't have questions, but we will be over in tent C, and,
And when you don't find us there, try D.
yeah, but we are over there, and we will be answering questions, and we will be handing out seeds to you, and we love to talk to you, and don't hesitate, truly, don't hesitate to email us. Don't
When you
send
have a
us an
problem.
email this long, but have a question that you have
Every
in
once
your
in a while,
email.
I'll get one that says, I bought my land, now what do I do? Okay.
And
just
we say,
right. Go
we
read
say,
a few books
That's
first,
right.
but-
Read our book and then start there. Okay. Thank you very much. And yes.
Thank you very much. Okay. You've heard the saying, sing for your supper, right? Now, how many of you can? Not enough. Not enough. So I'm going to put forward a proposal, because we're going to have a little dance routine on stage to warm up for Del Bigtree. All right. So we have Michelle down in that far corner. We've got a whole half hour to prepare. So here's the deal. We now not only have lids that are the best out there, we also have glass. So anybody that comes up here on stage to do the dance routine, you can have as much glass and lids as you want, free. Okay? Anything less than a pickup truck load, as I'm feeling very generous today, because we're introducing at this event Superb Art Glass. So you now have two family-owned companies. Superb's a family-owned company, and Art Glass is as well. You can go to our website and get some more information. They make the glass in Valdosta, Georgia. They just built another furnace. That's not what you imagine. It's a huge building because this furnace will melt 485 metric tons of glass a day. So there should never again be a shortage of glass. So we have that. Some of you probably got a jar coming in. Yes? How many of you got a jar? All right, that's good. They were doing their job. All right, next up, we have hailing all the way from Oregon. What happened to my PowerPoint here? Let me see. Here we go. We have David Stelzer. David is the CEO of Asher Standard. How many of you know Asher Standard? Look at that. They have 3,000 drop points across the United States. That's got to be a logistical nightmare. Maybe that's what keeps them up at night. I visited their plant. I hope to go see them again this fall. They're in Dufur, Oregon. David also has a small farm where he actually farms organic. Now, how many acres do you think a small farm is in Oregon? Oh, yeah, it's not fair, you know. He farms 4,000 acres. I said, David, what is a big farm in Dufur, Oregon? 18,000 acres. So please welcome to the stage my friend David Stelzer, CEO of Asher.
Well, thank you everybody for for coming here. We talking about a little bit different subject than I usually talk about. I usually talk a lot about soil and soil health, but we're going to be talking about food today. So Azure is the marketing arm of our farm. So, you know, when I was young, we were one of those few farms that kind of did not lose the farming piece. And that part.
Just ignore me.
Okay. So we were doing subsistence farming, so to speak, the homestead thing, all the way through. When I was a young child, we did that. In fact, it served us in good stead. There was one point in our life, if that would not have happened, we'd have been in really bad shape. But my dad always started saying, as we moved forward to the next stage of agriculture, that the farmer is the guardian of the nation's health. And there are, you know, all of you guys, maybe a lot of you have land and homesteads, but there's 300 million Americans that don't. And it's our job as farmers and those that do have land and the ability to do that to create a system for healthy food for the rest of the nation. So, getting straight into food here, health is, there's kind of three pillars of health. And there's all the little edge cases, but basically three things need to happen to be healthy. One is we need to eat healthy and life-giving food. And there's, you know, it's a big one. And that's the one I'm involved in. Number two, we need to have a positive spiritual and emotional outlook. And number three, we need to move. We need to have purpose. We need to have a lifestyle with a certain amount of exercise, fresh air, and so on. So it's, you know, it's the lifestyle, it's the food, and it's the way that we view life from a spiritual and emotional perspective. So now, starting with food. So, you know, and I won't talk too much about the other things today because food is the subject here. But it's super important that we look at our food from a, shall we say, a logical perspective. So many times on our food, we look at food should be the easy thing. It should be super easy to take that pillar of health. There's not a whole bunch of emotional stuff that we have to deal with. There's nothing. We just change our diets. And that should be easy. But I've found, as I've been working with folks for the last 30 years, that it's not always easy. And why is it not easy? And so it kind of boils down to three things. Number one is our belief system. Do we believe? Do we believe that that our food makes a difference? Do we believe that we're going to be healthy? Do we believe in that? Number two is emotion. We eat. Do we eat from an emotional level? Or do we eat because if we feel like it? And number three is a habit. Habits change hard. And so if we've been eating that way for a long, long time, habits are sometimes hard to change. Number one, I want to concentrate just a little bit on belief systems. And one of the things that's happened, you know, you go out, the big ag and big chemical companies and big pharma, I guess, is really where it boils down to, because they're all basically the same thing, you know, Bayer and Monsanto, and it's all basically one company, one mindset. So about 5 or 6 years ago, there was this, they were very, very good at censoring information. So they didn't want you to hear about certain parts of, they didn't want you to hear about alternatives to vaccines. They didn't want you to hear about certain aspects of organic food. They just censored it. You couldn't see it. It wasn't on social media, wasn't on media. Anyone who put it out on social media got banned. It took it off. Well, about, 4 years ago now, that changed. X came out, said we're not censoring anymore, and it disappeared. So now we have a specific campaign I believe, by those same companies. I'm close to proving it, but can't completely prove it yet. But they are hiring health influencers all over the internet that have a lot of good information and some really crappy information. And they're confusing the heck out of everybody right now. And so I want to tell you that it's not that difficult. Healthy food is from healthy soil with, and I go down, there's organic, there's regenerative. Neil was talking about the regenerative side earlier today. Organic basically is what's not in the food. You don't have any of the, glyphosates and hydrous ammonia and various things that absolutely destroy the makeup of the food. On the other hand, regenerative is about what is in the food. Is your minerals balanced? Is your plant being grown from microbial action, or is your plant being grown from some artificial thing that makes chemicals that simulate the byproducts of those microbes? So we get out, now we have a couple things that, came to my attention. There was, some of my customers told me, oh, well, some doctor on the internet was saying, how terrible almonds are. Okay, almonds? Come on. We've been eating almonds as a species for a couple, 3,000-4,000 years now. It's, they were considered, Solomon talks about almonds. What? You're going to pick on almonds as a food that's going to destroy your health? You're full of it. Well, turns out, and I believe that those guys picking on the almonds are the exact ones that are being hired, because turns out almonds are one of the only foods in most Americans' diet that actually has vitamin B17. Vitamin B17, unless you're going to eat apricot pits or a lot of millet, which are probably the only other two major sources of B17, but vitamin B17 is what keeps our bodies from mutating cells. So if our bodies do not have sufficient B17, cell mutations occur. What are cancers? Cell mutations. Heck, vitamin B17, not a cure for cancer. I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you any cures for cancer. But I will tell you that vitamin B17 stops a mutation of cells. So you get, they can confuse, there's a lot of, they confuse us, and they say, oh, vitamin B17, now they pick on the only food that's really in the American diet that has a large quantity of that, and say, oh, it's bad, and scare people into not eating a healthy, God-given food. Don't fall for that stuff. And at the same time, the same guy may be saying great things about other areas of health. It's, 90% correct because he needs credibility. And then 10% absolute crap. And then there's also the misinformation that we get based on broad statements. So people will throw a really broad statement out there. And the one that's super popular right now is, oh, seed oils are bad. Everyone heard that lately? Seed oils are bad. Well, that's a super broad statement that absolutely, is about 90% true and about 10% absolute crap. Because, what they really mean is that seed oils that are refined with Hexol are bad. I agree with that. 100% correct. Hexols are not very good. It destroys our immune system, and our digestive system. It's really a bad thing. And they'll say, well, seed oils have too many omega-6s compared to omega-3s, and so on. And I call crap again, because it's not all seed oils. Flaxseed oil is the highest source of omega-3 that there is. It's a seed oil. Come on. We don't make these overbroad statements. It's 90% correct, because most conventional seed oils, if it's corn oil, soybean oil, canola oil, all that stuff that loads the shelves of every supermarket, it's all been refined with Hexol. It's horrible stuff. But we need to be careful that we're eating whole foods. So it gets right down to the bottom line. Don't get confused by those two things. And I don't think the people that are saying seed oils are bad are necessarily, out to confuse people. They're just trying to make it easy. Well, instead of saying, oh, seed oil's refined with Hexol, or, they're just throwing things out and actually damaging the ability to get a balanced diet. How do we get that balanced diet? And to get right down to the bottom line is, we're eating foods as close to the way that God originally made them as we possibly can. Now, can we eat all of that off of our own farm? Maybe. In super rare cases, that may be true. We also, we've also had commerce with food for, 4,000 or 5,000 years now. And I think that's for a good reason, because we can't all grow the variety that we need in our location. And, partly what, I've done with Azure is try to bring food from the farmer who really cares about what they grow in their area to the consumer that cares about what they eat. And that can be everywhere. Hey, if you're in Alaska, there's a very different amount of things that you can grow in Alaska versus here in Ohio. Ohio, I see, grows corn really well. Does pretty good right here. Probably a lot, and obviously grass grows really well right here too. You guys grow awesome grass. I'm looking at, I've been down in southern Ohio. We're putting a warehouse down in South Point. So I've been down there working with engineers and such. And so I drove around in that country a bit, and there's just grass everywhere. And I'm looking at it, out in our country, grass is a precious commodity. We have roughly about a 5-week growing season for grass, and then it's over. We get no more grass, right? Because we get 100% of our moisture in the wintertime, and starting in about this time of year until usually the end of October or around Thanksgiving, there's no rain. It's zero or almost zero. So so the grass grows in the spring and then it dries up and we have dry grass. So we pasture cows on dry grass, and we're doing really good if we can raise one cow per about 55 acres is about the ratio of cows to pasture. But unless we have irrigation, then that changes everything. But nobody in their right mind out there would grow grass on irrigated land. We grow things like, cherries and apples and things like that, pears, if we have irrigated ground. So, So they're, getting, using commerce in food, we do get nutrients that are maybe not native to our soil. I was looking, I'm kind of a soil junkie, and I love to look at soils. And, I was in Alaska earlier this year, and looking at the soil there, they have some of the richest soil in the world. Not much of a growing season, but awful rich soil, at least in Palmer where we were. It was like, wow. And then, I was just down here in southern Ohio, and this was soil that looks like got put over the top of coal strip mines. That's a whole different, ball game. You're gonna, with what you're gonna get. So if your farm happens to be one of those, you're gonna get a very different nutrition profile than if you're in Palmer, Alaska, or somewhere else. So, eating a balanced diet is a very important piece. Moving down, so that's our belief systems. Can we believe? Can we trust our food source? Can we trust our food system? Obviously, if we grow it, we have to trust ourselves. But can we trust those that were there? And do we believe that it makes a difference? And I will tell you, in my life, I grew up that sick kid. I mean, my earliest memories are laying on the couch wondering if I could get my next breath. That's where I came from. And many, many years later, we changed our diet big time. My parents were mostly responsible for that. And that dietary change changed my life. And, my wife and I, we had 11 children. And we only had one time in raising 11 children from before they were born to adulthood that we ever had to take one to a doctor. That's the difference. And that one broken femur we didn't know how to deal with. So I'm a believer. I believe. And because I've experienced it. You can experience it too. But you have to believe. Other reasons, is it the emotion? Comfort food. Are we eating because there's an emotional response? Oh, let's eat. And, I think maybe we can't really even get rid of that instantly. Maybe that's something that we work on over time. But one of the things we can do instantly is change the nature of that comfort food. So if the comfort food is, some kind of a high sugar, high fatty thing, move it to something a little bit more found in nature. From Doritos to maybe homemade popcorn, something, you can move it in the right direction. And eventually, when our bodies become in balance, those cravings will go away. That is something, Neil earlier explained soil balance and calcium-magnesium ratios and some of those things. That is true also in our bodies. As the soil responds in much the same way as our microbiome does. So we can live, and it takes time. We have chemical overloads in our bodies, in our soils, and the only thing that can get us over that are those exact microbes. That's the only thing that can eat those, destroy those chemicals out of our bodies. It can create the right nutrients that we need, but we have to create the right living conditions for the microbes. And the right living conditions are, we're not putting in more toxic waste. We're feeding those microbes things that the microbes in the soil fed to create. Whether that's firsthand or secondhand, everything starts with the soil. And then if we go to our habits, and habits are another thing that sometimes are hard to break. You know, do we have a habit of cooking a certain way or eating out a certain amount of time or whatever the habit is in our family? And again, you know, at Hazard, I always tell my team, most of my team's pretty, you know, and I am too, we're pretty purist. And they're always saying, hey, you know, that's not, you know, that product, you know, we got to be careful with that. That might not be clean enough. And I said, well, I keep saying, no, there's also gateway stuff for the habits that are formed. Can we switch to the same ingredient in an organic form? Even if we're still using refined sugar, can we at least use organic refined sugar? Because the conventional stuff is totally, you know, in sugar, you know, they actually spray it with Roundup right before harvest to get the leaves to die, and then they burn it, which drives all the chemicals right into the stalk. Then they go in and they cut that sugar cane and press it out and refine it for conventional sugar. I mean, is even, you know, conventional cane sugar, do we really want to eat it? At least organic, it's, you know, like the sugar that we had for many, many years. It's a huge step in the right direction. So we can change even though the product's going to taste very similar at the end, you're still using sugar, we can make incremental steps to change the habits. So, I mean, you know, some of us may, you know, my parents did that. They were radical. They said, we're changing our diet today. And they actually took all their white sugar and white flour and they mixed it in a pot and fed it to the chickens. And most of them died. True story, actually. They didn't want to waste it, of course, you know. But we never had white sugar or white flour in the house since, haven't to this day, because they made that, you know, and a lot of other things. I mean, but they made that choice, you know, that change radically. We're just gonna, you know, make up our mind. But that's a very difficult thing to do. I tell you what, we ate some really crazy stuff right at first. It wasn't always that great. So, you know, look at getting back to the food, you know, whether that's a transitionary period or we're doing it right now, one step at a time, closer to the way God made it. If it's a food that God made that we've been eating, especially ones that we've been eating as a species for a long time, you know, another one is wheat. You know, wheat, it's not bad, but it's so dependent on the way it's raised. So go back to ancient grains, ancient wheats, einkorn, Khorasan, emmer. You know, if you have wheat sensitivities especially, go back to those. Ideally organic ones. Well, most of them are organic because using anhydrous and stuff doesn't really help. You can't increase yield. So, you know, look at some of those changes moving forward. You know, we've been eating these foods. Don't throw out the good, healthy foods just because, you know, some guru says, oh, wheat's bad, or almonds are bad, or whatever the thing is. Those are just the confusion factors. Food the way God made it, if we can increase our microbiome to digest that food because the food was grown in soil that had the microbiome healthy. And so, you know, I created, you know, Azure is the company that we do. We deliver food, as John mentioned, to all 50 states, all around the country, moving it from the farms that grow the best of the best to people who care about what they do. Make those incremental steps. Azure is there to support that. We'll be happy to, you know, we would love to to talk with you and you to become a part of that family. We are clear at the far end of tent B, down there pretty much the rest of the conference, and we would love to talk with you. And I love healthy food from healthy soil to absolutely create the healthiest families, because that's what creates a healthy society. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few technological issues, so we're going to work on that here in a minute. Probably have to swap out a computer. But before that, we've got a real treat for you. Let me see here. If we don't have a plan, we make it up. All right. So we have our very own Food Independence Summit dance group. I have 22 people backstage. Now, I'm not sure if they want to dance or if they want superb lids and jars. What do you think? They're there for the jars. So so you're going to have to put up with the routine, right? You know, if it gets too bad, you'll just have to look down, right? Say what? No chance we're going to look away. Okay, you're going to look up at them. I'm pointing left. Yep. But anybody that's willing to get up in front of 1,500 people and make a fool of themselves is worth something, right? So they're going to do superb hourglass, jars and lids, anything less than a pickup load. We'll see what my CFO says about that when I get back. He said, John, you did what? You're going to pay for it? I'm going to pay for it. What part of the budget do you want me to put it in? Okay, so we have 3 groups all in one. We have the St. Andrews Highland Dancers from Dayton. That's Susanna, Caspian, and Michelle. Then we have swing dancers. Kari and Amanda. And then we have line dancers. Ever do that? And the piece we're going to do this to is you can't make no money on the farm. So last time we're going to play it because we have people here that will tell you how to make money on the farm. But we'll do it one more time. And for that, we've got Leanna, Summer, Tara, Tina, Sally, Char, Angela, Mary, Katrina, Carrie, Eric, Beverly, Katie, Bailey, Rebecca, Ashley, Rachel, and James. Please make them welcome.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, he wouldn't have made cows out of. If God wanted us to.
A few minutes to get up here and get organized. All right, they're ready. Take it away.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, he wouldn't have made cows out of meat.
We bought a farm 3 years ago to change our lives around. We got ourselves a tractor so we could plow the ground. We got some pigs and chickens and none of them are tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester cause he thinks he's big and lean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be fazed. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Okay. We're going to have to get wired up here a little bit. So, Caleb.
Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you in it. Lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger, and it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own, and the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. Oh, you're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes, how it ends for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone, but the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms.
Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Where whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warming hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow or slopping the sow. What a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow or slopping the sow. What a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow or slopping the sow. What a life we've come to now. Milking the cow, slopping the sow. What a life we've come to now.
What if we could start all over? Go to a place where skies are blue, somewhere we can breathe again. What can we do? What should we do? We'll leave the world far behind us, sing a new song in the night, somewhere we can live again. What if we could start over? What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could? We'll find a place to watch the sunrise, make a home where crickets sing, somewhere we can breathe again. It won't be long till the morning. What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could?
Okay, we have unfortunately have a slight technical difficulty with our big screen for reasons that I don't want to deal with right now. We have a very important opportunity. We have all the way from Austin, Texas, Del Big Tree. How many of you know Del? All right. All right. I was out to see him about, I think, 3 weeks ago. You saw the episode. That was a great opportunity for me personally. First time I was on live television. You know, and actually, this is payback for him. He promised that he would talk to me before we go on set. And I wanted to
That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone
He said hi backstage. He didn't give me any questions ahead of time. But hey, so unfortunately our video screen is not working, but give a big Ohio welcome to Del Big Tree.
Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Eat what I've grown with my own two hands. Trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a falling back. But I can take my little bit back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back.
How many people
Getting back
have
to
watched
the
the
land.
highlights of Curiosity? And how many people have seen the film Vax?
Gonna change my ways,
Okay.
get back to the land. Gonna change
So,
my ways, get back
I want to talk about, when people ask me, how did you get involved in this, or where does your story start? The investigation of vaccines. I always try to figure out, where I should start that story. On one hand, I think the most important place to start is how I was raised. Because I think the most important thing that we do in this world actually is how we raise our children. Yeah. And I want to explain that I don't ever win many parties when my friends sit around talking about how terrific how they were ignored. I have got to admit I had parents that were massive dedicated were focused on doing their job applying all their consciousness to it. My mother and father were total hippies in the 1960s. They would tell us stories of how they marched in Chicago and those Chicago 7 moment, and they almost got clubbed to death by police officers. So I grew up with a conversation about freedom in America, about what you do and how you stand for that freedom. And ironically, that freedom, most of my life meant that we were Democrats,
I went down
liberal,
to the
progressives.
grocery store to buy
That
some
has
peas and
changed for me in the
carrots.
last
But when I
years.
saw the prices there,
But,
well, my
yeah,
mind
well,
could hardly bear it. I was told
I'll
we
just
must
say
accept
now,
all this
I still would
inflation
call
stuff
myself
that's
politically maroon.
spewing. Seems they're trying to drive us
there
all
are
right
things I
to
like
the
about what's
brink
happening
of
right now and things I really
ruin.
don't like. And I guess that's just how it goes in, a system like we
Produce
have.
looked okay, I
Especially
guess.
when we
Don't
get
know
two
what
choices.
farm
I'd
it's
love to see
made
that
on,
expand,
who
because
planted
obviously
it,
I
how
was
it
involved
grew,
in
what
being,
chemicals
the
they
communications
sprayed
director
on.
for
Well, it
Robert Kennedy
really
Jr.
got me thinking I should
Yeah,
grow
which was an
this
amazing
on my
experience.
own. Plot maybe
But
not a lot,
back
but
to
it's right
my
there at
parents,
my home.
my
From
mother and
seed
father
to spoon,
told
gonna
me
grow my
as
food
soon as,
myself.
I could
I'd rather pick it
understand,
from the ground
what
than
life
pick it
was
from
about.
a grocery
They would
shelf.
say to me,
Gonna
Dell,
work
we're raising you
soil.
differently
My
than
toil will
most
pay
of
off
us being
soon.
raised.
I'll eat what I've
And I
grown
ended up,
from
I was
what
the
I've
oldest of
sown.
three.
Seed
My
to
sister
spoon.
is 3.5 years younger than me, and then my brother's another 3.5 years younger than her.
Well, the corn is
And
looking
what they
great.
said
We've
to
got
us is,
zucchini and
you are creating
potatoes.
an image like
I can't
God.
wait to taste a burger
You
topped
have been
with our
given
tomatoes.
such
Most everything
power
we need
to
can be
able to
grown
change
in
the
our
world that you put your
backyard.
mind to.
It might take a little
wherever you
elbow
focus,
grease, but it's really
whether you
not
focus
that
on
hard.
negative energy or
From
positive
seed
energy, that
to
focus will define
gonna
who
grow
you
my
are
food
and how you
myself.
see
I'd rather
the
pick
world,
it
my father
from the
would say to
ground than
me
pick it from a
that,
grocery shelf.
you know, it's
Gonna
not
work
just
the
that
soil. My
you
toil
see
will
what
pay
you
off
see.
soon. I'll eat what
You
I've
actually
grown
see
from
what
what
you
I've
believe.
sown. See
And how you hold your mindset will determine the world that you're going to live in. Simply put, you create your own reality. And so what they said to me is the world is going to tell you that you're weak, that you are powerless, that there are many authorities that should be above you. We're going to teach you something differently. The only authority in your life is God. And your only way you're going to navigate
I've
this
been
world is
working
through
in the
your own
city, but my
intuition,
day's
your own
done. Gonna
relationship
hit
with
the
God.
road like a
There is
man
no
on the
leader,
run.
there is
Head
no
to the place
teacher,
that
there
I
is
truly
no one that is
love.
ever going to get
Grass on the ground and trees
you and
above.
God.
That job in the city might pay the bills, but the rat
And I
race
want to
does
say,
still
when you
gives me
raise your
chills.
kids
A
that
country
way,
life is the one for
it's
me.
not easy,
Getting back
because
to
if
the
you're
land
raising
with
your
my
kids to
family.
question
Don't
authority,
get me wrong, I'm a
obviously there's
thankful
only one
man, but
authority
at
around,
times I
and
just
that's
don't
the parents that are in the
understand
home.
why men want to
So
live
they
in
made
the
their job
sardine
difficult for themselves only to try and create the most dynamic individuals they could. But constantly I was told, you are here to make the world a better
Well,
place.
I'm heading back home,
And
my
then
favorite
around
drive. Got the
fourth
wind
grade,
in my
this
hair
story I'd
and I
like to
feel
tell
alive.
where,
I'm off to the
we
place
lived
that
about
we love to
6
share.
or 7
Wife
blocks
and
from
the
the
kids
school that we were
waiting
going
there.
to.
We're
My sister was in
simplifying that part
kindergarten,
of the
I was
plan,
in
teaching our
third or
kids
fourth
how to
grade.
love the land.
And
The
we
world
walked
might say
school
we've lost our
back
minds.
where you could
We'll
walk
just
7
leave
blocks
the
without your
world
parents.
behind.
Your
Don't
parents
get
would be
me
arrested.
wrong, we have our
Those
days.
And so my sister and I would
But
walk
we
to
love this
school,
life.
and then we would come home for
And
lunch
we're
often because my mom was
here
not going to have us
to
eating lunches, all of that, terrible chemicalized, ultra-processed foods. We were only eating organic food my whole life. We were only drinking, mineral water, bottled water. That was just where my mom and dad, we never ever had a non-stick pan in our house. I mean, I don't even know how my mom understood this stuff. She was just like, we are not, no aluminum in the house, no aluminum in your deodorant. She was really kind of on top of it. But one day we went walking while we were school, and I came back from lunch, and my mom said to me, what happened to the country I can feel my head. And that day I had worn a t-shirt that I made in art class about 4 or 5 days earlier. We had done some routine dyeing class, which is where you put wax on a shirt, dip it in dye, and take the wax off. I managed through the process to spell the name of my gymnastics, the Flyers. I was really proud of it. It was really hard to do it. I was the only one that attempted to write something on a shirt in this process. So I wore it to school, and I came back to lunch, and I wasn't wearing it. My mom said, "That's the t-shirt that you're wearing." And I said, "Oh, Craig said it looked stupid. He lives right next door to school, so I just borrowed one of his t-shirts." I didn't see a public school or any school for that matter until I got to high school. For 7 years, she pulled me immediately out of school. My sister out of school, and she sat us down and she said, "I am never going to raise children that care what anyone else thinks."
Oh, I can.
Yeah, and I really want to give her
can't
credit
I?
for
Yes,
that.
I can.
And so from that
I
moment
can,
on, we
can't I?
homeschooled.
Yes, I
And what was
can.
instilled in us
Super
was
lids
belief in
really
ourselves
seal, and that blue
and
ring
understanding
makes me
how to
feel
sit
like
down
I
and
can
get quiet
can.
and
Yes, I
try to
can.
listen to
I can.
God's plan for us,
Canning
and
used
also
to be
to
a
see
ball,
all the
then it
things that were
wasn't
happening
fun
in
at
our
all.
lives as
But
miracles.
we're back on the track
And so as I
once
told my
again.
stories and
And now
this
there's
video had
nothing
been
I
working,
can
but we'll
top
get past
when
it.
I
Okay.
hear those lids go.
Um,
I can.
I feel like
Yes,
my life is a
can,
series
I
of
can,
really, really incredible miracles.
I can.
A homeschool kid who never went to college, and I ended up being communications director for Robert Kennedy Jr., now the head of the most powerful health department in the world.
Yes, I can. I can. Is there any better feeling?
And it's funny
than to hear a
because,
giant
as soon
ceiling
as
over
Bobby
food
asked
that
me
you
to be his director of
grew
communications,
yourself?
I called my
I'm so
mom.
glad we've
I
left
was really
behind
proud of
days
the
when
fact,
lids
and
were hard to
I said, "I'm gonna
find,
be
'cause now
communications
Superb
director for Robert
turns
Kennedy
them
Jr."
out by the
She's like, "Oh my God, does he really never went to college?" I said, "No, I didn't lead with that actually, Mom. I think I'll just lead my life took me on an incredible journey. So I wasn't vaccinated as a child. My mother's story on that was her father was Native American. I took her name Big Tree. And so they were very poor, Native American, left the reservation and married a Russian immigrant. And what she said was, we had no money, and so the local doctor would test every new drug and vaccine and everything on us. She's like, I think we got free health care for that. So I ended up being a human pincushion, and I was sick all the time, to the point where she says anytime I was sick, I would never tell my mom, because she's going to take me to Dr. Grover, and he's going to poison me. And so by the time she was going to have her own child, she said she even walked in to get me vaccinated. And walked into the office, and the mother right in front of her, the doctor was screaming at the mom, how could you have waited so long? This baby could have died. You should have been here for your vaccines, and just being really awful. And my mom said that was this light bulb moment, like, no. I'm not doing that with my children. And so I, wasn't vaccinated, and my mom moved on. And I want to say this, which is interesting, and I'm sure there's people in this audience that have never vaccinated, and if you grow up that way, it's not like it's like a mission. It's just the way we were raised. My life was fine. I was healthy. I didn't really think a lot about it. The only moments that ever even mattered was I remember times when my mom would take me to a new high school, or if I was, when I was finally joining high school. And I remember that day the principal said, well, your son isn't vaccinated. He can't come to the school. We were in Boulder, Colorado. And she said, well, actually, you have a personal belief exemption in Colorado, and we're going to exercise that right. And yeah, great. She was on it, too. But the principal said, but I still have, I don't want to put my other students at risk. And so my mother said, well, all your kids are vaccinated, correct? He's like, yeah. And she's like, so if it works, what risk is my child to this school? And I remember, the principal being stumped. He said, okay. And so I went in. So it was amazing that I ended up, deciding I wanted to work in Hollywood. My father was a minister. He wanted me to be a minister. And I was like, Dad, I want to do something bigger. And he's had a pretty big church, but I want to be in arts. I want to make film. And so I went to Hollywood. And what was wild about it is really the first opportunity I ever got, and it took a very long time, I ended up getting to be a field producer on the Dr. Phil show. And then ultimately, Dr. Phil created the Doctor's television show. And I became one of the lead producers on the Doctor's television show. And my mom called me again, and she said, Del, what are you doing working on a medical talk show? You have never been doing doctor in your life. I said, yeah, I know. It's really wild. I mean, I feel like I'm on mission. I feel like there's a reason that I'm here. The story that I'm doing is actually challenging the medical system. I'm coming from my perspective, so every time a drug is being recalled, I'm telling that story and what happened and how many lies and all the internal emails that we now know that Merck was lying or Pfizer was lying, and my shows were very popular. In fact, one of the biggest shows I did was right at the time in 2015, Monsanto, many of you know who that is, has this product called Roundup. You might have heard of it. The World Health Organization in 2015 ruled that Roundup, specifically glyphosate, the chemical that is at the heart of that product, is probably carcinogenic to human beings. This was after a 2-week symposium that brought in every scientist that wanted to discuss it. All of the leads in farm and ag, and Monsanto made all of their own statements and brought all of their science. And after all of that, the WHO said it's probably carcinogenic to human beings. To be clear, that's the second highest cancer rating there is. The only step up from that is does cause cancer, which is where cigarettes and asbestos sit, and then you have glyphosate. And so I ended up calling Monsanto. I'd never seen anyone from Monsanto on television, but this was one of those gifts of working on this show that I felt like somehow God had put me here because we were a pharma-sponsored show, a big ag-sponsored show, and I thought, well, maybe, just maybe, they'll think they'd be safe here. And so I reached out to Monsanto and I said, hey, you've got this product that's now being said to be probably carcinogenic to human beings. Is there any chance you'd want to send someone to represent you and defend this product on the doctor's television show on CBS? And they said, absolutely, we would love to do that. We're going to send Donna Farmer, our head of toxicology. I said, great. And so we set it up. And I ended up calling a GMO activist named Jeffrey Smith, who had written many books about Monsanto, and said, hey, I'm here on the doctor's television show. I've got the head of toxicology coming in to defend Roundup and this new rating of probably carcinogenic to human beings. Would you like to debate her? And he said, I mean, he was like across the country. It was like, this was like hours away. He's like, I will drop everything. I'm supposed to be at a conference. I can't believe you got Donna Farmer. So anyway, we did that show. It was incredibly explosive. And the whole time, my executive producers, this was amazing about it, they had no idea what I was up to. I would be challenging a drug company, like, whatever, this is a weird story, Del. And so we're sitting in this Monsanto debate, and Jeffrey Smith is speaking, and it's an audience, it's a television audience, and the audience, it was like a Jerry Springer episode. They're screaming at Monsanto, and they're cheering every time Jeffrey Smith makes a good point. I'm sitting backstage with the headsets on, and the producer's like, Del, what is this? This is amazing. They were just, because obviously it's going to get ratings, it's super exciting. She had no idea what the story was actually about. But just to show how, that miracle of life, years later, probably 5 or 6 years later, I have my own show now, The High Wire, and I had on Brett Wisner, who is the lead attorney, who also worked with Robert Kennedy Jr. in the case of Dwayne Johnson, who is the gardener that was covered in lesions and cancer and got a, I think $250 million payout from Monsanto. It's the first of many cases that are now proving that glyphosate causes non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. But I was speaking to Brent, and I said, it's an amazing case you got going. I said, I actually covered this topic back, in 2015 when the WHO ruled it was probably carcinogenic, and I had it on the doctor's television show, and I had Donna Farmer and Jeffrey Smith. I said, whoa. He said, stop. You're the one that produced the show with Jeffrey Smith and Donna Farmer? I was like, yeah. He said, Del, that is our #1 piece of evidence that we use in our trials against Monsanto. He said, we were able to lay out, because we got discovery, all the things Donna Farmer was saying in her emails about how she knows this thing causes her. And then once they've seen those emails, we play your video from the show where she says you could drink it, it's so healthy. And he said the jury every time, it's over, it's done, it's mic drop, it's over. So you never know the things that you're doing. You can see maybe they affect the people you're in front of right there, or maybe it goes on to do something further down the road. And that's how I've approached my whole life. Are we going to sit through my whole PowerPoint now? I feel like I've used up half my time.
Well, I'll do this for you. You're back on at 2 o'clock.
Let me
this
just,
afternoon,
well, you guys in for a ride? Let's go for a ride. So hopefully this works. Thank you, guys. So let's get into it. But if I'm not going to start the story with my mom, the story actually goes back on this conversation about vaccines, I think right about to here. So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them male and female. He created them. This is the story that I told you that I grew up with, and many of you have. And if you happen to be one of those people that are allergic to religion, I understand, then just think of this as one of the oldest fables that's ever existed and ask yourself how it got it so right. But as the story goes, Adam and Eve are created. They're given everything you could imagine you need in the world. Food and animals, dominion over animals, and beautiful, clean running water and birds and sky and air and rain. And God only has one rule, really. Do not eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, lest you shall surely die. I don't know whose that is. And I remember asking my dad, I don't understand this story. Aren't you teaching me to know good and evil? I thought that was the whole point of life. And he said, well, it's a little more complex than that. This is a bigger understanding of really never become so arrogant. You'll understand this more when you get older, he said, but don't become so arrogant that you think you know good and evil at the level that God does. God can count every hair on your head, knows everything that's happening in the world, and is a part of this beautiful dance, both good and evil. But if you think that you understand that or interject yourself there, if mankind gets to that point, we would surely die. I was like, oh, whatever, Dad. I think I ran off to play some baseball. But as this story goes, God leaves Adam and Eve. He leaves them in Eden for some time, and eventually he comes back. And as he enters Eden, he sees that Adam and Eve are now wearing masks. And they're covered with some fig leaves. And he says, who told you you were naked? Who told you you weren't perfect? Who told you you couldn't breathe the air that I created? That your body was too weak to live on this earth? Who told you that your children needed 72 vaccines injected into them to be able to live on this earth? Who told you you needed to block the sun to stop global warming? The medical establishment, pharma, big ag, big food, greed. Well, I think this story actually really matters now because we now find ourselves in that threshold, and I believe many of the things that are happening on this earth will determine within the next few years, honestly, whether our species survives this experience or not. And it's not nature that is attacking us. It is our arrogance, and especially the arrogance of our leaders. Let me start with what I believe is now the biggest religion in the world, which is this. The medical establishment is the biggest religion in the world. It is not science. I'd have no problem with science. This is a religion. And in this new religion, they actually have original sin, believe it or not. You see, your child, when it is born in your body into a hospital, is born with disease. And it is dangerous to itself, and it is dangerous to everyone around it. And that's why it has to be injected with a sexually transmitted disease on its first day of life. Let that sink in. I really want to have you let that sink in for a second. I get calls all the time from hospitals with parents saying they want to inject a hepatitis B vaccine into our day one old baby that looks beautiful, that's breathing its first gasps of breath, and they want to inject it with a sexually transmitted disease, and it doesn't make any sense because we're not positive. My wife was tested, as every mother in America is. They know my wife doesn't have hepatitis B, and now they're calling Child Protective Services if I don't let my child get this vaccine. This is happening all across America. So let's just talk about that vaccine for a second because it's the beginning of one of the most insane things that's happening on this planet. And for anyone that's asking questions like, I don't know if I can trust Robert Kennedy Jr. or not, this is why he's here. Anyone can do this. You can just type in on your computer FDA licensed vaccines, and every vaccine that your children or you are supposed to take will pop up. And then you just select which one you want. There's a whole list there. I picked Recombavax HB. There's 2 hepatitis B vaccines that are available. One's made by GlaxoSmithKline, Merck, and Sanofi Aventis, I think it is. So in this case, you just click on it says package insert. You can see it there in purple. You can do this with every vaccine, and I want you to do it. I don't want you to take my word for it. I'm a journalist. Let me be really clear right now. I have no medical degree whatsoever. Everything I'm going to tell you is just based on the longest and most thorough investigation anyone has ever done into one product and one statement. For over 8 years, I read and had a group of scientists and lawyers read every trial that's ever been done on vaccines anywhere in the world, and all I wanted to know is how do they determine that they're safe? I don't even care. You hear safe and effective. I don't care about effective. I want to know how they're safe because as I was traveling the country with my film Vaxxed, all I saw were audiences this big standing up when I would say, how many of you have a child that's injured by vaccines? All across this country. It's an ocean, and it's an issue. And many people don't even realize that the asthma their child has, or the ADHD that their child has, or the eczema is actually a vaccine injury, and you got lucky that that's all that you're dealing with at the moment. So Recombavax HB, if you go into the package insert, on every package insert at 6.2, see it lists, part 1 and 2, it has ingredients, which you should look at, and all of it. But I want to point out how they determined that this product is safe. Again, this is the FDA's own writing. I didn't write this. Look at this second paragraph. In 3 clinical studies, 434 doses of Recombavax HB were administered to 147 healthy infants and children up to 10 years old. Let's just stop right there. Let's just stop right there because there are lots of vaccinated versus unvaxxed studies that have been done on homeschool groups, one by a guy named Mawson out of Mississippi. 50 people are part of that study, and mainstream medicine will say that group's too small to determine that there's an issue. 600 kids isn't enough to determine whether something's safe or not. But here you are with a vaccine that's going to be given to a day-one-old baby, and you only gave it to 147 children between the ages of infant to 10 years old. Now, also, the country is the one doing the study, not the FDA. They do it themselves. So let's just be reasonable. Let me ask you this. If you're just using common sense, and this is your company, and you have to do a trial of 147 children, how many would you guess were actually a day old compared to how many do you think were more closer to 10 years old, just so that you make sure that your study really rocks it out, right? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I'm just going to assume they're going to cheat this like any company would. Probably had one kid at the age of 1 day old. And how long were they monitored for? 5 days. 5 days and no placebo group. So this is the argument that we've been making, and it's why Robert Kennedy Jr. has made it this far. There's not a single childhood vaccine that has ever been tested against a placebo group. And, I'll say to reporters, I'll show them this. And you know what they'll say to me? They'll say, well, Del, I'm not a scientist. I don't know if, is 5 days long enough? 147 children to determine that this product is safe for a day-one-old baby? And by the way, it doesn't matter if that baby is, a preemie at 4.5 pounds or a 12-pound little porker. They're giving it the same vaccine. And when you talk to nurses in the ICU, they actually bring in a crash cart every time they have to give one of these to a preemie baby because they know as soon as they give it, that baby is going to seize up and be on the verge of death. They know it. They plan for it. And yet these doctors cannot stop themselves from doing it. It's a ritual. It's an insane ritual. It has nothing to do with science. And just to give you some perspective, Viagra, Grandpa's Viagra had a 10-year safety trial. Most drugs we take 6, 7 years against a placebo group. And you know how it works. One group gets the drug, the other group gets a sugar pill, or if it's an injectable, one group gets the injected vaccine, and the other group should be getting a section. And then we track their health outcomes for multiple years and see who has more cancer, who has more autism, who has more diabetes, who has more ADHD. Never, ever, ever has been done on our vaccine program. And I won't even get into how toxic this vaccine is other than aluminum is not your friend. There's never been a study of aluminum being injected into a body. And they'll say, you'll hear this, right? Oh, you eat more aluminum than is injected in a vaccine. Actually, it's not true. There's only one study that's been done on the safety of aluminum, and it's a rat study. They fed aluminum to rats and tried to see when it would become so toxic they died. And based on their weight, they determined that an infant should never receive more than 25 micrograms of aluminum in an oral dose, never more than that in one day. So I just want to, again, I don't think you have to be a doctor. I just want to just be reasonable with you. Do you think that when you eat a toxic metal like aluminum, and it is an open system and can pass through you, that it's more toxic than taking the same amount and injecting it in your bloodstream where it will stay, or less toxic? Probably injecting it is going to be far more toxic. We could all agree, right? I could eat peanut butter, but injecting peanut butter in my bloodstream, probably not the world's greatest idea. So you'd be really worried, wouldn't you, if you found out that this vaccine is actually injecting that near lethal dose of 25 micrograms into your child that they determined could kill rats? Well, don't worry. This vaccine doesn't have 25 micrograms, the maximum oral dose. It doesn't have 50 micrograms. It doesn't have 100 micrograms. It doesn't have 200 micrograms. It has 250 micrograms of aluminum, 10 times the lethal oral dose injected into your day one old baby. That is how crazy this thing is, with no safety study. And by the way, if you go down to, let me see if I have it, here you go. In the post-marketing, since they weren't able to determine what could go wrong in 5 days, now remember, if a child died at day 7, they'll say to you, we don't have a study that shows that hepatitis B kills children. Because in our whole 5 days, no one died inside of 5 days. And even if they did, because there's no placebo group to compare it to, they'll say, oh, it was probably just a weak child. But in the post-marketing, meaning when they started seeing how it's affecting children, this is just one section. You have hundreds of side effects, but I like the nervous system disorders. Guillain-Barré syndrome, that's paralysis. Multiple sclerosis, exacerbation of multiple sclerosis. Myelitis, including transverse myelitis, also paralysis. These all would have been considered polio back in the day, by the way. So when everyone says, what about polio? What about paralysis? Your very first vaccine causes that. Goes on, febrile seizures, peripheral neuropathy, radiculopathy, Bell's palsy, herpes zoster, and at the end there, my favorite, encephalitis. I had a mother come up to me last year and she said, Del, vaccines didn't cause my child's autism. Vaccine caused my child's encephalitis. Their brain swelled. I listened to my baby screaming like it was dying for 3 days straight without breathing. Their brain swelled in their head. I was told it was normal. Right before the vaccine, they were saying, I love you, Mommy, I love you, Daddy, and running around my house. And that was the last time I ever heard them speak. And now they're 20 years old and living in diapers and spinning and having repetitive motion disorders in the corner of the room. I assure you, vaccines can cause autism because vaccines do swell the brains of your children. And if you swell the brain, the resulting symptom could be autism. The resulting symptom, if it's a light brain swell, could be ADD, ADHD. The resulting symptom could be Tourette's. And the list goes on and on. All right. And I love this stat. U.S. has the highest first-day infant mortality of the industrialized world. So we are the only ones brilliant enough to give a sexually transmitted disease that, by the way, I looked it up just the other day. 0.5% of births in America every year are to mothers that are hepatitis B positive. We know that because every mother's tested, meaning 99.5% of your children are being injected with a product that only causes harm and has absolutely zero benefit to your baby. Pertussis. This commercial we sued on, the Big Bad Wolf commercial, maybe you know it. Grandparents get called by their children who are just giving birth. Mom, Dad, you have to go get a Tdap vaccine because you might catch whooping cough, pertussis, and you could come over and put our baby at risk. Therefore, you have to go out and get this vaccine. It's happening to grandparents all across the country, especially with this commercial, which is grandma picks up the baby and then turns into the big bad wolf because she didn't get her Tdap vaccine. There's only one problem. This vaccine actually only does one thing. It doesn't protect you from whooping cough. It only protects you from the symptoms. You all really got to understand this during COVID. The COVID vaccine ultimately did not stop transmission. Supposedly, it took away your symptoms, and so you didn't, have the disease outcome. And so our argument in court was this. We know through baboon studies that this vaccine doesn't stop transmission. You're telling grandparents they should get it so to protect the baby. But all it's doing is taking away the symptom. The only thing it's doing is taking away the alarm system that they have naturally to let them know they're sick, which is a cough. So you've erased that. So instead, they have pertussis. In fact, in the studies, after getting this vaccine, you develop more pertussis bacteria in your lungs and throat than had you never gotten the vaccine. It actually makes you more infectious. But you don't know that, and you're coming over to visit the baby, and then who really is the big bad wolf? The person that's been vaccinated, or would you rather your parents not touch this vaccine and have them call you and say, you know what? We kind of got a scratchy throat going on over here. Probably shouldn't visit the baby right now. We'll call you when we're feeling better. The way nature intended it. You'll never see this advertisement again because we won. But I want to tell you what kind of government you live in and live for at the moment. This is a Boston University study. The headline, "The resurgence of whooping cough may owe to the vaccine's inability to prevent disease," as I just told you. This says, this disease is back because we didn't really understand how our immune defenses against whooping cough worked and did not understand how the vaccines needed to work to prevent it, said Christopher J. Gill, Associate Professor of Global Health and lead author of the article. Instead of science, we layered assumptions upon assumptions and now find ourselves in the uncomfortable position of admitting that we may have made some crucial errors. This is definitely not where we thought we'd be in 2017. This vaccine is causing outbreaks because every kid that gets it is spreading it. And when you're told the reason you need to vaccinate is to protect that immune-suppressed child that can't vaccinate, again, would you rather have a school filled with kids that are walking around with pertussis and don't know it around your boy in the bubble or your cancer patient or your infant? Or would you rather have kids that know they're sick and are kept home during that time? This vaccine is a disaster. But even worse, this is out of Oxford. The 112-year odyssey of pertussis and pertussis vaccines, mistakes made and implications for the future. Because of linked epitope suppression, all children who were primed by DTaP vaccines will be more susceptible to pertussis throughout their lifetimes. And there's no easy way to decrease this increased lifetime susceptibility. Since 2017, they have known that this vaccine is not stopping transmission. Even worse, they know the second they give this to your child, they have primed your child to be sick with pertussis over and over and over again the rest of their lives, unlike the unvaccinated child that is only going to catch this one time and have lifelong immunity. They have wrecked our immunity. In fact, I would argue and I could give you a million tons of evidence like this, that the vaccine program did not eradicate disease. What it eradicated was our natural herd immunity. By the way, hepatitis B does not stop transmission, and neither does the polio vaccine, believe it or not. But I'm not going to get into all of that. I started a nonprofit to fight this, to bring lawsuits. We've probably spent now nearly $30 million suing the government of the United States, and then suing legislators, and we were able to bring back the religious exemption to Mississippi so that you could get your kids in school. I started the High Wire because no one in media would talk about the lawsuits that were winning against the government, proving that they were lying to us. So I thought I'll start my own show so that we can make sure people know what's happening. And as I said, we've won against the FDA, NIH, CDC, HHS, and these legal wins are a huge part of what we have used as the fuel for Robert Kennedy Jr. to get someone into government that can fix this mess. And like I said, in all of this you can find on our website at thehighwire.com. This shows you every vaccine that has ever been given to your child, and what you will find is none of them were ever tested against a saline placebo. They're either tested against last year's model of the vaccine or a different vaccine or all of the junk in the vaccine except the virus itself, a bunch of games, and none of them has lasted longer than 6 months. No placebo, short-term studies, mostly days and weeks. And to be honest, I wouldn't be here talking about this. I mean, why would you even sit here and listen to me if we had the healthiest children in the world? You wouldn't be sitting here if we even had the healthiest generation of children we'd ever seen. And you wouldn't be asking why the Amish and Mennonites that aren't vaccinating in this community, why their kids look so stunningly healthy compared to the chronic illnesses, disease that is ravaging our nation. Because this is the reality. In 2018, we were getting 11 vaccines. In 1986, we were getting 11 vaccines. And then we took away liability. The government gave protection to the manufacturers so you could never sue them, and then suddenly it exploded to 54 vaccines. And remember, these vaccines, Tdap is 3 diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis. So ultimately, that means 72 actual vaccines injected into your children. And my understanding is with the new vaccine program in some states, this is getting as high as 90 and 92 vaccines by the time you're 18. So for anyone out there that is saying, hey, I got vaccinated and I'm just doing with my children what we did. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're giving 10 times the amount of vaccines to your children now than you ever received. And in that same moment, in 1986, the chronic illness rate in our children, which is either autoimmune disease or neurological disorders, was 12.8%. That is now skyrocketed to 54%. More than half of our children are permanently sick for the rest of their lives. That is the greatest decline in human health that has ever been recorded. Ever. In fact, we're the only mammal on the planet that is experiencing this. Our species at the moment, and specifically in this region called the United States of America, we are devolving. We have stopped our evolutional process. We are now sick. Our immune systems not only don't protect us, our immune systems have decided that our own body, organs, myelin sheaths, cells are the enemy, and they are attacking our own cells. Something has gone so far off the rails, it is mind-blowing. And people will say to me, Del, come on, how do you know it's vaccines? How do you know it's not the fluoride that's in our water? Or how do you know it's not the herbicides, the glyphosate sprayed over all of our crops, 90% of them, I don't mean to exaggerate. How do you know it's not the hormones and the antibiotics that's being injected into our meat? How do you know it's not the PFAS chemicals that were in our nonstick pans or the aluminum or the plastics and the bisphenols? And I always say, I don't know that it's not those things, but I want to point something out that it's going to be one of those things, including vaccines, and probably is a combination of all of them. But whatever ends up that we discover is the cause of this chronic disease epidemic, the fault will be laid at the foot of the health departments of the United States of America that said that every single one of those products was safe. Full stop. But the hunch that I have, and why I think vaccines are probably the greatest contributor, is because of the fluoride and the herbicides and the hormones There's only one of those products that is actually designed to alter your immune system for life. That's what it does. If you ask someone on the street, any one of you, what does a vaccine do? You'll at least get to the point of saying, well, I mean, I think they give me a little bit of a killed virus or a reduced powered virus, and it tricks my immune system into thinking I've had a disease, and then I develop immunity. Well, we're not just tricking that immune system one time on the first day of life, or 7 or 8 more times 2 months later, or 10 more times 24 months later, or 50 times, or 60 times, 72 times we're tricking the immune systems of our children. And we're shocked, can't figure out why our immune systems are now attacking our own bodies. It shouldn't take a rocket scientist. It's definitely going to take more than a pediatrician to figure this out. All right. I want to show you how this game is played and what Robert Kennedy Jr. is actually up against inside of government. The Institute of Medicine are your Nobel laureates. These are the best scientists and doctors in the world that didn't make it into government. And every once in a while, our government asks them to do a study for them. In this case, they said, will you look into the diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis vaccines? Right now, it's DTaP. It's shifted a little bit. If you get it as an adult, it's called a Tdap. All the same. Will you look at every vaccine that had diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis in it and find out if these issues, we have 22 common side effects. Remember, they're only doing 5-day safety trials, 2-week safety trials, so they don't know what diseases it might be causing. So all they have is the VAERS system and all the doctors and capture systems saying, hey, I keep getting people that are saying their child has autism ever since they got this DTaP vaccine. And so they keep registering it. And so what they say to the Institute of Medicine is there's 22 conditions that a lot of people are complaining about. And what they ended up determining is that out of those 22, 6 of them, the line's breaking it up, 6 of them they could find that science had been done. 6 of these, definitely there's literature that supports that injury could be caused by the vaccine. 4 of them, their science has shown that the vaccine doesn't cause that issue. But here's what I want to point out. Out of 22, 12 of the serious side effects, no science could be found anywhere on the planet. Don't have it. And what were those conditions? Meningitis, neurological damage, learning disabilities, attention deficit disorder, juvenile diabetes, Guillain-Barré syndrome, peripheral neuropathy, the radiculopathy, all of it goes on. Horrific, life-changing issues, and they couldn't find any investigation into it, whatever. So they're happening, but no one's looking into it. And in this study, the Institute of Medicine says, kind of rebukes the CDC. If research capacity and accomplishment in this field are not improved, future reviews of vaccine safety will be similarly handicapped. Meaning, we can't tell you the truth because no one is doing the proper science. Get on it. Start looking at this stuff. Start funding the science. That's what the NIH is there for. So let's cut to, they do it again in 2011. Now they're looking at varicella, tetanus, hepatitis B, and MMR. Now there's 155 commonly reported side effects. Of them, I can't even read these numbers now, it's like 18, yes, it causes, 5, no, it doesn't. But 134 out of 155, 0 studies have been done in the world looking at any of these issues. And again, look at this list. Encephalitis, encephalopathy, infantile spasm, SIDS is on here, seizures, transverse myelitis, the list goes on and on and on. You see, when someone says, my child had seizures right after the vaccination, by not studying it at all, Sanjay Gupta can say to you, well, we've looked at the science and there's no studies that show us that the vaccine causes that. There's plenty of complaints, millions of them, but we are deciding to never study it so we can tell you no study exists that corroborates that. Why does this matter? Because of stories like this. When I toured with Vaxxed, after every single screening, people come up and tell their stories. This is a story of a very healthy young boy who was a motorcycle racer who got the Gardasil vaccine. I hope this plays. Let's see if this works.
Colton was a 13-year-old healthy, strong boy. He loved anything that has to do with an adrenaline rush. Motocross was his passion.
Should I keep?
We went to the doctor's office and the doctor says, hey, he's the age that you should get the HPV vaccine.
Yeah. I was standing watching my co-producer interview Colton in that moment. And as I was watching that box on the side of his body, filling his lungs to the tube in his throat, giving him enough breath so that he could say a line, and we edited it so the line would come out, and then he'd have to wait for his lungs to be filled with air again. I thought of all the people that have said, Del, what you're doing is dangerous. Do you want to bring back the iron lung? And I was standing there saying, this kid's wearing an iron lung. That's what that is. That hasn't gone away. Now it's a vaccine injury for these children that are getting transverse myelitis or Guillain-Barré syndrome, paralysis. Colton, unfortunately, ended up taking his life because he didn't want to be a burden to his mom, and he felt like everything that he had dreamt was taken away from him. And if that was an anomaly, I wouldn't be here. I have thousands of these stories. We've been lied to. I believe the greatest lie ever told is this vaccine program. Not one of these vaccines has ever been proven to be safe. Most of them have such serious side effects, but they won't study them. And my time is up, so here's what we've decided I'm going to do so that you can all get some lunch. I was going to do a talk about land and some things like that. I'll probably combine it. But there's more I want to tell you about this. But in case this is too much and you don't want to come back and hear about what Robert Kennedy Jr. and how we got him there, which is what I'll get into, and the issue of autism, which is the biggest conversation there is. All I want to tell you is this, that there are studies that have actually been done all across the world that compare vaccinated to unvaccinated people. Small studies, they all show the exact same thing. I even challenged a medical establishment, one that you would know, and they did the study, and now they refuse to publish it. the head of the study said to me, I'll publish whatever I see, I follow the science. And now that they're not publishing, I said, what's going on? They said, look, Del, I didn't really believe you, and I did not live this whole career that I've had only to end the vaccine program, and that's what will happen if people see this study. I'm telling you what Robert Kennedy Jr. is attempting to do right now is that study, the simplest study known to man. All we have ever wanted is to compare vaccinated children to completely unvaccinated children. We are the home of Microsoft. We are the home of Apple. We now have Grok and ChatGPT and so many other technologies that could very easily be put in a large database that contains both vaccinated and unvaccinated and say, select them out and just ask really obvious questions. Who has more autism? Who has more childhood leukemia? Who has more ADD, ADHD? Who has more asthma? Who has more lupus? Who has more depression? And let the chips fall where they may. We had a meeting, Bobby and I, at the NIH when Trump was first president in 2017. We brought all these questions to Tony Fauci, who sat right across from me. Francis Collins was sitting across from Bobby. And they said, we will never do that study, even though they have the database to do it. I think they're lying. I want to leave you with this, because you're reasonable people. We know how human beings work, and we know the motivations of greed and power. And I will tell you one thing they know for sure, is that I will not be standing on this stage, and you would not be listening to me. And the greatest fear they ever had, Robert Kennedy Jr. would not be HHS secretary if they could simply compare vaccinated children to unvaccinated children and show that the vaccinated are healthier. They have less cancer. As it turns out, they have less autism. They have less asthma. It'd be over. It'd be the biggest headline in the world. Every news agency would jump up and down. They would be finally rid of all the anti-vaxxers and the vaccine hesitant. It's over. It's done. Do you really think they haven't attempted that very simple study? You really believe that they haven't done the one study that would shut us up forever? I assure you, they have. And people will say to me, Del, stop challenging the CDC to do a study. You can't control them. They'll manipulate it. They'll cheat. I'm like, I have to believe they've been trying to cheat that study for 20 years. This data is that bad. It is that bad. The vaccinated are so much more incredibly sick than the unvaccinated that they cannot manipulate that study in any way. They cannot find one group of vaccinated to show that another group of unvaccinated, that one was sicker, that the unvaccinated were sicker. They can't do it. That's what you're up against. So if you're sitting there going and listening to your television that Robert Kennedy Jr. is anti-science, oh my God, he's going to get us all killed. Robert Kennedy Jr. is our last hope to save this species. And I'll talk more about that at 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to have a schedule change. And I apologize for the technical difficulty. It's honestly never happened before. So we have the speaker that was going to be doing a workshop at 1 o'clock is sick. So I just spoke to Del and I said, you have from 1 to 3 if you want to take it. So for those of you that want to come back, he'll have the stage here from 1 to 3. Okay, just a couple of announcements if you'll bear with me. The line is forming. If you paid for your meal, we have a home-cooked meal courtesy of Byler's Barbecue. And if you'll pause for a second, I'd like to bless it. Heavenly Father, we pause before you as a group, very grateful that we still have the freedoms, that we can be here to learn about the great creation that you have created. We have the blessing now of partaking of home-cooked food. We ask for your blessing on it to our nourishment and health, and we ask for your protection on this event for the remainder of our time. In Jesus' name, amen. See you here at 1.
getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger, and it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own, and the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've been before. You trust in him. Oh, you're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone, but the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms.
Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Where whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warm in hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. milking the cow, slopping the sow. What a life we've come to now.
What if we could start all over? Go to a place where skies are blue, somewhere we can breathe again. What can we do? What should we do? We'll leave the world far behind us, sing a new song in the night, somewhere we can live again. What if we could start over? What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could? We'll find a place to watch the sunrise, make a home where crickets sing, somewhere we can breathe again. It won't be long till the morning. What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could?
I was raised in the country, not a city around, with the sky at night where the stars abound. Everywhere you look were the sights and sounds of men who tilled the ground. I look around the world today, seems the love of the land is gone away. Men flock to the cities now to earn their pay. There's got to be a better way, 'cause this big city living is taking its toll. I wanna get out now to free my soul, lead a simple life once more, with nature outside my door. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, and trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece went down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots. But when I saw the prices there, well, my mind could hardly bear it. I was told we must accept all this inflation stuff they're spewing. Seems they're trying to drive us all right to the brink of ruin. The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot, maybe not a lot, but it's right there at my home. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Well, the corn is looking great. We've got zucchini and potatoes. I can't wait to taste a burger topped with our tomatoes. Most everything we need can be grown in our backyards. It might take a little elbow grease, but it's really not that hard. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Been working in the city, but my day's done. Gonna hit the road like a man on the run. Head to the place that I truly love. Grass on the ground and trees above. That job in the city might pay the bills, but the rat race there still gives me chills. A country life is the one for me. Getting back to the land with my family. Don't get me wrong, I'm a thankful man, but at times I just don't understand why men want to live in a sardine can. Got the wind in my hair and I feel alive. I'm off to the place that we love to share. My wife and my kids are waiting there. We're simplifying that part of the plan, teaching our kids how to love the land. The world might say we've lost our minds, but we'll just leave the world behind. Don't get me wrong, we have our days, but we love this life, and we're here to stay. I'm heading home to the homestead, where my heart and soul get fed. Heading
can't I? Yes, I can. I can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can. Canning used to be a ball, then it wasn't fun at all. But we're back on the track once again. And now there's nothing that can top when I hear those lids go. I can, yes I can, I can. Oh, I can't I? Yes I can. I can't I? Yes I can. Super lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes I can, I can. Is there any better feeling than to hear a jar lid sealing over food that you grew yourself? I'm so glad we've left behind days when lids were hard to find, 'cause now Superb turns them out by the shelf. Oh, I can't I? Yes I can. I can't I? Yes I can. Super lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes I can. Oh, I know I really can. I can. Yes I can. I can.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, He wouldn't have made cows out of meat.
We bought a farm 3 years ago to change our lives around. We got ourselves a tractor so we could plow the ground. We got some pigs and chickens and none of them were tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester 'cause he thinks he's big and mean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be fazed. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. 'Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Put that pig down and get in here for supper.
See the stone fill the sky. I hear a tree we safely abide. Thunder rolls through the night. The house is filled with bright, flashing light. But under your wings, we safely abide. Sleep, little children. There's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all I fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger. And And it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own. And the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. Oh, you're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand. He's the one who knows how the story goes, how it ends for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone. But the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms.
Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Where whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warming hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now.
if we could? We'll find a place to watch the sunrise, make a home where crickets sing, somewhere we can breathe again. It won't be long till the morning. What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could?
I was raised in the country, not a city around, with the sky at night where the stars abound. Everywhere you look were the sights and sounds of men who tilled the ground. I look around the world today, seems the love of the land has gone away. Men flock to the cities now to earn their pay. There's got to be a better way, 'cause this big city living is taking its toll. I wanna get out now to free my soul, lead a simple life once more, with nature outside my door. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, and trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. I went down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots. But when I saw the prices there, well, my mind could hardly bear it. I was told we must accept all this inflation stuff they're spewing. It seems they're trying to drive us all right to the brink of ruin. The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot, maybe not a lot, but it's right there at my home. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Well, the corn is looking great. We've got zucchini and potatoes. I can't wait to taste a burger topped with our tomatoes. Most everything we need can be grown in our backyards. It might take a little elbow grease, but it's really not that hard. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf.
Test. Okay, Dell is going to be back up here in just a moment, but I've got a couple of announcements. We have a black Dodge Durango that is parked in front of one of the exhibits. Let me just get the license number. It's an Ohio license, JWY 8785. Does anybody in here have a black Dodge Durango or a white Honda Civic? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about having it towed. Well, we have a tractor. We just pick it up. Joel Salatin, are you within earshot? Joel Salatin? Probably not. Okay. All right. You just plug it right here. And then I think you're pretty much where you were at.
Yeah, but I'm going to take that one out and start
Okay.
a new one. So I don't know. I don't mess with their computers.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is my
can't I? Yes, I can. I can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can. Canning used to be a ball, then it wasn't fun at all. But we're back on the track once again. And now there's nothing that can top when I hear those lids go. I can, yes I can, I can. Oh, I can, can't I? Yes I can. I can, can't I? Yes I can. Super lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can, yes I can, I can. Is there any better feeling than to hear a jar lid sealing over food that you grew yourself? I'm so glad we've left.
Check. Hey, everybody. Some of you must be gluttons for punishment. I would recommend, if you cannot see this screen, you're going to want to sort of move your way this way, because if you thought what I was showing you before was shocking, in this talk, I'm going to show you humanity doing things you cannot believe, and we've got it on camera. I'm sorry about that. How many people still look back at the whole COVID pandemic just befuddled, like, what happened there? Just raise your hand. And I'll be honest, I've studied it more than anyone, and it's really shocking. But I'm going to lay on you at least the parts of that thing that I can prove. So let's just finish up where I left off, because I think it's important. You got to understand how I came to this in this journey. I made the documentary Vaxxed, which was all about a whistleblower inside of the CDC. I was working at CBS on the daytime talk show, The Doctors. I won an Emmy Award on that show. Thank you. It was a great honor, and by the way, it's a great show to work on. It had this really, it had what I would call a Santa Claus feature. For those of you, just as people are just warming up here, working on the Doctor's television show, you have to imagine that it gave me this ability that, people would write into the show with every kind of injury or sickness or disease that no one could figure out, or were being told nothing would work. And so I would then, you'd find these stories online that they're writing into the show, and then I would search the world for, is there a scientist or a doctor or a new technology that could cure this or heal this or help this person? And sometimes I would find someone like Germany that has got $1 million surgery that is absolutely 100% curing this, but the person writing in lives in a trailer park, and there's no way in the world they're ever going to be able to afford it. In fact, presidents might not be able to afford it. But because it was the most popular medical talk show in the world, all I'd have to do is call this surgeon and say, hey, it's Del Bigtree from the Doctor's Television Show. I'm a producer. I've seen this incredible, groundbreaking surgery that you're doing, and I have someone that is suffering extremely with this issue. Is there any chance you would perform that surgery on them, change their lives, all on television, and I'll make the work that you're doing famous? I don't think I ever got turned down. Every single time, absolutely, no problem. Usually they'd say, I'll even cover the cost of the hospital and the anesthesia. And so we would be able to take someone that had no chance at all, introduce them to somebody that had just absolutely figured out how to work miracles, change their life, and then do a show and walk them out on stage, and they're cured and they're healed after you've seen all they've been through. And then, of course, tears, and it's emotional and it's powerful. It was such a good time working on that show. Unfortunately, I stumbled onto the issue of vaccines. And just very quickly to explain what that was like, because for those of you that saw the section before, I wasn't vaccinated. And my mom's asking, why are you working on a medical talk show? And as I said, I got all these great opportunities to sort of challenge the system, but I really hadn't thought about vaccines. And I was doing a particularly complicated show with this doctor. It was very controversial, and it was going to get the American Academy of Pediatrics in a lot of trouble. And the doctor said to me while we're working on it, you probably shouldn't have me on your show because I'm considered a quack online. I was like, oh, what do you mean? And they're like, well, I'm one of these doctors that believes that vaccines cause autism, and so I get ridiculed for it a lot. And I said, well, I don't care. This story doesn't have anything to do with autism. He's like, I know, I just don't want to undermine the credibility. He's like, I'll worry about that. I want you to do this story. And he's like, okay. And then he said to me, would you ever cover this story of vaccines and autism? And I said, you know, we're pretty settled here at the doctors that vaccines don't cause autism. And, you know, it'd be really hard for me to touch it. But look, if that's your space and you're working that all the time, then if there's some big sea change or something changes on that conversation, certainly let me know. And so a year later, he called me and said, Del, remember when you said, if anything in the vaccine autism conversation changed, I should let you know? I said, yeah. He said, well, there's a whistleblower inside of the CDC named Dr. William Thompson that is going to come forward in 2 weeks and state that they've been committing scientific fraud on the vaccine safety studies, specifically the studies looking at the MMR vaccine and autism. I said, well, if that's true, that would be maybe the biggest medical story in my lifetime. And so I went to my executive producers and I said to them, you know, I got the jump on this story. There's a whistleblower in the CDC. And I told them the whole story, and they ended up like laughing. They were like, are you crazy, Del? We are not going to do a show about the fact that the CDC is somehow committing fraud. The CDC is good friends of ours. We get to go behind the scenes whenever there's a flu outbreak, and they let us see everything they're going to do. Also, we're not going to do a story that's against Merck that makes the MMR vaccine. I mean, that's one of our sponsors, so forget it. And so I realized that I should just let it go. And then I said to my associate producer, just watch this story. Let's see what happens. And sure enough, 2 weeks later, these interviews start popping up online of this whistleblower at the CDC saying things like, it's just audio, saying, I can't believe we did what we did. Every time I see a child with autism, I feel guilty. We hid statistically significant information from the world. And it was eating at me. It was eating at me that I couldn't go near this story. And when the story broke and it was out online, no one covered it. No one was covering it. I was like, how is no one covering this? I mean, you have to understand, as a news story, this is a news story any way you tell it. You could say CDC needs to do a better job at HR. They got crazy people inside of there saying that they're committing scientific fraud. Or you could do the real story, is there scientific fraud happening at the CDC? No matter how you would tell this story, it's going to sell newspapers, so why is nobody covering it? And then I saw on CNN's iReport, this was this self-reporting news thing that they put up for a couple of years. Somebody posted this recording of Dr. William Thompson saying, I can't believe we did what we did. Every time I see a child with autism, I feel guilty. And within an hour, CNN took it down. And it was in that moment I thought, oh my God, it's not just my medical talk show that's being produced by the pharmaceutical industry. It's all of television and all of news. No one is going near this story. This story is not going to get told. And I'll be honest with you, as brave as I may seem, I decided, oh well, I'm just going to let that go. And then about 2 weeks later, and this is where I want to talk a little bit about miracles and how I think we're all here for a reason and we're being guided by God right now as we sit in these chairs and as we commune with each other. I get a call from my executive producers that should come over to the stage right now. We're at Paramount Studios in the middle of Hollywood. come over to the stage. You have a show that's going to air tomorrow. It's a pre-taped show. Your show goes live tomorrow, one of the ones that you made last week, and you're missing a segment in your show, so we're going to put this interview we're doing right now in your show, so run over here, which means I have to, there's time codes, like the minutes. I'm going to, do a paper edit, what's called, so I can just rush to cut this thing down, stick it in a show, so it's ready to go live the next day. And I run over to the stage, and I sit down backstage, and I got 10 monitors, and the stage is right out there. I have no idea what the story is. And out on the stage walks a guy named Senator Richard Pan in California. Senator Richard Pan is the senator that created the law SB 277, which was the giant war that erupted in California that was going to force vaccinate every single child in California in order to go to any school. Private, public, didn't matter. This was his brainstorm. Now, I want you to imagine I'm sitting there and I'm watching him talk about this great new law that's going to, he believes he can sweep the country and the world with it. This is how we force vaccinate all those kids that aren't being vaccinated. And I was sitting there, and for me, it was like, it was the end of the world as I knew it. It was the end of the way that I was raised. It was the end of the way that many of the Amish live. It was the end of all how chiropractors are raising their children. And it was the end of the future for my little baby that had just been born and wasn't vaccinated. And I was sitting there thinking, the one thing I cannot do is have this show roll on a television and tell this story and have my name attached to it in any way. And so I was sitting there thinking the whole time, I don't even know if I stopped taking notes. I was just thinking, how am I going to get out of this going into my show? I might have to out myself. I might have to admit to them I've never been vaccinated. I've never been to a doctor. I don't believe any of you people or what you're into here. Sorry. And so instead, I ran over to the executive producer's offices and I said, hey, that thing was 15, 20 minutes long. I got a 2-minute spot. You don't want to. And they said, yeah, you're right. We'll get something else in your show. Forget about it. And I walked out. It's like, okay, good. It's not on my conscience. But then, as it turns out, it was. It started eating away at me that our show was promoting the forced vaccination of all children on the earth. We kept talking about SB 277. And then there was this whistleblower story that was out there, but I couldn't touch it. And so at a certain point, it really became, it got to a point where I was sitting in my office and I felt like I was suffocating. And I just kept thinking, there's something wrong here. Why would I have all of these talents? Why would these stories be exactly the type of story that I think I can tell better than anyone? And I'm in the only place I can't tell it. And so I sat down on my couch in my office at Paramount Studios and I prayed. And I let God know I'm so thankful for this job. I waited tables for 20 years trying to get my career going. I finally have a career. I've won an Emmy Award. I have a house. I have a family. But God, I feel like I am the filmmaker that can stop laws like SB 277 through media. And I feel like this whistleblower story is so important. If it's true, I want to be the one investigating it. I want to find this Dr. William Thompson guy. And I'm in the one job and career where I can't go near any of these things. I am asking for a sign. Amen. 30 seconds later, my phone rings in my office. And I pick it up and I say, hello. And it's a publicist that does a lot of natural health stories. And she says, hi, Del, it's Donna. I said, hi, Donna. And she said, do you know who Dr. Andrew Wakefield is? Yeah, I mean, like the biggest guy in the middle of this whole vaccine issue that everyone accuses of causing the anti-vaccine movement, the guy out of England that said that he believes vaccines are causing autism. She said, would you like to meet him? I was like, wow. Yeah, definitely. I said, I'm supposed to meet that guy. And she said, well, he's going to be at a meeting in the Hollywood Hills that we're having in 3 days. but I really have to know that you're going to be there because we're going to kick some people out to make room. It's a very small event. And I said, Donna, if you knew when you called me, you would know that I would skip a family wedding right now to meet this guy. I'll be there. And so my wife did a little investigation. We didn't know a lot about him. I just knew he was at the center of this anti-vaccine thing and been accused of fraud and all of these things around the autism vaccine story. And so my wife looked up and found out what his wife looked like. And so we went to this party 3 days later, and we're in this backyard, and she immediately finds his wife, Carmel, and she waves me over, and so I go over and say hi to Carmel. And then I said, hey, Carmel, I'm a producer at the CBS talk show, The Doctors. I'd really like a chance to talk to Andy. And so she waves Andy over, and I end up talking to him for like 30 minutes. Like, I'm fascinated. First of all, I don't know if he's a fraud or not. I've always said, if I get to meet this guy, I'll know. I interview people for a living. And so I start talking to him. And if any of you have ever met him, it takes maybe 60 seconds, if you're really numb, 2 minutes, to realize that this is probably the most talented, eloquent, brilliant scientist you have ever met. And that whatever they've said about you cannot possibly be true. And so he's talking about vaccines and his journey, and you've got to stop this law, SB 277. And eventually there's a crowd around us that are getting really pissed off because I'm taking all of his time. Apparently he's got a fan base. I didn't know that. And then someone walks up and says, hey, Andy, you got to do your pitch. He's like, sorry, Del, I got to do my pitch. I was like, all right, pitch? I don't know what he's talking about. What does he mean? And he goes over and steps up on a little box in his backyard, and everyone gathers around, and he says, SB 277 must be stopped. If California falls, it'll be the beginning of a wave, and if we lose control of our bodies, if they start forcibly injecting our children and taking away our right to opt out, it will be so devastating for so many kids. I am telling you, vaccines injure children. They injure adults. This is a problem. And he said, and so the reason I'm here and why I'm talking to you is for the last year and a half, I have been making a documentary about a whistleblower inside the CDC named Dr. William Thompson. You ever see those movies where like the clouds kind of part? And there's like that one person standing in the crowd and like the sunbeam comes down on him? I mean, it felt like that. I was like, oh my God, wow. And then I thought, you know those people that come up to you and they're like, oh, I went to a tarot card reader. Did I unplug everything? No. I went to a tarot card reader and I heard that we were supposed to work together. I dreamt about someone like you and we're supposed to work together. Or I was praying, or whatever the story, and you're just like, cray, cray. I just thought, don't be that guy. This is a scientist. He has no idea where you've come from. Just stick to the facts. And so he got done. I said, Andy, where's this film at? Where are you at? He's like, we're almost done. We need sound, and we need a distribution company. I went and I said, great. And so I went off the next day. I went to the only distribution company I'd ever worked with that made really controversial documentaries. I said, would you ever do a documentary about vaccines made by like the most, dangerous guy in the space, Dr. Andrew Wakefield? And they said, are you producing it? I said, yeah. They said, we'll look at it. I said, okay, great. I'll call you back. And I only knew one musician that actually did sound scores for films. This guy that my wife had picked up hitchhiking in Topanga Canyon a year earlier. The only human my wife has ever picked up in her life, by the way. She just said, I had a feeling. So I called Francesco, who did all these beautiful soundscapes for the Terrence Malick films, like Thin Red Line and things like that. And I said, Francesco, would you ever consider doing a soundtrack for a documentary about vaccines? And he said, you mean those things that are killing all of our children? I'll call you back. So I called Andy and I said, look, I think I can help you out, but I need to see the film. And he said, why don't you fly down to my house this weekend and take a look at it? And I flew down, and so within 7 days of a prayer in my office, I'm in Austin, Texas, in Andrew Wakefield's basement. I woke up in the morning and I'm sitting watching his 2-hour documentary about the whistleblower and the story that I think could change the world. And he puts 10,000 documents on the floor next to me and says, this is the evidence of all the fraud that the CDC committed. So I'm spending hours like watching the documentary, looking at all of the evidence. And I realized in watching it, in its current state, though Andy thinks this film is finished, maybe 10 people will be able to get through it. It's too scientific, there's so much going on here. And I just had this overwhelming feeling. My mom saying, what are you doing working on a medical talk show? I realized I was being trained for this moment right now. And I thought, not only am I qualified to make this movie everything that it can be, I actually think the fact that I'm not vaccinated, that I work on the only show that has ever made science and medicine into entertainment for 6 years, I think I'm actually the single most qualified human being on the planet, which means for this I must have been born. And I have never since that moment thought anything other than we are all being guided in a divine plan that is so much bigger than all of us. Of course, Vaxxed got kicked out of Tribeca Film Festival and swept the world and ended up changing this conversation as I thought it would and igniting a medical freedom movement around the world and catapulting me into this space. So, to get where I left off, we were traveling the country and talking about autism specifically. And in those Institute of Medicine hearings that I told you about, the one in 2011, the Institute of Medicine was asked, will you look at specifically autism, whether autism is caused by any form of the diphtheria, tetanus, or pertussis vaccine? This is the 2011, it's a huge thing that looked at all those vaccines I talked about, but it specifically looked at this one. And just so you know, in 1986, when we took liability away from the manufacturers, in a law, basically the pharmaceutical industry blackmailed Ronald Reagan. They said, we're going to stop making all vaccines unless you protect us from liability. He didn't like the idea, but he went along with it. And so when that happened, one of the major complaints was the DTaP vaccine. In that case, it was DTP vaccine. It was the #1 vaccine that parents were saying caused autism, which was interesting because as I was traveling the country with Vaxxed, Vaxxed was about how the MMR vaccine in a fraudulent study at the CDC appeared to be causing autism. But everywhere I was interviewing people with our film, they'd say, we never even got to the MMR vaccine. Our child ran into autism after the DTP vaccine or the DTaP vaccine. And so they knew this. The CDC knew this all the way back in 1986. They asked that the CDC investigate it from the very beginning. And so by 2011, they said, has that investigation been done anywhere in the world? And the Institute of Medicine ends up saying at the end of this investigation, the evidence is inadequate to accept or reject a causal relationship between diphtheria toxoid, tetanus toxoid, or acellular pertussis containing vaccines and autism. Why? Because as I told you earlier, not a single study can be found in the world that looked at, does DTaP cause? Actually, let me correct that up here. There's one study they found, the Geyer and Geyer study, that found a relationship, and it says this one study, Geyer was not considered in the weight of epidemiologic evidence because it provided data from a passive surveillance system and lacked an unvaccinated comparison population. Here's the irony. The reason they don't accept this study is it didn't have a placebo group, which they never use themselves. So when it works for them, they say that's why we discounted. So of all the studies they looked for, they found one, and it showed a relationship to autism, and they said we don't accept it. Therefore, we cannot say whether a vaccine does or does not cause autism, specifically this one. Also, just for a little inside information, there's been a lot of news right now that David Geyer of the Geyer and Geyer was a father-son team. Robert Kennedy Jr. just brought him on to help do the vax versus unvax study. But here's what's amazing. When you go to your pediatrician and you ask your pediatrician, I mean, I got this little VSD sheet that says, there might be some fussiness or some swelling in the arm. That's like what they're warning me about. But if you say, but what about serious side effects? It doesn't say it on the sheet. They say, just go to the website at the bottom of that page. And when you go to that website, this is what comes up on the CDC's website. And the very first thing it says at the top, vaccines do not cause autism. You didn't ask if vaccines cause autism. You just asked, are there side effects? This is how sensitive they are to this specific issue. They go out of their way to say, before we get started, just one thing you should know, vaccines don't cause autism. Okay? So you have to imagine, of all of those injuries that we've talked about, what is the one they must have studied the most? Autism, right? Stands to reason. But look what they cite as the evidence that all vaccines do not cause autism. The 2011 Institute of Medicine report, that only looked at one vaccine, DTP, and declared, we can't find any science either way, can't say whether it does or does not cause autism. This is literally all the science they're relying upon to make a pluralized, all vaccines do not cause autism. They never expected anyone to read that report. So, in all of the beautiful miracles that have happened, I ended up teaming up with Aaron Siri, who may go down probably as one of the greatest constitutional attorneys of all times. He is the one that has won all the lawsuits against the government for us. He is speaking in front of the government all the time now in hearings all over COVID. I got a call from a mom in Detroit who said, I'm in a divorce case with my ex-husband, and he's trying to get more custody of my daughter. We didn't vaccinate her, and as a tool to pressure me, he is saying that we have to vaccinate my daughter now. And they're bringing in this guy, Dr. Stanley Plotkin, as a witness on his side. I'm like, Stanley Plotkin? He's like, yeah, Sheikh, do you know who he is? I was like, do I know who he is? Stanley Plotkin is the godfather of the entire vaccine program. There is no one bigger in the world. None of these guys will ever get on a stage with us and debate us in front of you. They will never put their science against our science because they've been getting away with saying what we're saying is misinformation, but they have it right. I called Aaron Siri and I said, you're not going to believe this, but there's a divorce case, and Stanley Plotkin, by the way, the Bible on vaccines is called Plotkin's Vaccines. And it has three co-authors, Walter Ornstein, Paul Offit, and Catherine Edwards. These are all the biggest people there are, and he says, call them and see if I can depose Stanley Plotkin. And he did. And if you haven't gone and seen the deposition, it's a 9-hour deposition. We've cut it down into the most salient pieces. But if you saw A Few Good Men, where the guy's sitting on the stand and he finally just screams, you can't handle the truth! This is that story on vaccines. And so we had him on the stand, and Aaron Siri asked him exactly about this study of the DTP vaccine that is being used to say all vaccines don't cause autism. Now, just a show of hands, how many people have heard anyone in the news or any experts say that autism is the one thing we've studied? There's a mountain of evidence proving that vaccines don't cause autism. Just raise your hand if you've heard that statement anywhere. Mountains of evidence. Okay, well, this is the guy who would have that mountain, and this is what he said under the oath.
Available evidence with regard to whether Tdap or DTaP can cause autism, and their conclusion was the evidence doesn't exist to show whether
Is not some uneducated pediatrician that just went through med school. This is the guy that wrote your vaccine program. He is on the board of every vaccine maker in the world. When these ACIP meetings happened for the first time, you all heard Bobby Kennedy just fired all of the advisory committee on immunization practices. When those meetings start, the gavel that starts that meeting is called the Plotkin gavel. When this guy tells you, I am telling people that vaccines don't cause autism as a pediatrician, but I have no science as a scientist to back that up, you should take him for his word. But I'm not going to stop there. My wife always says to me, Dale, you got to know when you've won an argument. You just keep going on and on and on. I'm going to do that a little bit here because Catherine Edwards, let's see if she pops up here, is the other author on Plotkin's vaccines. And we had her on the stand in an autism trial of a child. They were claiming that the pediatrician should not have given the amount of vaccines at the time to this child. And she was sent in as the witness to prove that vaccines are safe and there's no way they could cause autism. So again, second biggest person in vaccines in the world shows up into a, in this case it was during COVID, so she's on a Zoom call from her home, but her entire purpose that she is prepared for is to prove to the courts, no way can vaccines cause autism. I have the proof. Let's see how this goes.
According to your profile, you have done most of the pivotal trials relied upon to license
looking at each other.
First of all, people say, do you believe vaccines cause autism? This one interview right here does it. It's all I need. Because what they said is true. All of the money since 2000, not a dollar has been spent by our government looking at vaccines and autism. It's been looking at genetics. Is it genetic? It was just going to happen. Genetics don't happen in one afternoon. You don't suddenly all regress into the same issue within hours of each other. But when I think about this story, I just can't imagine as each child is disappearing from you. Can you imagine the horror and the prayers they must have been saying before that last child? Please, no, not all three of them. And there's millions of people around the world that have had this story and have been gaslit by our government, by our regulatory agencies, by everyone in media, and frankly, every doctor that injected this vaccine into them. They're said to be crazy, and they're told if you keep complaining about it, we'll call a therapist. Maybe your children are at risk. Maybe we should call CPS because you obviously are not dealing with the obvious, which is this is genetic and this is just the way it is. I can't imagine a greater torture, I really can't, than having your child destroyed and then have everyone in the world look at you like you're nuts when you try to talk about it. No one there for you. No one will listen to your story. But luckily, people like Robert Kennedy Jr. and so many others and me decided we're going to do something about it. And by 2019, we were making so much headway that this became the headline around the world. WHO says anti-vaxxers are a global health threat. I've never been more proud in my life. We made it into the top 10 global health threats, anti-vaxxers. And in December of 2019, now I'm going to take you on a journey. Are you ready to understand what was really going on during COVID? Okay. In 2019, December, they decide they're going to do something about this, and they host the Global Vaccine Summit with the WHO in Geneva, Switzerland. They bring in scientists from all over the world to discuss one topic: how do we stop vaccine hesitancy? This is now a global health threat. It's bigger than our issue with polio. They are growing in leaps and bounds, and they must be stopped. And so they hosted this event. They didn't know there was cameras rolling, or at least they forgot that this was a public venture. And I did a whole show, and you can watch it at thehighwire.com, on all the amazing things they said behind closed doors. But one of my favorite things was 3 days before this event, the head scientist for the WHO put out a PSA to the world on how vaccines are so safe, and even when there's a brand new one, we have this amazing post-marketing system that catches any problem there might be. Unfortunately, 3 days later, she was inside of this meeting and forgot cameras were rolling. But let's go ahead and let me let her do the talking.
Vaccines are very safe. If someone gets sick after vaccination, it is usually either a coincidence, an error in administering the vaccine, or very rarely a problem with the vaccine itself. That's why we have vaccine safety systems. Robust vaccine safety systems allow health workers and experts to react immediately to any problems that may arise. They can examine the problem rigorously and scientifically, look at the data, and then promptly address the problem. WHO works closely with countries to make sure that vaccines can do what they do best: prevent disease without risks. New vaccines against malaria, meningitis, and encephalitis in Asia and Africa are now being thoroughly monitored with support from WHO. Vaccines are one of the safest tools we have to prevent disease and ensure a healthy future for all children. I think we cannot overemphasize the fact that we really don't have very good safety monitoring systems in many countries, and this adds to the miscommunication and the misapprehensions, because we're not able to give clear-cut answers when people ask questions about the deaths that have occurred due to particular vaccine, and this always gets blown up in the media. One should be able to give a very factual account of what exactly has happened and what the cause of deaths are. But in most cases, there's some obfuscation at that level, and therefore there's less and less trust then in the system. Putting in place the mechanisms, whether they're cohort studies or whether they're sentinel surveillance sites, to be able to monitor what's going on and report back, and then for corrective action to be taken, because unexpected things could arise after introduction, and one always has to be prepared. As we've seen, in the history of many drugs, you've learned about adverse events only after the drug's been licensed and introduced into the population. So I think that risk is always there, and the population needs to understand that, feel confident that mechanisms are being put in place to study some of those things.
Is that the most unbelievable thing you've ever seen? I mean, she literally made a PSA saying, we have robust safety monitoring systems around the world, so that when we introduce a vaccine, we're able to determine right away if there's an issue. And then 3 days later, to all of her scientific friends who, if she had it wrong, would interrupt her, saying, we really need to work to put in some monitoring systems. I mean, not even saying our monitoring systems are bad, saying we don't have any at all, and we should put some in because it's making it impossible for us to deal with people that are complaining about deaths and injuries from vaccines. You know, the media called me out on this. This was pulled down. It's one of the most censored videos we ever put out. The headline was that I lied, saying that she lied. They said that I hadn't proven that she lied. By the way, I don't even say anything to this. I just show the one video and then say 3 days later, I think it posted, head scientists at WHO caught lying. And they said, even though they reached out to her and they refused, WHO refused to respond on this issue. And it is clear she appears to be saying very different things. Dell had no idea what her intention was. And therefore, if he didn't know that her intention was to lie, he can't say that she's lying. I asked Aaron about that. He said, technically, they're right. I guess in court, you have to prove that you know you're lying. And maybe 3 days apart, the difference between having robust monitoring systems and then saying maybe someday we should start putting in some monitoring systems isn't a lie, but it's incredible. To understand how bad this problem was, this is what the head psychologist had to say at this meeting. This is how the video came out. So they have some graphs, and she's in the corner. This is Heidi Larson explaining the problem with vaccine hesitancy and how bad it's getting and where the real weakness is. Listen to what she says here.
We have a very wobbly health professional front line that is starting to question vaccines and the safety of vaccines. That's a huge problem. Because to this day, any study I've seen, and we're constantly looking on any studies in this space, still the most trusted person on any study I've seen globally is the healthcare provider. And if we lose that, we're in trouble. Some of the challenges are when the frontline professionals are starting to question, or they don't feel like they have enough confidence about the safety to stand up to it to the person asking them the questions. I mean, most medical school curriculums, even nursing curriculums, I mean, in medical school, you're lucky if you have a half day on vaccines, never mind keeping up to date with all this.
I'll let that sink in for a second. Because people will say to me, Dell, you have no medical license. You're saying you know more than my pediatrician? Well, technically, I have read every trial there is on vaccines over the last 7 years. I've caught everyone that made your program lying in lawsuits. And as the leading authority psychologist for the WHO has just stated, your pediatrician is lucky if they had a half-a-day education on vaccines. And let's be clear, room full of scientists, you don't hear some voice out there going, blasphemy! They're all like, yep, yeah, we know that's a problem. Slight problem. Everyone giving these vaccines knows absolutely nothing about it. And how could they, when literally the creators of the vaccine program cannot find a single study? What are the pediatricians that haven't been taught anything? What are they going to have to say? And then they're told, just kick them out of your office if they start asking too many questions. Because that's all we got. We got no answers. All we can do is turn into bullies and say, you're crazy. Get your crazy, sick, disease-filled kids out of my office right now. We are living in the dark ages here, folks. Science, I told you, it is not science. If I have to have faith that my pediatrician was properly trained on vaccines, how vaccines are made, what is in them, how the immune system works, how the immune system's triggered, how the immune system might be dysregulated, how there might be issues. If I have to have faith that that's happening, if I have to have faith that the people that made these vaccines did double-blind trials and made sure they were as safe as every other drug that we take, if I have to have faith that my pediatrician is doing more studies and starting to investigate this issue as more and more parents are asking them questions, if I have to have faith that the CDC and the ACIP committee made sure double-blind trials were done before they put this onto the schedule, if it takes that much faith with zero evidence, then I rest my case. This is the biggest, most disgusting, I wouldn't even call it a religion. It's a cult. It's a cult that is injecting your children with bacteria and live viruses and aluminum and formaldehyde and polysorbate 80 and the protein cells of hamsters and monkeys. And yes, aborted babies are being injected into your children as a part of this insane ritual that none of us agreed to. And we can't put our kids in school unless we go through it. It is wicked. So shockingly, after a 3-day symposium on how to stop vaccine hesitancy, how do we get people inspired to vaccinate again because they're really starting to wobble. Even our doctors are starting to question us. We got to think of something. We must think of a way to make people believe in vaccines again. 2 months later,
a SARS-like virus, which has infected hundreds in China, has now reached the United States.
The first confirmed U.S. case now in Washington state.
A second case, a woman in Chicago.
Third case.
Orange County, Arizona. Airports around the world are stepping up health screenings on passengers arriving from Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the outbreak.
Tonight, China reporting dozens of deaths.
It's killed at least 81 people in China.
More than 900 people infected worldwide.
More than 2,700 others have been infected across 13 countries.
People infected with the coronavirus can spread the disease before showing symptoms.
We don't know just how deadly this is. There could be many, many people out there infected.
But it's still a lot unknown about how it spreads.
The contagiousness of the patient is so much more evident.
This is a rapidly changing situation, both here and abroad.
I'm urging HHS to declare a public formal health emergency for the coronavirus.
Two months. All the greatest immune scientists in the world got together. We have to think of a way to inspire the world to vaccinate again. And suddenly a cold virus is deadly. It's sweeping the world. We're all going to die. And what's the solution? A vaccine. The only way, and they all said it, the only way out of this, Bill Gates, everybody, the only way out of this pandemic is everyone needs to get a vaccine, and we're going to warp speed one to you immediately. Immediately. I don't know. I can only prove it's a massive coincidence. But when you look at what happened, you'd have to ask yourself, okay, if it was real, it's a real virus, it's really sweeping this country. They got up in the Senate and the Congress and everywhere and said, we are looking so hard to figure out how to deal with this, but we really, no matter what, believe it's going to be a vaccine that saves us. Obviously, Donald Trump got into warp speed. I want to point out, by the way, because people ask, warp speed originally was supposed to be to warp speed vaccines, repurpose drugs as an investigation. Let's fund tons of different ways we can handle this. It very quickly became all about the vaccine, and that's what I'm going to prove to you now. How far would the WHO and the scientists of the world and your own government go to make this all about vaccines and getting you into a vaccine program? What Donald Trump did not realize was this little thing right here. This was the emergency use authorization. That vaccine, with all of you watching, by the way, was going to have to go through a longer trial than they'd ever seen. They weren't going to let you watch a 5-day safety trial that they did for hepatitis B because they know you'd say, this is ridiculous, I'm not taking that thing. So they set up for a 2-year safety trial,
But as they told you, the virus is here now. We got to get out of this early. And the only way we can skip out of the safety trial early while you're watching us is an emergency use authorization. And there was a rule to it. COVID-19 pandemic, under an EUA, FDA may allow the use of unapproved medical products or unapproved uses of approved medical products in an emergency to diagnose, treat, or prevent serious or life-threatening diseases, or conditions when certain statutory criteria have been met, including that there are no adequate, approved, and available alternatives. The only way they can rush this vaccine warp speed out of a safety trial is there has to be no other way to treat this anywhere in the world. Otherwise, it'd be illegal. Otherwise, they'd have to do a safety trial. If you have a product that works, they're going to have to go the full term on this safety trial. So remember that moment where Donald Trump got in front of the cameras and he said, I just heard about a drug called something like hydroxychloroquine when he kind of messed it up. And there's been studies done, and I've looked at them, and they look like they're having a really great effect on the COVID-19 virus. And so I have instructed the FDA to make this available all across the country, because I believe this may be an answer so that we can get out of this epidemic right away. And I was sitting there going, oh my God, wow, this is incredible. But then all of a sudden, like Tony Fauci, like it was almost like he had football pads on. Like comes on, he's like, get out of there. Like Trump like gets knocked back, and Fauci's like, don't listen to him. It could cause heart attacks. We don't know anything about hydroxychloroquine. There have to be long-term randomized control trials. This is dangerous. Don't go near this drug. We're all like watching it on television going, what the heck is going on here? I've never seen a president like arguing with the head of their medical department over a drug. This is what was going on. Donald Trump did not realize that if hydroxychloroquine works, this rushed vaccine story is dead. It must not work. Unfortunately, immediately, Henry Ford, one of the biggest medical institutions there is, did a study on their own population. Hydroxychloroquine lowers COVID-19 death rate, Henry Ford study finds. It's one of the best institutions in the world. Officials with Michigan Health System said the study found the drug significantly decreased the death rate of patients involved in the analysis. The study analyzed 2,541 patients hospitalized among the system's 6 hospitals between March 10th and May 22nd, and found 13% of those treated with hydroxychloroquine died, while 26% of those who did not receive the drug died. A 50% reduction in death using hydroxychloroquine. Unequivocal. 50% reduction. So just think about it for a second. Over 1 million people in America are said to have died of COVID, and had they been given hydroxychloroquine based on Ford's study, 500,000 people would still be alive right now. 500,000. How many of you know someone that died of COVID, just out of curiosity? What does it make you think that your government and your medical institutions had a drug that could have saved your loved one, but they hid it from you because they had an agenda? It would have gotten in the way of their rushed vaccine program. It's unbelievable, right? So that was a problem, and Tony Fauci had to stop it. So as soon as this study came out, a Lancet study, he ran out in front of the television and said, well, hey, check out this study. When compared with mortality in the group, hydroxychloroquine with a macrolide, and chloroquine with a macrolide were each independently associated with an increased risk of in-hospital mortality compared with the control group. Suddenly, Fauci had a study that showed, no, hydroxychloroquine is dangerous. In this study, it showed that more people died that got the hydroxychloroquine. And he touted it, and they said, see, I told you so. Lots of doctors at this point started getting nervous. This is where a lot of doctors jumped off, by the way, because they all knew hydroxychloroquine is like the safest drug there is in the world. We give this to Ethiopians with distended stomachs to protect them from malaria, and they don't die. We give this all over the world for lupus, and nobody's died. So how could this study possibly be true? And then doctors started looking at the cohorts that they used, and they were seeing 40-year-olds dying in satellites. And it was a huge study. It had satellites all over the world. They're like, but you have like 30 and 40-year-olds dying, and we're not seeing that in America. We're not even seeing that in Africa. We want to see all of your evidence. Where is the evidence for these people that you say are dying? We want to see that evidence. Peter McCullough was one of the ones that started demanding it, and doctors like him. And finally, the paper was retracted. It was pulled back. The best way to understand why is this article by Surgisphere. About Surgisphere. Governments and WHO changed COVID-19 policy based on suspect data from a tiny U.S. company. A Guardian investigation can reveal the U.S.-based company Surgisphere, whose handful of employees appear to include a science fiction writer and an adult content model that has provided data for multiple studies on COVID-19 co-authored by its chief executive, but has so far failed to adequately explain its data or its methodology. A science fiction writer and a porn star made a study that Tony Fauci used to stop hydroxychloroquine for all of your loved ones. Did you hear that on the news? Did you hear him come back out and say, my bad? No. They had to do something about it. They had to run studies that would prove what they wanted to prove. How far would they go? They ended up running 2 large studies funded by us in England. Bill Gates was in there. Let me explain something. The first guy to say hydroxychloroquine worked was Didier Raoult out of France. He started doing studies in China immediately. Why did he choose hydroxychloroquine? Because Tony Fauci and the NIH 15 years earlier during the MERS outbreak discovered that hydroxychloroquine not only stopped SARS the first time it happened in the Middle East, it could protect against it and it could cure it. It was like a cure-all. It wasn't a mystery. Tony Fauci himself knew hydroxychloroquine worked. And it's why Didier said, let me do some studies with it. And he came public and said, not only can we treat SARS-CoV-2, this respiratory condition, it's easy to treat with hydroxychloroquine. And he used 600 milligrams of, actually I think it's 6 milligrams. This might be an old slide. I believe it's 6 milligrams of hydroxychloroquine, that's right, and azithromycin. And no, it is 600. 600 milligrams of hydroxychloroquine with azithromycin. Then came this guy. Zelenko in New York reads what Didier Raoult is doing and is one of the ones that let Donald Trump know you should take a look at this. But he discovers something. If you add zinc, zinc kills the virus too, so I can lower the dosage from 600 milligrams to 400 milligrams with azithromycin and zinc. And he had nothing but elderly patients and had the best safety record in the world, protecting all of his patients in New York City. And so I would ask you, if your government cares about you, if your medical establishment is really trying to make you healthier, wouldn't you imagine you're now head of HHS or NIH or CDC? You're going to do a study on hydroxychloroquine to see if it really works. Would you call these guys, the original dudes? They're having massive success, making big, bold statements. We're curing it. Neither one of these guys ever got a call. Not one. Our government didn't care. Instead, they wanted to run studies on their own. And what did they do? Remember, 400 milligrams, 600 milligrams on the Solidarity and Recovery clinical trials. The recovery trial used 1.86 grams of hydroxychloroquine, which equals 2,400 milligrams of hydroxychloroquine in the first 24 hours of treatment of already very ill hospitalized COVID-19 patients, a potentially lethal dose. The Canadian and Norwegian trials used 2,000 milligrams of hydroxychloroquine based in the first 24 hours. Each trial gave patients a cumulative dose during the first 24 hours that, when given as a single dose, has been documented to be lethal. The drug's half-life is about a month, so the cumulative amount is important. Not only did your government deny access to a drug that could have saved your loved ones, they staged a trial and murdered people in it so that they could say this drug does not work. They murdered them. And I would argue, murdered the 500,000 Americans that should have had this drug. You ever hear the Tuskegee experiment? When black men were left with syphilis and never given penicillin, even though they knew it would have cured them so they could study them? We all just went through a Tuskegee experiment, and it killed 500,000 people. If only the story stopped there. Hydroxychloroquine is dead. All of a sudden, this doctor goes before our Senate with a new idea.
We have evidence that ivermectin is effective not only in prophylaxis, in the prevention. If you take it, you will not get sick. We just came across a trial last night from Argentina by the lead investigator of ivermectin in Argentina, Dr. Hector Carvalho. They prophylaxed 800 healthcare workers. Not one got sick. In the 400 that they didn't prophylax with ivermectin, 58% got sick. 237 of those 400 got sick. If you take it, you will not get sick. It has immense and potent antiviral activity. We know that from the first study in Monash, it has made the bench to the bedside. Prophylaxis, we now have 4 large randomized controlled trials totaling over 1,500 patients, each trial showing that as a prophylaxis agent, it is immensely effective. You will not get sick. You will be protected from getting ill if you take it. In early outpatient treatment, we have 3 randomized controlled trials and multiple observation as well as case series showing that if you take ivermectin, the need for hospitalization and death will decrease. The most profound evidence we have is in the hospitalized patients. We have 4 randomized controlled trials there, multiple observation trials, all showing the same thing. You will not die, or you will die at much, much, much lower rates. Statistically significant, large magnitude results if you take ivermectin. It is proving to be a wonder drug. It has already won the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2015 for its impacts on global health in the eradication of parasitic diseases. It is proving to be an immensely powerful antiviral and anti-inflammatory agent. It is critical for its use in this disease.
I mean, randomized controlled trials, in hospital, out of trial, all across the world, evidence 80% reduction in death using ivermectin. So this great doctor, Tess Lawrie, worked for the WHO. She actually has her own private nonprofit. She gets hired by the WHO all the time to study studies. She's an expert on the ethics of science and studies. So she'll get brought in to look at a study. Would it be ethical to give one group this and that group that? And then she decides if it's ethical. If a study's been done, she'll study the study and say whether or not the results are accurate. She's an expert on studies. She sees Pierre Kory in front of our own Senate describing this drug that's 80% effective at stopping this disease. And she's like, oh my God, this is the answer. I'm not doing anything right now. She rings up Pierre Kory and says, Pierre, I want to help you. I'm an expert at randomized controlled trials. I'm also an expert at doing meta-analysis, meaning let's get every study on ivermectin from around the world right now, put it all together. He says, great, Tess, great to meet you. Get on board. We have an amazing team. She says, you know what we should do? We should get someone from the WHO on our team so that once we finally prove this, they'll be able to broadcast it out to this epidemic immediately. He says, we're already a step ahead of you, Tess. We got Andrew Hill. Dr. Andrew Hill is at the WHO. He called me. He's tweeting out right now, this is the answer. I've seen the science. It's amazing. He's working with us, and we're working with him to write this paper right now. They all get together. They're brainstorming. They're working on the cure for this disease that's sweeping the world. They're going to be heroes. And then it comes down to the moment where they have to publish. And Dr. Andrew Hill is the lead publisher because he's the WHO guy. Let him do it. It'll get all of the power it needs. And so he sends over the transcript of what he's about to release to the public. And they read it, and they're mystified. It says a lot of what they meant. Andrew Hill, on behalf of the International Ivermectin Project team, here's my study. This meta-analysis of 18 randomized controlled trials of 2,282 patients showed a 75% improvement in survival, faster time to clinical recovery, and signs of a dose-dependent effect of viral clearance for patients given ivermectin versus controlled treatment. Boom, amazing, we're there. Except they're like, wait a minute. Andrew Hill just added a paragraph. What is this paragraph he's just put in the study? Discussion. Many studies that were included were not yet published or peer-reviewed, and meta-analysis are prone to confounding issues. Furthermore, there was a wide variation in standards of care across trials, and ivermectin dose and duration of treatment was heterogeneous. Ivermectin should be validated in larger, appropriately controlled randomized trials before the results are sufficient for review by regulatory authorities. All the things he's saying, by the way, it's not heterogeneous. That actually means ivermectin is even more impressive. It means that they didn't give it the same way every time in a very controlled way. It didn't matter how they gave this product, how much of it they gave, how often they gave it. It worked everywhere they looked. The more you gave, the better the benefits. It's the safest drug on earth. It's the only drug we know of that has no problem interacting with any other drug there is. And it's having a 75% reduction in every trial they looked at, not just some of them. But this paragraph shows up that is going to destroy this paper forever. It's going to rob the world of ivermectin. And Tess Lawrie decides, I have to call Dr. Andrew Hill. Pierre, I got to call him. He's like, I know, I don't know what's going on. This is devastating. I don't understand what happened. Just yesterday, we had him. Peter, what just happened? I want you to imagine, she's going to call Andrew Hill. She's going to have a Zoom call. Think about this moment. Tess Lawrie, sweet little scientist. If she can't get Andrew Hill to change this on this paper, millions of people are going to die needlessly. I mean, I wonder what that Zoom call was like. We've all had that business call. It's an important one. You're kind of like, okay. To do it. Luckily, we have this Zoom call, folks. I believe you're about to watch one of the most amazing things you'll ever see in humanity. Any question you've ever had about how people do what they do? She gets up the courage, and this is how the call starts.
I mean, I think I'm in a very sensitive position here. What I'm trying to do...
People are in sensitive positions. They're in hospital and ICUs dying, and they need this medicine.
Well...
This is what I don't get, you know, because you're not a clinician, you're not at the cold face, you're not seeing people dying every day. And this medicine prevents deaths by 80%. So 80% of those people who are dying today don't need to die because there's ivermectin.
There are a lot, as I said, there are a lot of different opinions about this. As I said, some people
We're looking at the data. It doesn't matter what other people say. We are the ones who are tasked with and we have the experience to look at the data and reassure everybody that this cheap and effective treatment will save lives. It's clear. You don't have to say, well, so-and-so says this and so-and-so says that. It's absolutely crystal clear. We can save lives today if we can get the government to buy ivermectin.
She's saying people are going to die, Andrew. What are we doing? You know it. You've seen this with your own eyes, an 80% reduction in death. It's like, I know, but as I've told you, there's these other people that just don't believe this. She's like, what do they matter? They're not scientists, Andrew. We are the ones. We're the only scientists in the world that have looked at all the evidence that exists. We are unanimous in what we're seeing with our own eyes. What difference does it make what these other people are saying? Really good question. What difference does it make? Listen to this guy.
Rest assured, I'm not going to let this last for a long time. I'm not saying we keep going for another
But
year.
the fact that you're saying you're not going to let it last for a long time makes you realize the impact of your work. So how long are you going to let people carry on dying unnecessarily? Up to you. What is the timeline that you've allowed for this then?
Well, what I hope is that this stalemate that we're in doesn't last very long. It lasts a matter of weeks, and I guarantee I will push for this to last for as short amount of time as possible.
So how long do you think the stalemate will go on for? How long do you think your
well, okay,
decade is going to allow the stalemate to go on for?
From my side, every single comes through, we're going to be aggressively adding it on, and I think end of Feb we'll be there. 6 weeks.
How many
That's my
people
guess.
die every day?
Well, there is a whole group of people who think that ivermectin is complete rubbish. It's
I'm not talking
placebo.
about them. I'm not talking about them. I'm saying we know the evidence. How many people die every day?
Oh, sure. I mean, 15,000 people a day.
15,000 people a day times 6 weeks.
Yeah, sure.
First
No, I
thing
get
you
it.
have to try and get it into the UK.
You just watched how a person justifies killing 15,000 people a day for 6 weeks. And I want to be clear. He's probably not aware this Zoom call is being recorded. So if there's some part of you that's trying to make a reason for this, like, I mean, he's a scientist, maybe he didn't see what he wanted to see. He is not saying to her in privacy, Tess, we're being overzealous. If you really look at it, these trials really weren't as robust as they should have been. I have real problems with this. He's not saying that at all. He's saying, I know, Tess, I know, but these other people, whoever these other people are, they need to see something. And my goal is I'm going to just, every time there's a new study, I'm going to keep adding it because I'm with you. I'm trying to get this approved. What do you mean? She's saying, we're the top experts in the world. All you have to do is print this, put this out, and the whole world will be saved. 80% of the people. Well, I mean, there's people that are saying it's rubbish. I don't care about them, Andrew. How many people are you going to let die? Well, yeah, sure. I mean, 15,000 people a day. I'm hoping to be done in 6 weeks. We can have a lot of judgments about Nazis and what people do. And this guy is a scientist. He knows what's happened. Just out of curiosity, how many people believe what you just saw would be described as evil? Is he evil? Maybe. I guess it depends on your definition. Because it's clear he's dealing with some bureaucracy we're not seeing. He's dealing with some issues, these people that don't believe in ivermectin, and he's trying to make them happy. I'm assuming maybe WHO has something to do with it. And he's probably telling himself, I'm sure it sounds like it, trust me, I'm with you. We just got to get a few more studies. 6 more weeks is all we have to let the death happen, and then we'll be there. Of course, as we all know, it turned into horse paste, and no one ever got this thing. But before we get, I'm going to let you walk down the feeling like you know what evil is. Remember, God said, judge that you be not judged. He's letting people die. Yeah, I suppose that's evil. But how many of us vaccine knew that ivermectin probably worked or hydroxychloroquine worked, but we didn't say it to our sister? Or we didn't bring it up at the Thanksgiving table because we just didn't want to disrupt the vibe of the room. How many of us looked the other way when we had truth we could have shared? I did. I'll admit it. There was conversations I didn't have. I wish I had. I think in many ways, many of us looked the other way. Those that you didn't, great. But I want us to get out of this idea that evil is just weakness. Evil is just a lack of courage most of the time. Not stepping into your truth and recognize that you're not only created in the image and likeness of God, but God has given you a voice. And you better be using it, or people will die. So, right at this time, in fact, just days before this headline came out, Unitaid-funded long-acting medicine center at University of Liverpool to shape the future of treatment. In fact, it went on to say that $30 million was given to the University of Liverpool just 3 days before this article was written. Any idea who works at the University of Liverpool? Andrew Hill. This is how Tony Fauci did what he did. This is how our science is manipulated every time a doctor or a scientist decides to look into a cure or maybe vaccines cause autism. Their university will either get a call saying, you know that $50 million we gave you last year? Do you want another grant for $50 million? We don't like this study that's going on over here. Oh, University of Liverpool, hey, it's Bill Gates. Yeah, I was thinking of giving you guys a $30 million grant. But there's a study over there that's making you guys kind of controversial. And if you didn't put it out, it'd make it a lot easier for me to give you $30 million. Oh, really? We'll talk to Andrew Hill. You think that's what happened? Listen to this.
All right. So whose conclusions are those on the review that you've done? Who's not listed as an author who's actually contributed?
Well, I mean, I don't really want to get into. I mean,
I think it needs to be clear. I would like to know who are these other voices that are in your paper that are not acknowledged. Does Unitaid have a say? Do they influence what you write?
Unitaid has a say in the conclusions of the paper, yeah.
Okay, so so who is it in Unitaid then who is sharing who is giving you opinion on your evidence?
Well, it's just the people there. I
thought Unitaid is just a charity. Is it not a charity that actually have? So they have a say in your conclusions.
Yeah.
Unitaid had a say. They're going to write the conclusion. I thought they were just a charity, she says. Yeah, well, they're involved. I thought we had everyone in the room that was involved. Why didn't you invite Unitaid in the room? If they were going to be a part of this, why weren't they here when we were having all the deliberations over the science? Isn't that how science is done? Well, no, not in this case. Tess Lawrie tried. She tried to save millions and millions of lives across the world. And this is how that Zoom call ends.
What I've got to do, my responsibility is to get as much support as I can to get this drug approved as quickly as I can.
Well, you're not going to get it approved the way you've written that conclusion. You've actually shot yourself in the foot, and you've shot us all in the foot. Everybody trying to do something good. You have actually completely destroyed it.
Okay, well, that's where I guess we'll have to agree to differ.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how you sleep at night, honestly.
Okay.
It's not a reality show. You watch the two people in a conversation that decide the fate of your loved ones right there. That's where it happened. That paper came out the next day. They called ivermectin horse paste. They made it so that you couldn't even go to a CVS and get it if you had a doctor brave enough to prescribe it. Hydroxychloroquine could have saved 500,000 people in America. Ivermectin potentially could have saved 800,000 people in America. But they needed you in a vaccine program. That was more important. To deny you access to life-saving drugs. And by the way, who is Unitaid? Unitaid's core donors are France, the United Kingdom, Norway, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Shocker. Mission accomplished. No drug available.
This is not about freedom for personal choice. It's about protecting yourself and those around you. So tonight, I'm announcing that the Department of Labor is developing an emergency rule to require all employers with 100 or more employees that together employ over 80 million workers to ensure their workforces are fully vaccinated.
Harari. Everybody here for Yuval Noah Harari. Get out there to the public. Tell them what we're up to. Oh, we're going to take away your homes. You're all going to be renting. You know that you're just hackable animals. The government wants to inject you with products. You don't know what they're doing. They're going to be monitoring what's happening under your skin because that's what they care about. They want to know when you're watching an election, your emotions. Is your blood rising when you're hearing Hillary Clinton speak? If so, maybe we should visit you like Minority Report and get you on the program. This is not a joke. This world, which is why I told this guy, Bobby, you better run for president. And we did. He ran as a Democrat. Wait for a second. The night that Joe Biden showed the world that he was actually a vegetable, making Donald Trump seem really intelligent. Can you imagine if Robert Kennedy Jr. had been allowed on that stage? That questions at the same time. He asked Trump he was okay. He asked Trump he was okay. But shockingly, they had this beautiful interaction. And Trump said to Bobby, Bobby, we are fighting the same enemy, and I'm tired of fighting you. I want you to heal the children. You know more about that than I do, but I know you're right. We both know we're on the verge of World War III. Come help me. Drop this. You've done a great job. You're on the ballot in all 50 states. Amazing. But they're not going to let you win, Bobby. They're going to cheat you. And together we can make sure they can't cheat. One of the most important speeches that ever happened was a month later. We'd met all day discussing should you join Trump or not. It was one of the hardest decisions. Discussing should you join Trump or not. It was one of the hardest decisions a Kennedy, a Democrat, a man could ever make. And I also want to remind you that not only he'd already had his family speaking against him, he'd already left the Democratic Party, but tens of thousands of people across the country had stood in the freezing cold gathering signatures to get him on the ballot. They'd sweated it out in 117 degrees in Las Vegas with a dream of him being president. And I will tell you that weighed heavy on his heart. How do I let all those people down? We all spent the whole day in Hyannisport talking about it. And we said, Bobby, you're not a martyr. You're not here to make some point, and we do not think there's any way to win. But there is a way to save the children of this country and the world. And even if it's a long shot, we all believe you should take that shot. And this is how he said it to the world.
I watched generations of children get sicker and sicker. I had 11 siblings, and I had 7 kids myself. I was conscious of what was happening in their classrooms and to their friends. And I watched these sick kids, these damaged kids. In that generation, almost all of them are damaged, seem to care or to even notice. For 19 years, I prayed every morning that God would put me in a position to end this calamity. The chronic disease crisis was one of the primary reasons for my running for president, along with ending censorship in the Ukraine war. It's the reason I've made the heart-wrenching decision to suspend my campaign and to support President Trump. Ultimately, the future, however it happens, is in God's hands and in the hands of the American voters and those of President Trump. If President Trump is elected and honors his word, the vast burden of chronic disease that now demoralizes and bankrupts the country will disappear. This is a spiritual journey for me. I reached my decision through deep prayer, through hard-nosed logic, and I asked myself, what choices must I make to maximize my chances to save America's children and restore national health? I felt that if I refused this opportunity, I would not be able to look myself in the mirror, knowing that I could have saved lives of countless children and reversed this country's chronic disease epidemic. I'm 70 years old. I may have a decade to be effective. I can't imagine that President Harris would allow me or anyone to solve these dire problems. After 8 years of President Harris, any opportunity for me to fix the problem will be out of my reach forever. President Trump has told me that he wants this to be his legacy. I'm choosing to believe that this time he will follow through. Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country and our children is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other. The most unifying theme for all Americans is that we all love our children. If we all unite around that issue now, we can finally give them the protection, the health, and the future that they deserve.
It was an amazing morning. It was hard to sit through that speech. I'd been trying to get the press to listen to Bobby, to let him on to the news. In the entire 2.5 years he ran for president, he only appeared on mainstream news 2 times, both under ridicule, but they wouldn't let the world know he was there. And so we kept bobbing and weaving and going where we felt we were guided. And all the press was there that day. They couldn't wait to be in the room to see him stepping down. When it was over, I said, Bobby, I'd seen the speech. He'd been working on it the night before. I was like, are you almost done? He's like, oh, I'm working on it. I actually was at the hotel, and the cameras were all lining up, and it was like 45 minutes away. I was like, Bobby, where are you? I wanted you to test the teleprompter here. They're like, don't bother him. He's still writing. He's still writing. The moment, the hour we said it was supposed to start, I'm like, where is he? They're like, he's still working on it. He showed up 40 minutes late. And I just said, Bobby, this may be the moment we ran. Right now, get their liars, don't believe in them. They're going to do everything they can to make you believe that you are weak, that you are sick, that you have no power, that you need pharma to be alive. Do not listen to these lunatics. Unity right now. We need to find the people that are questioning it and having an ability to actually ask questions and tell them the truth. We need to bring them all together. We need to build our farms. We need to build our institutions of health outside of the pharmaceutical industry. We need to find each other, and we need to rise up now because we are God's people. We were promised Eden. We were promised the ability to return. And the fact that Robert Kennedy Jr., the most hated man in mainstream news, the most hated man by every health department in the world, just put his hand on a Bible and became the most powerful person in health in the world. God is in you. God is with us. And never doubt, the small group of thoughtful citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sylvester cause he thinks he's big and mean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Here for supper.
I see the storm fill the sky. I hear a tree fall nearby, but under your wings we safely abide. Thunder rolls through the night. The house is filled with bright, flashing light. But under your wings, we safely abide. Little children, peace, peace is flying. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all I fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley. It's easy to forget that you matter Each passion that you feel It's easy to forget that you matter Walking on the water, looking at your feet, and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it hard to remember. It's how the story goes, and how it is for those who walk out on the water. It's
It's easy to forget that you're not alone. But the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Well, whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warm in hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now.
Hi everyone. It's so good to see everyone here today. This is such a great event, and I'm so excited to help people to find awareness and get back on track with their health goals. I've been in practice for close to 25 years, and when I first started off in practice, I thought that I would be able to fix everyone through chiropractic adjustments. I am a chiropractor by education, and over the years, I have added being a functional medicine doctor to provide the tools to my patients. Functional medicine basically means that you are looking for findings to explain the physiological dysfunction and imbalances as opposed to treating a symptom of a disease or a chronic syndrome. I use natural supplements, herbs, and homeopathics, as well as co-managing my patients with other medical providers to help heal the body in an optimal way. My first realization that we were missing a big part of the equation was dealing with people with chronic pain. Many people seek chiropractic care for acute or chronic pain. Traditional chiropractic really works for a lot of people. It's non-invasive and can provide pain relief. It helps patients with musculoskeletal pain, such as neck pain, low back pain, headaches, knee pain, get significant relief from their aches and pains. However, when people have pain for less obvious reasons, people experience temporary relief, but the pain returns. These experiences with my patients prompted me to dive deeper into patients' health history to find the root cause of why they were dealing with chronic pain. This has completely changed my role as a clinician. When I see a new patient, I listen to their health history, I look for signs and symptoms, and review their blood work and other pertinent tests out what's going on, and then focus on fixing the root cause as compared to providing symptom relief. This approach has changed the lives of so many who wanted to be a clinician. During my career, I've seen a lot of patients in the office with widespread joint pain. Many of these patients were at the point where they really weren't functioning well anymore. Some were taking a lot of medications and even natural supplements with less optimal results. The pain and the symptoms just didn't make sense, and the dots weren't connecting. Many of these patients were coming to see me after seeing a lot of other physicians and providers. They had had many tests ordered and had spent a lot of money, yet continued to be miserable. It was at this point in my career I realized my patients needed me as I became more informed and enrolled in more functional medicine education classes and started to get the information that was needed to get them better and keep them healthy. It was clear to me that a lot of these people had been suffering by an illness brought on by a tick infection, such as Lyme disease. Lyme disease in Northeast Ohio and the north part of the US is a really big deal. It is making a lot of people sick, and unfortunately, a lot of these people are not getting the proper diagnosis and subsequent medical care. There is a general lack of education amongst healthcare providers and the population at whole. This lack of education, unfortunately, starts at the hospitals and medical clinics and works its way down to patients and families who care for these sick patients. Today, I plan to educate you on what you can do to keep you and your family safe from ticks and what to do if you find a tick or get bitten by one. I will educate you on the signs and symptoms that could result in acute and chronic Lyme. The French philosopher Francis Bacon said that knowledge is power. It isn't merely about accumulating facts. It's about acquiring understanding and the ability to apply it. So let's get started. What is Lyme? Lyme disease is caused by a bacterial infection. The bacteria is called Borrelia burgdorferi, and it is spread by an infected tick. It's typically deer that carry these ticks, and if it's untreated or not properly treated, it can result in chronic Lyme disease. Unfortunately, people are not always aware that they have had a tick bite, and this makes it difficult in terms of the diagnosis. Other things that a lot of people don't know about Lyme disease is that you can get it more than once, and that it can be transmitted to the baby during pregnancy. This doesn't mean your baby will be born with Lyme and show symptoms of Lyme, but there is a chance that during their life, whether it's a teen or an adult, that they may develop chronic Lyme syndromes. Also, it is transmitted by sexual intercourse, so your partner can become affected with Lyme over time. I have seen in my office many patients coming in with years of being sick, and now their spouse is sick as well. And oftentimes, the spouse has contracted Lyme and is starting to go down that path of chronic Lyme as well. It is very prevalent in this area. 3 summers ago, 100% of every test that I ordered on a patient for Lyme disease was positive. In 2024, in this area, they estimated that up to 50% of the ticks were carrying Lyme disease. So what do we know about ticks? So ticks are basically these blood-sucking parasites. They're pretty small, they have no wings, and they're 8-legged. And as I previously mentioned, the black-legged tick is the one that carried Lyme disease. And it's deer primarily, and mice, that carry the ticks with them. It's an interesting fact that the deer don't get Lyme themselves. They just house the ticks and carry them around with them. Ticks live in forests, grass, shrubs, and mulch. They prefer warm, moist, humid, dark places, and they're most prevalent in the months of April through September. They feed on the blood of humans and the animals, and they can also carry other infections outside of Lyme disease. These infections being Anaplasma spotted fever, Bartonella, and babesiosis. Those are the conditions that we mostly see in this area. There's other conditions that they could carry. And this is what we would call Lyme co-infections. Here's a picture of ticks, the second one down on your right. That is a nymph size, and it is about the size of a poppy seed. They are pretty tiny, and they're very easy to miss. So you need to be extra careful when you're looking for ticks to make sure that there's not those tiny little ones there. Prevention is key, and this is where it needs to start with you and your family. You need to avoid ticks and being bitten by a tick. If you find a tick, it needs to be removed as soon as possible. There's less time for it to transmit the disease, the less time that it's attached. It's also very appropriate that you dress appropriately. So wearing shoes, hats, long sleeves, tucking everything in as much as possible, and wearing light-colored clothing is very helpful. The CDC recommends using chemicals such as DEET, picaridin, and IR3535. These are chemicals, but at times it's needed. If you're in a highly populated tick area, you just may want to put those chemicals on so that you're not putting yourself at risk. There are other natural options, and check family members. often and make sure that there's no ticks on them. Pets are also something that you should be looking at and treating. You can buy over the counter a monthly pet tick and bug repellent, and I think it's a good idea to do that. So, what do you do if you see a tick? So, I hear some pretty crazy stories of what people have done over the years. The best thing to do is get a good clean pair of fine-tipped tweezers, and you want to grab the tick by the head and just pull it straight out. Do not put heat or any goofy kitchen things on it. I've heard people put honey, alcohol, even butter. So if you want to kill the tick that way, once it's off the body, feel free. But the best thing to do is to flush it down the toilet, or you could soak it in alcohol. And then make sure that you recheck the body. Make sure that there was no other ticks that are there. So if you do find a tick, what should you do? First off, if you haven't properly removed it, you need to go seek medical care and make sure that it is removed. If it's not, it won't heal properly, and you can still risk getting an infection in that area. Testing is needed if the tick has been attached for more than 24 hours or if the tick is engorged with blood. Many sources say that if it's not attached for more than 36 to 48 hours, that your risk of infection is low. But I disagree with that based on what I've seen in practice. It's better to err on the side of taking an extra antibiotic than getting chronic Lyme. The way that we test for Lyme is through labs. Your local doctor can order these labs. Chiropractors can also order them. And basically what we look for with the standard lab testing through the local agencies is we're looking for antibodies. There's two different types of antibodies that we're looking for. We're looking for IgM and IgG antibodies. The IgM is for an acute infection. This is an infection that has happened within the past 6 weeks, and the IgG is a chronic infection that's been there for over 6 weeks. Something really important to note here, and this is something, and it shocks me how often it happens, but some people go to the hospital, have the tick removed, and they'll draw blood, and they'll say, oh, you don't have Lyme disease. It takes 2 weeks for the antibodies to build up in the body for the test to be valid. Local hospitals in this area who are using the CDC guidelines are fairly adequate at diagnosing acute Lyme. However, it's questionable in my experience whether it is reputable to diagnose chronic Lyme. I would not use local labs to diagnose chronic Lyme. The chance of getting a false negative test is too high, and the impact on your life is too high. There's a lab that I've used, it's called IGeneX. They have a higher degree of accuracy, and there's also another lab called Armin, and Armin does similar testing as IGeneX, and they also have an additional testing not offered by IGeneX that I believe is superior in terms of finding out if there is some Lyme in the body. A number of years ago, the CDC changed the testing criteria. The big rumor is that they removed some of the bands, and bands are basically used as part of the test. It's called a Western blot, and we're looking for a number of bands to be present. And it is rumored that the CDC removed 2 of these bands. So by removing these bands, a lot of people are being told that they don't have Lyme disease when they do. Although these tests are more expensive, they're worth the money in getting them done. For acute Lyme, we're looking at a bullseye's rash. That's what everyone thinks when they think of Lyme. But don't always rely on it, as it's not always present. If it is present, you have Lyme disease. But if it's not present, it could still be in your body. The most common symptoms for acute Lyme are fever, joint pain, stiffness, and being really, really tired. People get bad headaches, and they'll start to experience swollen lymph nodes, especially around the area where the infection occurred. People can also develop more serious issues with psychiatric illness, which is issues involving brain function, cardiovascular, which is the heart, neurologic infections. that's the nervous system, meningitis, encephalitis. So there's infections that happen within the brain. It could take 2 weeks or longer for these infections to develop. They don't always settle in right away. And the other disturbing part about Lyme disease is the symptoms can disappear over a period of time, even if you didn't treat the Lyme. And they can remanifest themselves in weeks, months, or even years later. This makes the diagnosis especially tricky. Chronic Lyme disease is called the great imitator, and it's called this because of the similarities that it shares with so many other conditions. I see a lot of people in my office who are immune conditions, and a lot of these people are suffering from autoimmune issues because they have some sort of immune dysfunction, and oftentimes it is Lyme disease. So it is important, if you have been diagnosed with an autoimmune condition, that you do look for a deeper cause, the root cause of why your body has that. An autoimmune condition is basically an activation of your immune system. People carry a genetic predisposition to different types of autoimmune issues. And when your immune system is compromised, you can activate that process in your body. And the blood work, everything will correspond with an autoimmune condition. Other things that I see in my patients, and like your feet hurting is a huge one. When people are constantly complaining that their feet hurt, sometimes it's knee pain, stiffness in their hands and feet. And the other thing that starts to happen is severe joint pain. One day the elbow's excruciating, 3 days later it's the shoulder, the elbow feels great. So if you're having joint pain that's spreading from joint to joint, you need to be thinking that we see is depression, anxiety, panic attacks, racing heart, swollen lymph nodes, rashes, digestive issues. So I think it's important, if you are experiencing some of these issues, to try to figure out why you're experiencing them. If you have swollen lymph nodes, you have an infection somewhere in your body, or possibly cancer. So it's really important not to ignore those things. The other thing with some of these symptoms that people are presenting with is they could be due to some of the co-infections that people get when they have Lyme. So talking about Lyme with kids, this can be a different thing. So when I'm talking kids, I'm pretty much talking age 13, 14, and under. So kids are at a greater risk for getting Lyme disease. Part of that is they roll around in the ground and mulch and all of those things. They're also less aware of their bodies and what's on their bodies. When kids get acute Lyme, they don't get exactly the same symptoms of adults. So maybe they're laying on the couch and they have a stomach ache, or they're sensitive to light. They're just not feeling good. And if there's no rash, mom and dad aren't thinking that maybe we should get their child tested for Lyme disease. So really pay attention to how your kids are feeling and make sure that it makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, go get some blood work done 2 weeks later and just make sure there's no antibodies in your child's body. There's another complication of chronic Lyme in kids, and it's a condition called PANS. It stands for Pediatric Acute Onset Neuropsychiatric Syndrome. Basically, with this condition is you're going to see your child evolve into a monster, a very angry, teary, sensitive person that you'd never seen before. They'll start to have trouble in school, they'll have sleep disturbances, and they also start to exhibit tendencies such as excessive compulsive disorder, where they're fixated on something. Germophobia. They're so scared of all the bugs, they're constantly washing their hands. They don't want anyone to touch their stuff. Food sensitivities. They're now all of a sudden not wanting to eat foods that they were previously eating. And tics. So a tic where maybe they're constantly rubbing their clothes, or they're rolling their eyes, or things like that. And it's a fast onset. It happens pretty quickly over time. PANS hits very close to my heart. And I'm going to try not to cry. And I removed the tic, and me with all of my vitamins and everything to help get him better. I gave him some supplements. And 6 months later, we were on vacation. and I remember Evan's lymph nodes in his armpits, his neck, his groin. He had massive issues. My husband and I thought, gosh, maybe our kid has cancer. We just did not understand it. When we got home to Ohio, we did blood work, and the blood work was perfect. There was absolutely nothing showing up with Evan. 6 months later, we did more blood work. At this point here, he was tired, very tired, and this is when he was starting to get angry. But now he's 14, and you think 14-year-old boys maybe are just angry. He was running, cross-country running at this time, and he kept on getting injured. He had lots of pains in different parts of his body. He got exercise-induced asthma, had trouble focusing school. We never connected the dots at that point. It wasn't until another year had passed, and I remember this day. I had been at my office, and I had done, my last patient, I had done a follow-up with this 16-year-old boy that had come to see me a year earlier and was diagnosed with chronic Lyme. And he had this PANS syndrome. And he was telling me that day and thanking me that he could sleep, he was happy, and he no longer had the number 2 or maybe zigzag. He no longer had that in his head, and he could go to sleep at nighttime. That night, my husband was at tennis, and Evan came down, and he put his head on my lap and said, "Mom, rub my head. I haven't slept in 3 days." We had no clue. He had stopped complaining to us because we weren't really listening to him. And he told me that he was seeing the same thing. It was the 2 or the zigzag. And I knew right then that my son had chronic Lyme. Okay, so happy to say we were able to diagnose him. Didn't take him to school the next day, went to my office, did all of my testing, did the labs through IGeneX, and 3 weeks later, we had the confirmation that we needed, and we started treatment. And 3 months later, my son was back. So, a lot of mom guilt over that one. Very hard to see when I have patients coming into my office and their children, their families have been suffering from this. If you know kids that have had a quick change in their behavior and they're having those symptoms, it needs to be evaluated. Psychiatrists, psychologists in this area, shockingly, don't address PANS or PANDAS. PANDAS is a similar situation that can happen to kids from a strep infection, and it basically results in the same issue. So one thing to note when kids have this PANS syndrome, it's not Lyme disease in the brain. It is a reaction of inflammation that the brain has, specifically the basal ganglia, and that is in response to the spirochetes, which is the Lyme bacteria being in people's bodies. So what do we do if you have chronic Lyme? So one of the things that I recommend is keeping track of the symptoms. Sometimes you get to the doctor's office and you're so overwhelmed with everything that's been going on that you don't even know where to start. So make sure that you're journaling your symptoms. And if you have been to a ton of other doctors and you have a lot of blood work, go through the blood work ahead of time and flag the tests and highlight them that shows an abnormal test. Because sometimes giving a doctor a stack of lab work like this is a little bit daunting. And if you can flag it and know where to start looking, that's a great place to start. Knowing more information helps practitioners such as myself decide what tests to run, and it can also save money to the patient by not repeating tests that have been done. The treatment will depend on the symptoms, and one of the biggest things, if you are experiencing chronic Lyme, is you have to work on getting your immune system in check. Lyme disease can hide in your body. A lot of time when people have chronic Lyme, they'll tell me that they're never sick, that they haven't been sick in a few years, and that's not uncommon. One of the things that we need to do is activate the immune system, and I'll go into that shortly. Dr. Dowles, who is here today, he has developed a superior treatment for treating chronic Lyme, and it does cure Lyme disease. Using other holistic approaches basically puts the Lyme into remission. And that does work for a lot of people, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for everybody. So, improving your immune system. So what are some easy things that you can do? So have a good night's sleep. Get to bed on time every night. If you are waking up at 7 a.m., you need to be in bed by 10 p.m. If you're up at 6, you need to be in bed by 9. If you stay up later than those time frames, you're going to wake up or you're not going to fall asleep and stay asleep. So it's really important that you watch that. And kids also need a lot of sleep. Depending on the kids' ages, they can need 11 to 12 hours of sleep. So make sure the kids are getting the sleep that they need as well. Exercise daily. This is a hard thing to get people to do. They say walking 150 plus minutes a week is ideal. The more, the better. Weightlifting is super important, keeping your muscle strong. As people age, their muscle tone goes down. And if you don't have good muscle tone, especially in your legs as you get older, you're going to have a lot of problems walking around. And also with exercise, try to walk around in bare feet and do some grounding. Grounding helps you to reconnect with the earth, and it's very balancing to your system. Support lymphatic function. This is huge. A lot of people don't even understand what the lymphatic system is or the importance of supporting your lymphatic system. Your lymphatic system basically takes away the leftovers of the infection. It's how your body flushes out the trash that the immune system collected. In terms of lymphatic function, there's an exercise that you can do. If you want to look it up on YouTube, it's called the Big Six. So basically what this exercise is you're going to do for 10 repetitions, you're going to pull for 10 and tap for 10, and you're starting on this left side here. This is a key part of the lymphatic system called the thoracic duct. And then you're going to do the same thing on the other side of your chest. You're going to go up behind the ears and pull down on the neck, and then you're going to go underneath the armpits and pull down. Same thing, the tapping and the rubbing on both sides. You'll do your stomach, you'll do the groin, and then you'll do behind the knees. After you do those, it's important that you jump up and down a little bit just to complete that whole process. Other things that you can do at home is dry brushing. You can buy a dry brush on Amazon and just start scrubbing your skin. That helps to get a lot of the toxins out. A vibration plate, those aren't super expensive either. They're about $200. A vibration plate is a round oval type machine, and you stand on it, and it basically shakes your body, and it helps to pump the lymph through the body. People use infrared saunas, people do cold plunges, those are all effective. At our office, we have a lymphatic enhancement machine, and I absolutely love this thing. I didn't even know before a year and a half ago that these existed. It is a machine, and it has these wands, and it also uses some light therapy, and it basically pumps the lymph through your body. And if your lymph is stuck, the wand sticks to your skin. So they go through a whole channel, there's all these different things that they do, and they get your lymph moving. It is pretty cool. All right, get plenty of sunshine. The sun is so happy. Try to get some sunshine without always having sunglasses on, because they're going to block your body's ability to absorb the sun. Drink enough water. This is something that most people completely fail to do. I think it's a good rule, drinking half of your body weight in ounces is good. Men, you could do a little bit more. Women, a little bit less. All right, bowel movements. I think people think it's normal to be constipated. It is not normal. So 2 to 3, they say, is what you should be doing. I'd be happy with 1 for a lot of people. There's a lot of reasons if you're constipated. Maybe you're not drinking enough water. Maybe you're not eating enough fiber. You're eating the fruits and vegetables you should be eating. There's also issues, and I see this a lot in women, especially if they're hormonal, where their bile is too thick. High levels of estrogen make your bile very sticky, and then that will contribute to you not, and then your stool is sticky. So if you're one of those people and you're constantly wiping and it's hard to get a clean wipe, then maybe you should take a look at your gallbladder. I recommend people use magnesium. It's just a great relaxing thing for the body and for the bowels. If you take 300 to 400 milligrams before you go to bed at night, that should help the issue. And if that's not helping the issue, despite more water and more fiber through fruits and vegetables, maybe look at getting your gallbladder checked. One of the best things, by the way, for gallbladder health is beets. So throw beets more into your diet. They're very helpful. Oral hygiene. This is one that always surprises me. You have to clean your teeth, and you should go get them cleaned at least twice a year. If you do not do those things, your mouth will have bacteria, and that bacteria will travel into your body. So make sure that you're taking care of that, because that's another thing to weaken your immune system. Bacteria from your mouth can go to your heart, it can go to your joints and cause lots of chronic joint pain and issues. In terms of diet, inflammatory foods, you know, we all know shouldn't eat sugar, but we still do. Dyes, people are now trying to avoid those in processed foods. Seed oil is the new big one. I don't think people realize that seed oil is probably in most of the foods that you're eating, unless you're making a concerted effort to buy foods that are cooked with olive oil or avocado oil. Those oils damage our cell structure. They damage our cell mitochondria, and that's what gives our cells energy. So you've got to look at what you're putting in your body, because it's going to further contribute to a lot of chronic illness. Eat organic foods. They all kind of look the same sitting on the grocery shelf, but the pesticides in non-organic produce is terrible. And the accumulation of these pesticides is becoming a really big deal. Get your meat organic so that there's not hormones in there. That is also really important. Don't store your food in plastic. And now they're saying don't even cook your food in aluminum foil. You know, we get a cow every year, and what do we do with the cow? We have it broken up and vacuum sealed, and we put it in our freezer. I try to buy everything organic for my family, but the lettuce is wrapped in plastic. Everything's wrapped in plastic. So at home, if you're storing things, store them in glass containers. And there are things that you can do through binders that help your body to bind stuff that's sitting in your system that shouldn't be there. And a lot of these binders aren't specific for just plastics, but they can do heavy metal binding, mold binding. You should make it a regular part to take binders and get those toxins out of your system. Just another kind of touching the whole thing with sugar, and that there are other sources of sugar that people can do through monk fruit or stevia, which are herb-based. But a lot of people think if they eat cane sugar, as opposed to high fructose corn syrup, that it's better. Sugar is still sugar, and it's still highly inflammatory. High fructose corn syrup is one of the worst things that we can put into our body. It's linked with causing non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and that is another thing like seed oils. If you are not paying attention to what you are buying, high fructose corn syrup is in a lot of things. Condiments are one that you have to really, really watch for. The condiments that we use in our house are from Primal Kitchen. They're a little bit more expensive, but you're getting good quality ingredients in those. So limiting your toxins to what you're cleaning your body with, what you're washing your dishes with, your clothes with. So many women spend all of this money on all these expensive creams and cleansers and so forth. And I don't believe that you need to do those things. I use turmeric soap on my face, and I use Vaseline as my moisturizer. I don't put anything else on there. And I don't think it's made a huge difference comparing if I do try to do something on the other side or not. Gut health is another important one. You know, make sure that you're having good digestion. If you're not having good digestion, figure out why. There's a reason behind that. If you are chronically bloated, if you're having diarrhea, there is a problem, and it's important that you go and figure out what that is. When warranted, take less medication. In 2024, the global prescription revenues were $1.2 trillion. Our country, the US, used $500 billion of that, and we are consistently the most unhealthy country. So if you're having issues, make sure that you try to identify the cause of those issues. I look at people with statin drugs. Statin drugs are terrible. They cause a lot of issues, and people continue to take them because they're scared about having a heart attack or a stroke. Statin drugs have been around for a long time, and if you look at what the pharmaceutical companies are saying, it makes it very convincing. But if you look at the mortality, who's alive and who's dead 5 years, 10 years later after people taking statin drugs, you will see that the people who took statin drugs have a higher incidence of mortality. Our local labs here test for your ALDLs, your HDLs, and they all throw them into one category. Well, that's not how they are in our body. There's different sizes, and the sizes really do matter in terms of what those particles are doing in your body. I have a testing company that I use often, and it allows me to look and analyze at whether that cholesterol, LDL, is bad or whether the HDL is good. Use good quality supplements. Supplements are not all created equal. A few years ago, I had these two bodybuilders that opened up a lab in their basement. They were making their own supplements. How scary is that? The packaging looked fantastic. So you've got to watch that. It's good the government isn't regulating it, but you need to be very well aware and buy good quality supplements. The supplements that we sell at our office are all lab standardized and tested, and they are, if it says it has 100 milligrams of something, it does. I just jotted down a few things here that I think are really important for your immune system health. Vitamin D3 with K2 being at the top of the list. And I also put down MitoCore instead of listing all of the different things in MitoCore. So MitoCore is a supplement. It's from a company called Orthomolecular, and they're a great company. It has all of the multiple vitamin things, and it also has all the things that you need to stop free radical damage. And it's great mitochondrial support. The other thing is Orthoimmune. It's from the same company. It's just a good general immune system support. Now people were rushing to take zinc and quercetin and NAC, vitamin C and D. Well, Orthomolecular put it all together. So that's what that is. I also put here other stimulating herbs that you can use for your immune system, the artemisinin, cat's claw, Japanese knotweed, echinacea, and myrrh. And then get a good quality probiotic for your gut. I don't think people should rely on taking those every day. If you fix whatever dysfunction is there and you occasionally give your body some probiotic, your healthy diet should be able to keep that going. I also wanted to touch a little bit on mold. People don't often realize the dangers of mold. If there is mold in your house, your kid's school, your workplace, this at some point is probably going to pose a threat to your body. People with healthy immune systems will beat it off for a period of time, but it eventually rears its ugly head. And it just becomes one more issue to bring down your immune system. And the other thing is, if you do have mold, you need to remediate the mold properly. A lot of the companies that do mold remediation, they're really expensive. So people think they're going to go into their garage or their bathroom and take care of it on their own. And that's just simply really dangerous. If that's the option you're going to do a lot of reading on it, get a good mask, and good luck. So just a few other treatment thoughts. I kind of touched on this about getting good blood work done. There's a lot of other companies outside of the hospitals around here that are doing good blood work. And it is super important to look at those. The company that we utilize to look deeper in cholesterol, they do a whole body looking at all the vitamins and minerals. They're not looking at serum levels. They're looking at a part of your immune system called a lymphocyte. So you're getting a broader thing to figure out who are the players.
We've raised, I tell her we need money, but she will not be phased. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. 'Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock, Mama don't name the livestock, Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock, Mama don't name the livestock, Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
So I wanted to introduce to everybody this very talented and smart man, Dr. Julian Dowles, who is here from Germany. He's going to be here to recap some of the stuff he talked about this morning, answer some questions, and just provide a lot more insight in terms of what he can do for your loved ones who have been suffering with chronic Lyme. With all of that, I welcome Julian. Dr. Dowles.
Hey there, thank you. So hello, how is everyone? Are you already tired? So how is everyone? Very good. So this morning I had a very big crowd, and you're almost as loud as them, so let's try again. How is everyone? Perfect, good. So this morning I talked a lot about Lyme disease. Who of you attended or who didn't make it? Let's ask the other way around. So who didn't make it? Okay, so for you guys and also for the rest, I'm going to recap some of the stuff. It might take a few seconds, but then afterwards I want to have it a bit more interactive. So I'll quickly go over what I talked about this morning, and then you're free to ask all the questions, share your stories, whatever you want to do. Yeah? Good. So a few more seconds. So first of all, who here thinks he has Lyme, has someone in the family who has Lyme, who's struggling? Okay, that's already a fair bit. So as I told this morning, I myself was also struggling with Lyme. I was already a Lyme expert. I was lecturing at Ivy League universities. I was teaching doctors on how to treat it. And actually, you know, it was back in 2019. I was still in med school, but I was already lecturing at Ivy League universities. And basically, I came back and I did a routine lab test with Arm Labs, and you know, I came back with a low CD56, 57 score. This is what I talked about this morning. It's part of our innate immune system. It's one of the most unspecific markers for chronic infections. But if that is low, it basically means your body's battling with something and can't deal with it. So if that's there, we know there's something going on. And I had a positive Lyme test, but I was totally fine. I was running 10Ks every day, and I thought, why the hell should I care? So here I was, and I actually, like, funnily enough, I came back from giving a talk, and I was giving a presentation about how antibiotics do not work. I was teaching attending physicians at Harvard why they don't work, especially in chronic cases, and how, you know, no one can actually get rid of Lyme just with antibiotics as soon as they reach the chronic state. But obviously that's not the case for me, all right? So I took the 2 weeks antibiotics, and I didn't feel any difference. I just had side effects from the antibiotics, but I was fine. So a few months in, I actually had a common flu. I had a runny nose for 3 days, and 5 days later, my left arm started to get numb. And several times a day, and told her the same story over and over again, and I couldn't remember that. Didn't connect the dots really much. I did a lab test, but unfortunately, like with a lot of people, in the latest stage of Lyme, all the lab tests will come back negative, but you have a clinical picture. The only thing that will come back as abnormal will be the CD56, 57. So there it was. I actually went to a psychosomatic hospital because I thought, okay, I'm just going crazy. And after 3 days, fortunately enough, they told me, actually, we don't think something is wrong up there. We actually think you're sick. So I went out, and I was in front of my father, and we were leading specialists. Lyme, anything according to Lyme, Harvard was actually reaching out to us and referring patients to us. We were the experts, but we only see patients once it's already too late. We've never observed it firsthand. So I was the first patient that was basically deteriorating in front of the experts' eyes, in front of my own eyes, and I wouldn't have believed a single person what I went through at that time. So I obviously didn't want to get treated in my own hospital, especially when it has to do with a treatment where you have to lie naked in front of your employees and they have to put a catheter in you. But there I was, and I sat in front of my father and asked this one question: what the hell do I have to lose? I had nothing to lose. I was in the beginning of my 20s, and my life was basically over. From running 10Ks every day to being bedridden on morphine because of the pain, that was in a matter of weeks. I was basically a cripple. And from the outside, that's the meanest thing, I looked normal. I looked healthy. I had good color in my face. I was able to still participate every now and then, but Lyme also comes in cycles. So every 28 days, it flares up even more and more. And on the inside, I was actually dying. I thought, okay, that's it. If that continues 2 more months at the speed of deterioration, it will be over. Do we have it? Very good. Good. So I went to our treatment. I went into our hyperthermia, and for those of you who do not know, delay points and you can't clearly see your thoughts. This is brain fog because you can't clearly see it. So in this whole therapy, you're under a light anesthesia. So you will be asleep, you won't remember anything of it, but it's not general anesthesia. So you breathe on your own the whole time. It's very similar to what you do in a colonoscopy or gastroscopy. I woke up, I was still loopy from the medications that I received during the therapy. I opened my eyes and I felt my thoughts were going in a straight line again. So I was on drugs and I was thinking clearer than I did on that morning when I went into treatment. And it's very interesting. I'm not going to lie to you. This treatment is no joke. You kill off all the bacteria at the same time. Maybe a lot of you have heard about Herxheimer reactions. This is a very, very severe Herxheimer reactions you will go through. I always tell to people, you will feel hit by a truck. That also went in reverse and hit you again. But it's worth it. Because once you're through this, your immune system also kickstarted again. The heat shock proteins created through the heat is also what will get your immune system to start working again. So let's do a quick recap on what I said this morning. Lyme is an invisible disease. No one sees it. Doctors, most of the time, do not believe you because they have nothing to do against it. So they can test for it with their normal regional labs. They don't test for the intricate part of the immune system, for example, what Dr. Kelly referred to. But they're very, very sick. And the people who have it, guys, you're not crazy. If a doctor tells you it's all in your head, remember what I said this morning. You have a comeback. Yes, it's in my head. There's a bacteria that is actually killing me. So, symptoms include you waking up and still feel as exhausted as when you went to bed, or probably even more. Then brain fog, or any unexplained symptom. So you have weird rashes no one can explain, or this pain that has basically no clinical reason. Abnormal, so normal test, but you feel abnormal. Tight feeling in the chest without any apparent reason. All of that can be caused by Lyme. And especially when doctors tell you it's just all in your head, or it's just stress, or it's just a normal part of aging. There's no one who knows your body like you do. If you have the feeling that this is not normal, a doctor has to respect that. No one knows you as well as a doctor, as you do, especially no doctor. So you have a chronic inflammation, so you have a silent fire chronically burning inside of you. You have a whole inflammation cascade. I can go very deep into this, very scientific, but basically this chronic inflammation and the signaling, it's like a domino effect. As soon as we start it, as soon as we trigger it, it's very complicated to stop it. But this is what we specialize in. it comes to mitochondrial dysfunction. So you, first of all, do not produce as much energy anymore, and you have more reactive oxygen species, or something that we call free radicals, that cause more damage to your cells every single day, and you have less to actually balance it out. So you have a dwindling spiral that deteriorates further and further. The HPA axis, so the axis from the brain to the adrenals. The adrenal is that organ which creates the stress hormone, cortisol, that we need to actually get our body going, especially in the morning. If you wake up, you should be fully awake in a matter of 5 minutes. This is when the cortisol push happens. If you're not awake in the first 5 minutes, you know something's up with the brain-adrenal connection. We have something that I call the 4I syndrome. So we start with an infection. The infection will cause inflammation in the body. The chronic inflammation in the body will then cause an immune collapse. So your immune system is going to its knees. It's forced down to its knees. And once you're at the sickest stage, you will actually lose your identity because you're separated from the rest of your life. You will actually not be able to participate in life anymore, and basically lose yourself. And ask any chronic Lyme patient. We have some people here that have been treated successfully at our hospital, not only John, but maybe someone wants to share later. Let's recap and then go back to it. So you have inflammation in the brain. This is what actually makes you sick. And with the blood-brain barrier in place, we can't actually, grab it easily. There is no immune system in the brain. There is nothing that we target. So once it's in there, very, very difficult to treat. So when your body's inflamed, and once this inflammation process is there, we have 40% less ATP in our cells. ATP is the currency of the mitochondria and the currency of our power in the cells. So if that goes down, you will have less energy. And we have 300% more free radicals, which damages the cells even further, and therefore you will have even less ATP. And it also affects NAD. NAD is part of this energy creation cycle, and basically it's like wood you store in order to actually chop it up later and put it into the fireplace. Once that is down and will not be replenished, it's very hard for the body to produce ATP. So you will be in this dwindling spiral where you create less and less ATP and have more and more mitochondrial dysfunction. So why do doctors miss it? First of all, very, very bad testing. Most labs can't test, especially for these intricate parts of the immune system. And basically, the doctors are not trained. You're not trained in medical school to actually treat it. And if you have 5 minutes for a patient, there is no way at all to go deep into these systems. Even if I have 1 minute for a system, what the hell? No way to actually deal with it. So these are the different testing methods. I won't go into this, but basically, the standard tests are not good. There are a lot better tests, better alternatives on actually diagnosing patients. And very important, and for me, that's the most important thing, functional testing approaches. The most important person who can tell me more than a lab does is you. When you come to me, even with 100 pages of labs, I'm going to listen to you for an extended period of time. I want to go deep into your history to actually understand what you think is wrong with you. And based on that, I will gather all the information that we need to go further into it. And we have clinical testing approaches, so questionnaires about your symptoms, questionnaires on how long, how often, and they will give us a deep look into what we can do. And if we diagnose too late, this is what unfortunately happens. It makes it a lot more difficult, because then you have someone where all lab tests are negative, but now they're bedridden, And no one can find anything anymore, and no one believes them and sends them to a psych ward. So, what else? So, just remember, this is Borrelia burgdorferi, and it's a master of disguise. So all of these pictures represent the same thing. And what's most interesting is the part down here with I and J. This is what we call the persister forms with biofilms. So they're able to get the antigen representing outer shell and put them on the inside so our immune system can't detect them anymore, and they wrap themselves in a lot of duct tape, we call them biofilms, so that they can't be attacked anymore. And they're very good at hijacking our communication signals. So even if we take an antibiotic that doesn't pass the blood-brain barrier, and you have Lyme in your joints, they use our interleukin-6 pathway, and interleukin-6 is like our little post office that we have in the body, where we tell someone, oh, there's an emergency going on, we need some new police officers. And with that, and this thing can pass the blood-brain barrier, they're informing the Lyme, so the Borrelia burgdorferi, that is sitting in the brain, to actually produce biofilms. So if we attack one thing, the other thing starts to react as well. And we have co-infections. Co-infections, Babesia, Bartonella, Rickettsia, Ehrlichia, a lot of viruses, chronic EBV reactivation, CMV activation. The list goes on and on. But why are they called co-infections? You know, each of them is an infection on its own. But they don't easily break out in healthy human beings. So only if there's an underlying immunosuppressant infection or an underlying disease, so also, let's say, cancer patients, they can reactivate these diseases easily. But in, let's say, healthy human beings, you need another underlying infection in about 95% of the cases. And isolated babesiosis, bartonellosis is very, very seldom. So due to this inflammation, the blood-brain barrier breaks down the tight junctions. There's basically like a little filter, a very, very fine filter, that doesn't let things into the brain, because remember, we don't have an immune system there. And if every bacteria could pass the blood-brain barrier, we would die pretty fast. So it's important to remember that once it's in there, there is no defense mechanism. This is why, even to this day today, things like meningitis, FSME, still kill patients because you can't defend yourself up there. And the only patients that survive are because of antibiotic treatments and all sorts of intensive care medicine that actually does the defense for you. But patients with these diseases have no chance of surviving without modern medicine. So antibiotics alone, why do they fail? First of all, we have to understand how antibiotics work. Antibiotics do not work like most of you think. They're not a poison for the bacteria. They actually work on the reproductive mechanism. So bacteria divide themselves in the middle and basically duplicate themselves. And this is a process that we call mitosis. So we have the DNA, and the DNA duplicates, goes into two cells, and then they cut themselves in the middle, and you have now two new daughter cells. And on this exact replication mechanism, this is where most of the antibiotics work. So the antibiotics, we differentiate them between either DNA or RNA antibiotics, and they basically disrupt this reproduction. But we need the bacteria to reproduce for it. If we look at the common cold, the bacteria duplicates every 20 minutes. So every 20 minutes, you have double the bacteria than you had before. So you have one now, you have two in 20 minutes, 4, 8, 16, up the scale. And if I tell you that Lyme or Borrelia burgdorferi has been shown to lie dormant for up to 15 years without reproducing, very nice in their biofilms, wrapped up, neat in your brain, still producing the biotoxins. We would have to take antibiotics for 15 years straight, even if we ignore all the side effects. Just antibiotics alone, we would have to take them for 15 years. So then antibiotics, we have another differentiation. They either are intracellular or extracellular. So we need at least 2 antibiotics to actually go there. But these intracellular and extracellular do not necessarily pass the blood-brain barrier. So we need a third one to actually pass the blood-brain barrier. And by that point, you don't have any bacteria left in your gut. So I haven't seen a patient who took antibiotics for 15 years. The longest patient was 8 years straight on 3 different antibiotics by a doctor who thought, you know, after 7 years of the medication not working, the 8th year will definitely make the change. This is a very, very complicated mechanism. They wrap themselves in biofilms that protect themselves. And we have something like the persister cells, so they're not reproducing. They can hide there, and they don't want to be, they don't want to be attacked. They actually don't want to be in us at all. Like Dr. Kelly said earlier, they want to be in horses, they want to be in mice. That's the right pH level, that's the right body temperature for them. They're just trying to survive us. And in the meantime, we're not surviving very well. So, the thing is, what you have to do, you have to target all the systems at once. These infections affect every little intricate part of your body. Your hormonal system, immune system, they create a lot of toxins, and you're getting more and more prone for other diseases. And basically, you get sicker and sicker every single time. So what do we do? Especially for Lyme, this treatment here is the only thing known right now to kill, once and for all, chronic Lyme disease. The Lyme is gone. We don't put it into remission. We're there to kill the thing. We cut its throat, and once it's out, it's out. Never to be seen again unless you get another infection. And why is that? It has been shown that at 41.6 degrees Celsius, so 106.8 degrees Fahrenheit, over the course of 2 hours, they die off mechanically. Actually, theoretically, we don't need antibiotics at all. We actually successfully treated several patients without antibiotics. So why do we still take antibiotics? First of all, we also have things called co-infections. We want to have a safety net just in case, because we will force all of them out of the brain. And all of them, you know, if one would survive between the 2 therapies, because in the end, you will have 2 therapies, we don't want them to reproduce, create biofilms and everything, so we have everything set in place so they can't reproduce and they can't build biofilms. And in the worst patients, we actually grab into our shelf of a very low-dose chemotherapy out of the group of antibiotics. So some chemotherapies are actually antibiotics. And we will inject you with mitomycin. We will inject you with mitomycin C at the high efficacy and potency of the medication is improved much further. So this is for this good thing about it is due to the production of heat shock proteins, we actually kickstart your immune system as well. So even if you wouldn't have Lyme and just deal with immune deficiencies, we can use that to kickstart your immune system. Remember, this is something we actually come out of oncology. So my father was a trained oncologist, a world-renowned oncologist actually. And we found this therapy by total serendipity. He actually had a cancer patient who also had Lyme, and he was one of the pioneers of whole body hyperthermia or hypothermia in general for cancer treatments. Now it's practiced all over the world in big university centers in the past few years, but it's all based on the research we did in our hospital. Everything that has to do with hyperthermia, we're there since day one. And in cancer patients, we actually can create more immune response, and the body detects the cancer better. We break down the cancer. And so the same mechanism that works in cancer, we also use in infectiology. And there was actually a Nobel Prize back in 1927 by Dr. Julius Wagner-Jauregg, who treated syphilis patients who came back from war. And syphilis is a very, very similar bacteria to Lyme disease. And we have to remember, back then there were no antibiotics. So what did he do? He wanted to create an artificial fever because, you know, when we're sick and we have a fever, afterwards we feel better, right? And then he took the blood from patients that were infected with malaria. And what does malaria do? It will give you severe fever spikes. The patients received it, got severe fever spikes, and were cured. They went out of these were just 18 patients he treated. Out of these 18 patients who were already in a wheelchair, 16 came out of the wheelchair and were cured. Outside the body into your blood that is then filtered. So we put acid to it. It's very, very much like making cream cheese. We put acid into the plasma, then it will clot. We will filter that out, and in the end, we have a specialized filter that works like a magnet for the heparin we put in there. And on this heparin, we will have all the spike protein, and also all the inflammatory proteins. So we will reduce the inflammation by about 90% in a matter of one session. And we improve the microcirculation in the periphery by 300 to 800% over the next 48 hours. And for all these patients that have problems with their microbiome, we have something called the microbiome transfer. So people might know things about a fecal matter transplant, and we are not doing that. We did that for some short period of time. But there are things that no one talks about. There is donor rejection. It's very similar. You can reject that. And if I take the stool from another person and put it inside of you, you can also reject it. And there are also links with mental diseases that a person has from the gut. And now, for example, one person has OCD. I take his stool, give it to you. Now you have OCD as well. And the research in microbiome therapy will relate with some crazy people who just sell garbage. And even big companies that pretend or have just very good marketing can sell you shitty supplements. So this is what we're dedicated to, and we actually want to bring it over to the US. I took over the company in 2020, and I said, that we can't just have it for our patients, because all the people who go back to the US, they also want it, and there are a lot of people who would benefit from that. So mid of this year, we actually formed the American subsidiary right now, so we're just in the FDA registration process, and all our products will be available here. And all of them come from clinical research. So we test all formulations firsthand on our patients, on our employees. We do blood tests with them. I fine tweak them. In every product, there is tons of research. Obviously, you can't talk about all of that, especially, you're very regimented in what you're allowed to say and what you're not allowed to say. The key players, especially for Lyme, would be a product that we call Optimmune. So that is very similar, how do you call it in the US, Orthoimmune. So we have over 40 herbs, minerals in there, vitamins. That would be your daily go-to to shield yourself from a lot of diseases. Green tea extract. Green tea is very, very underestimated. It is very good in biofilm disruption, actually one of the most potent things, but green tea is not green tea. It's not like you go into the next supermarket and just drink green tea. What we have here is green tea extract. With that, we norm it on 500 milligrams of EGCG, which is the active component in green tea extract. And it is one of the best things to actually kickstart the immune system and create something we call an oxidative balance. Then there's cat's claw, also another very, very potent supplement, where you have alkaloids in there, so specific plant chemicals that are very, very good at boosting the immune reaction. And it's basically another soldier that comes in and helps you at times when you need it. And also electrolytes, and this is something people do not talk about too often. You deplete in neurotransmitters every night. Every time when you're asleep, you first of all lose a lot of fluids, and second of all, you deplenish, is that the right word? So you deplete your neurotransmitters. So you have to restore them first thing in the morning. A lot of people grab an espresso, a cup of coffee, and you basically stop the production. You feel quickly better, but shortly afterwards, you're tired again. If you replace that with electrolytes in the morning, first thing in the morning, and avoid caffeine for the first 2 hours of the day, you will have a lot more energy and you won't have the 4 o'clock hole. There is nothing there anymore. Why? Okay, so that was the recap from this morning. Now I want to go a bit into some Q&A. If someone would like to share the story, I'll give my very unpopular opinion at times. So, does anyone want to start? Yeah. Yeah, so if we're just talking about biofilm disruption, we have NAC, we also have Artemisia annua. This, by the way, artemisinin, it's a secret weapon. But to find good artemisinin, this is our blockbuster. The thing is, I don't often talk about it, especially on stage. In Europe, it's basically totally forbidden. They try to forbid a very, very old AVF cancer. And because it's too potent, green tea extracts, yeah, there are a few we have up our sleeve. You don't necessarily have to take all of them at the same time, but NAC is definitely good, especially if you also have to activate the detox pathways. Good, any other questions? Yes. No. So the oncology treatment was already way before that. I can also give you a whole lecture on cancer therapy with hyperthermia, but basically because of that higher immune reaction afterwards, the body starts to detect the broken down tumors and starts to recognize it as a foreign body and starts to attack it. This is what we try with the most modern approach we call tumor vaccines, where we would take your tumor, put it to the lab, create a vaccine against your own tumor, inject you with it, and the tumor dies off in a matter of 48 hours. This, in theory, it works. We've seen it in animal models, but it depends about the mutation rates of the tumor. But this is what we do in the body. So we work with your immune system. We, first of all, try to treat the underlying issue, what caused the tumor in the first place. So we try to find what has caused the silent inflammation. It's not necessarily chronic infections. It can be, but it can also be environmental toxins, chronic stress. It can be high heavy metal load. Like basically every cancer patient has a high heavy metal load. So this is what we target there. For cancer therapy, we also have something that we call the local hyperthermia, where we go to a lot higher temperature and actually fry the tumor. We actually go up to 47 degrees Celsius. Someone quickly have to do the math and convert it to Fahrenheit. And yeah, you really shrink the tumor very, very fast. And cancer approach, we are world renowned for that. We have very, very big names that we treat in our hospital, but we also have very normal people from all around the world. So multiple sclerosis is, in my case, very often falsely diagnosed. So just last week, I had a patient, a young girl, she's 29 years old, a clinical psychologist. She came to me in a wheelchair, and she actually said, you know, I can't participate in life anymore. I didn't stand up in about 3 years, and my life is basically over. She actually was about to go to assisted suicide in Switzerland. And I said, okay, let's have a look. We did take a full assay, and as in a lot of MS patients, we found Lyme. I treated her for Lyme, and 3 days after the first hyperthermia, she didn't even have the full treatment yet. She was standing for the first time. Then afterwards, so it was 1 day before the second hyperthermia, she was walking the first steps. You know, her muscles are atrophied, but still, she walked a few steps. She was crying, sobbing. I was in the room. I was visiting her and said, I know that you can walk. And she was walking without elevated heart rate, without anything. This is what we do on a weekly basis. This is what gets me going. I'm not in this for the money. I make my money somewhere else. I'm in this for the patient, especially after I was affected myself. This disease is a bastard. There is no other way for that, and you have to kill it. And I'm working mainly right now on a global scale. Right now I'm working together with universities to actually have a master degrees for doctors to actually learn the approach on how we treat things, how I think, how we think, because you're not taught how to do that. And if we're able to treat it on a global scale, that would be next level. Any other questions? Yeah. So, okay, so she was asking about hyperthermia because it's not available in the US, and in theory about sauna. The thing is, once you start with sauna, chronic or more infrared sauna, it definitely helps you with your Lyme symptoms. But if you ever were to stop it, I have a slide on that. Okay, we don't have it anymore. Okay, this is also the reason why moderate hyperthermia is problematic, because you don't kill all of them. And once they go back into the persister state, they know what they have to hide from, and they produce tons of biofilms. We get a lot of patients that have been at other hyperthermia clinics that all of them do the lower temperature or have the head sticking out. And you know, if you have Lyme in your brain, would be logical to also heat up your brain. And then they produce more and more biofilms, and they're not, you know, they're prepared for it. And we have to actually use the atom bombs. If someone comes and he already had some hyperthermia treatment, we have to use mitomycin C in all cases. So if you started with infrared sauna, don't stop with it, because you keep it in the normal spirochetal form at all times, and you push them out of the persisting form. This is what you'll achieve. When you're in a sauna and you reach this point where your body tells you, I have to get out right now, your core body temperature increased by about 0.5 Celsius, or that is about 1 degree Fahrenheit. It's not a lot. Your body likes homeostasis. The body likes to stay where it should be. So if you're actually in the sauna, you will not really affect them, but you'll push them out of this persister form, which will help you with neurological symptoms, but will not get rid of it. There's no treatment known besides whole body hyperthermia to actually kill it once and for all. The rest can only put it into a state of remission. Yeah. But a big fan of cold plunges. I actually trained with Wim Hof, and I'm a Wim Hof coach. So you'll find me in the winter in a cold plunge after I've broke the ice for 45 minutes watching a Netflix movie. So, yeah, a bit crazy, I know. Okay, any other question? Yeah. So the question was if Lyme can be transferred at birth from mother to child, and the simple answer is yes. Because especially the placenta is a tissue that Lyme loves. Especially on the child part, because it's very similar to the blood-brain barrier. We have these tight junctions there. You know, the circulation is connected but also separated. If you go into the science behind the placenta, it's one of the greatest thing on this planet, because you have one of the finest filters that we have on this that we can think about, and we pass nutrients, but we usually don't pass bacteria, and the child can have a different blood group than the mother, and it can actually be that dangerous that the child has a so different blood group that with the second child it could actually kill the mom at birth, because the blood of the child would theoretically cause so many clots in the body that the mother would stroke out. But it keeps it separate. But in these little tight junctions, this is where the spirochetes love it. They go through, they eat through, and then they're on the side of the child. And especially if you have a natural birth, and I'm a big advocate of natural births, there's a lot of blood involved, and usually the child conceives it as well. Long answer to a short question. Yeah. Yeah. So, that is a good question. So, she was recently diagnosed with Lyme. She feels good, but she's positive. And she asked whether she will end up like I did. And the thing is, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you. But what I can tell you is you have a sword on a silk thread above you. Theoretically, I don't know how competent your immune system is right now, so I would take a regular look on your CD56, 57. You don't have to test for Lyme every single time. That's way too expensive. Just do every 3 months a CD56, 57 score. If that number goes down or is already very low, get treatment. If that number is still high, and I'm talking above 100, then you're probably fine right now. Your immune system is on top of things. But if that number starts to go down, your immune system is not able to cope with it anymore. And then a simple infection like a cold, a common cold, could push you over the edge, could cause arthritis, muscle pain, and basically it could cause you to age overnight by 15, 20 years. But I hope that it's not in your future. Yeah. Yeah, so there are, especially, there are connections of different viruses with cancer. There are different fungi with cancer, especially Candida. If we're talking about GI cancer, so colon cancer, pancreatic cancer, there's a lot of fungal infections going on. When we talk about all the blood cancers, so leukemia, Hodgkin lymphoma, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, we usually have some viral thing that can cause it, to at least increase the silent inflammation so much so that you're more prone to having cancer, and also parasites. And there's also one of the things as anti-cancer medication. Actually, my doctor thesis was about this. We are using anti-worm medications like ivermectin or like niclosamide, mebendazole, albendazole, because they target specific pathways in the cancer. It's not necessarily that there are worms in the patient. It can be, but these medications target the cancer itself and then make your immune system more competent in actually detecting them. And it's super interesting method, very cheap, very effective. Second question. Yes. Not hyperthermia. So but the actual star of the show is the HELP apheresis. So it's a blood cleanse similar to dialysis. We take your blood out. The blood is separated in its parts. So red part, white part. The red part will come back immediately. There is nothing in there. So we have the plasma. To the plasma, we add some acid. This acid will cause the inflammatory proteins to flock out. The heparin is added. The heparin, as a blood thinner, actually helps with the filtration of fats, but because this is one of the oldest methods of apheresis, but it works the best, and we have every machine in our house, every apheresis machine that you can think of. The oldest machine is the star here. And then the heparin binds to the spike protein and we filter it out. It's not necessary to filter out 100% of the spike protein. We only need it to go under a threshold so that you don't create microclots in your blood. We actually brought the best scientists to our hospital. So Dr. Beate Jäger was one of the leading scientists behind this. We got her to work at our place, and we are one of the 3 places in the world that can identify microclotting issues with a patented microscopy technology. We bought a very expensive microscope for $500,000, and it does its job. We see it in patients and can see when it's eliminated. Yeah? Yeah. 2-week Lyme treatment, 2-week post-COVID treatment, 1-week microbiome treatment. It depends on what you need. So not everyone needs everything, but these are the durations for the individual modules. Yeah. So this is very difficult. So we have to start at the point because we want, like Harvard was collaborating with us, and they wanted the treatment to be over there, and they have a very big facility with billions in research money. The thing is, chronic Lyme does not exist. The CDC does not recognize chronic Lyme. We have conspiracy theories. We have to deal with what we have on hand. The reason why we have it, or where it came from. There are, especially, a lot of people know this story behind Lab 257. There is some evidence that it theoretically comes out of a laboratory, but I just have to deal with it, and I have to treat what I have in front of me. If I also go into the whys and whatnots of what could be behind this, I would just be here doing philosophies all day and getting nowhere. I have to deal, or all the Lyme experts, we have to deal with what we have on our hands, and that's already more than enough. Yeah. 20, 30, 40, 50 years, congenital, and now they're in their 70s. Like, we've seen everything. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so I'll refer to it has to be the last one because I'm already over time. So basically, if we, the program that we have is very, so there is, especially the Lyme treatment, you can basically do it, you know, that doesn't have to be tailor-made. Lyme, we dialed it down to this effective and working treatment. You only get some tailor-made IVs, but if you go through that, it works like a machine, and in the end, you're Lyme-free, number one. And the actual thing, or the actual work, is the recovery. That is now easy for us. We don't, you know, you come to us and we send you home after 2-3 weeks, but this is where the actual work starts. And every patient has a 3 months aftercare program. So they have medicine where we with compounded hormones, bioidentical hormones, transdermal application routes, where we really affect every part that was destroyed by Lyme or by the chronic infection. If the person had mold, we have mold detox pathways or medications, for example, like cholestyramine, different sorts of binders. But I tell every patient, if they have a mold problem, while they're at our clinic, they should get their home remediated. But mold is only the secondary or tertiary problem. If you start targeting mold, if you start targeting hormones, if you target anything before you treat the triggering infection, you will get nowhere besides spending your money. And to all the people here, don't go and do stem cell treatments before 1.5 million for several stem cell shots and brought them nothing. If you're actually done with the treatment and you really want to improve fast, that's the time where you take stem cells. Stem cells are amazing, but not if you still have moldy raspberries there, because you put all these new raspberries on top and everything will be moldy the next second. So I think I have to to finish right now. I'll have another presentation tonight. So one final question, and then we're done. Yeah. A what? Yes, it can be transmitted sexually. That has been proven in animal models several times. I can culture it out of sperm of infected men. I can culture it from the mucus of a... Yeah, that was one of the biggest discoveries in when we took a look, because every patient that comes back, believe me, we reviewed their file like 50 times. What went wrong? Where could they've been reinfected? And the biggest breakthrough was in 2016 when we found out, or actually talked to some of the researchers behind this, and the partners can be asymptomatic. They don't have anything, but they can reinfect the partner. So the partners receive something we call the partner treatment, where they only have one hyperthermia, 5 days of antibiotics, and that's it. Only if it breaks out and you're really symptomatic, then we need the bigger guns. Okay. Well, okay, last tiny question, else I'm going to be kicked off stage. Vaccine injuries, especially from COVID, can be effective with the apheresis treatment, very, very effectively. So I'll give you a little outlook on tonight. Tonight at 8, I have another presentation, which will actually be part 2 of this morning. So you just had another recap. I'm going to talk about all the things you can do at home to at least get you into a state of either remission or where you're able to stay on for some time. I just want to set the expectations here. These treatments that you can do at home won't get you cured. It will get you to a point where you can tolerate and go through life, possibly. But if you're really, really bad, they won't be your magical cure. But there's a lot that can be done. And especially when we talk about the thing that I call the SAD diet, the Standard American Diet. So I have to go now. I will see you either at my booth or tonight at the talk. And
There's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all I fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you in it. Lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger, and it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own, and the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. Oh, you're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes, how it ends for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone, but the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms.
Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Where whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warm in hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, post grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now.
Okay, so can Test, test, test. I'm going to make an announcement from the floor here. We have chicken for dinner tonight. It's $12 per person. So if you want to eat, we've got food here. It's $12 per person. Right up here. How are we? How did it go?
Find a simple life. The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could? We'll find a place to watch the sunrise, make a home where crickets sing, somewhere we can breathe again. It won't be long till the morning. What if we could find a simple life? The world isn't kind. Leave it behind. What if we could live with peace of mind where clouds are silver lined? What if we could? What if we could?
I was raised in the country, not a city around, with the sky at night where the stars abound. Everywhere you look were the sights and sounds of men who tilled the ground. I look around the world today, seems the love of the land has gone away. Men flock to the cities now to earn their pay. There's got to be a better way, 'cause this big city living is taking its toll. I wanna get out now to free my soul, lead a simple life once more, with nature outside my door. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, and trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact. But I can take a little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have that. I'm gonna get back, getting back to the land. Getting back to the land. I went down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots. But when I saw the prices there, well, my mind could hardly bear it. I was told we must accept all this inflation stuff they're spewing. Seems they're trying to drive us all right to the brink of ruin. The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot, maybe not a lot, but it's right there at my home. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Well, the corn is looking great. We've got zucchini and potatoes. I can't wait to taste a burger topped with our tomatoes. Most everything we need can be grown in our backyards. It might take a little elbow grease, but it's really not that hard. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. Been working in the city, but my day is done. Gonna hit the road like a man on the run. Head to the place that I truly love. Grass on the ground and trees above. That job in the city might pay the bills, but the rat race there still gives me chills. A country life is the one for me. Getting back to the land with my family. Don't get me wrong, I'm a thankful man, but at times I just don't understand why men want to live in a sardine can. Drive, got the wind in my hair and I feel alive. I'm off to the place that we love to share. My wife and my kids are waiting there. We're simplifying that part of the plan, teaching our kids how to love the land. The world might say we've lost our minds, then we'll just leave the world behind. Don't get me wrong, we have our days, but we love this life and we're here to stay. I'm heading home to the homestead, where my heart and soul get fed. Heading home to the homestead, no place I'd rather be instead. So heading home to the homestead.
I can't I? Yes, I can. I can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can. Canning used to be a ball, then it wasn't fun at all. But we're back on the track once again, and now there's nothing that can top when I hear those lids go. I can, yes, I can. I can. Oh, I can, can't I? Yes, I can. I can, can't I? Yes, I can. Super lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. I can. Is there any better feeling than to hear a jar lid sealing over food that you grew yourself? I'm so glad we've left behind days when lids were hard to find, 'cause now Superb turns them out by the shelf. Oh, I can, can't I? Yes, I can. I can, can't I? Yes, I can. Superb lids really seal, and that blue ring makes me feel like I can. Yes, I can. Oh, I know I really can. I can, yes, I can. I can.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, he wouldn't have made cows out of meat.
We bought a farm 3 years ago to change our lives around. We got ourselves a tractor so we could plow the ground. We got some pigs and chickens and none of them were tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester 'cause he thinks he's big and lean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be phased. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. 'Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Put that pig down and get in here for supper.
See the stone fill the sky. I hear a tree thunder rolls through the night. The house is filled with bright fl- but under your wings we safely abide. Sleep, little children. There's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all our fear. Under your wings we safely in the valley. There is peace.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own. The one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him. You're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes and how it ends for those who walk out on the water. They say it's the struggle that always makes you stronger, and it's your faith that's gonna get you through. You know you're gonna make it. You didn't take the journey on your own, and the one who's by your side, he's the one you can rely on to bring you safely home. You're gonna be alright. You put your life in his hands, not afraid to go where you've never been before. You trust in him, oh, you're gonna be alright. Holding tightly to his hand, he's the one who knows how the story goes, how it ends for those who walk out on the water. It's easy to forget that you're not alone, but the one who calms the seas, he's the one who's with you, and he'll lead you safely through the storms.
Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Don't like what I see in the city. Crime seems prime, what a pity. Looking at street lights and cars, wishing for new sights and stars. So I'm heading for clover and trees, taking my sweet lover with me. Well, whippoorwills call and do no harm, and peace abides on the farm. Together let's build a homestead where cows and pigs are all well fed, warming hands by a wood stove fire. What could give us more desire? Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Children playing with the chickens, homemade meals from pickings, in the garden compost grown, saving our seeds hand sown, feeding our family all from scratch, growing our food in the garden patch, milking a cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now. Milking the cow, slopping the sow, what a life we've come to now.
What if we could?
I was raised in the country, not a city around, with the sky at night where the stars abound. Everywhere the sights and sounds of men who tilled the ground. I look around the world today, seems the love of the land has gone away. Men flock to the cities now to earn their pay. There's got to be a better way, 'cause this big city living is taking its toll. I wanna get out now to free my soul, lead a simple life once more, with nature outside my door. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take my little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have lack. I'm gonna get back, I'm getting back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land. Gonna change my ways, get back to the land, eat what I've grown with my own two hands, trust in God the way He planned. That should be the way of man. This world won't change, that's a foregone fact, but I can take a little piece of the world right back. I might not get rich, but I won't have that. I'm gonna get back, getting back to the land. I'm getting back to the land. I went down to the grocery store to buy some peas and carrots, but when I saw the prices there, well, my mind could hardly bear it. I was told we must accept all this inflation stuff they're spewing. It seems they're trying to drive us all right to the brink of ruin. The produce looked okay, I guess. Don't know what farm it's made on, who planted it, how it grew, what chemicals they sprayed on. Well, it really got me thinking I should grow this on my own. Got a garden plot, maybe not a lot, but it's right there at my home. From seed to spoon, gonna grow my food myself. I I'd rather pick it from the ground than pick it from a grocery shelf. I'm gonna work the soil, my toil will pay off soon. I'll eat what I've grown from what I've sown, seed to spoon. One for me, getting back to the land with my family. Don't get me wrong, I'm a thankful man, but at times I just don't understand why men want to live in a sardine can. Well, I'm heading back home, heading home to the homestead. No place I'd rather be instead. In the country I can clear my head. So heading home to the homestead.
Ring makes me feel like I can, yes I can. Is there any better feeling? Oh, I know I really can. I can, yes I can. I can.
If God wanted us to be vegetarians, He wouldn't have made cows out of meat.
We bought a farm 3 years ago to change our lives around. We got ourselves a tractor so we could plow the ground. We got some pigs and chickens and none of them were tame. But then the trouble started when Mama gave them each a name. She named the bull Sylvester cause he thinks he's big and lean. The hogs are Rick and Jenny and they're never squeaky clean. The hens are Frank and Sally and they're scared of a mouse. The sheep are Gabe and Casey and they live inside the house. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The goats are Jim and Betty, and George and Kim and Sam. The geese are Jane and Freddie, Steve and Bob and Pam. She won't let me sell a single animal we've raised. I tell her we need money, but she will not be phased. Now she's putting name tags on tomatoes and the beets. We're all gonna starve to death with nothing to eat. Never name the livestock, that's what they say. Cause if you name the livestock, you will surely pay. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock. Mama don't name the livestock again. We can't make no money on the farm. We can't make no money on the farm. With a duck named Lou, a cow named Sue, tell me what we're supposed to do. We can't make no money on the farm.
Put that pig down and get in here for supper.
tree fall nearby, but under your wings we safely abide. Thunder rolls through the night. The house is filled with bright, flashing light. But under your wings, we safely abide. Sleep, little children. There's peace in the valley. Sleep, little children. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. Peace, peace is flooding my soul. When the morning comes bright and clear, you have washed away all I fear. Under your wings, we safely abide. There is peace in the valley. There is peace in the valley.
It's easy to forget that you're not alone when you're walking on the water. Waves crashing at your feet and the winds keep getting stronger. It makes it harder to believe till you remember you didn't start the journey on your own.
Test, test. Good evening, everyone. Test, test. There we go. Good evening, everyone. I'm really glad to be here tonight. As most of you know, I spent most of my day, I guess, good way. One sec. Test, test. Thank you. Yeah, my brother Marvin passed early Sunday morning, and I'd like to honor him for just a few minutes tonight. Marvin was an enormous influence in my life. At 29, he overcame arthritis, changed his diet, and his life is at the foundations of why I can care about food. I haven't fought the same battles that he fought, but he laid the foundation in my life to care about what you eat and to think about what you eat and how that affects your life. So I want to honor Marvin tonight. Marvin was a really, really good brother. He was a smart brother. He supported our first event here 4 years ago. If it wouldn't be for him, the event would not have been as good as it was. So we laid him to rest today, and I'm really thankful to have had a brother like him and to have had the foundation of his life under mine. So I'm excited tonight for our speakers. I hope you're as excited as I am. I think we have a good evening ahead of us, and thank you all for coming out. I really appreciate your presence, and I hope you go home with much more than you came with.
Thank you, Marcus. So we have quite a lineup this evening, but before we get to that, I want to recognize some of the people that make this happen. Superb Canning and Berlin Seeds are the hosts. So we're honored to do that. It's something we're very passionate about it. He plants the seeds and I put it in the jars. It's called From Seed to Spoon. Well, we're gonna have, I just had another business idea. I have stamping presses. We probably should start making spoons. What do you think? All right, but we're not good at making anything that we're less than $1 million. That sounds kind of funny, but we're just not good at making a small quantity of stuff. But that's just two of us. Take a look at these names. So those are all the sponsors, both nationally and locally, that came alongside. And I will tell you that a number of them have no self-interest in sponsoring this event. Provia, People's Bank, and a few of those, well, People's, I don't know if Todd's here tonight. I've paid them a lot of interest over the years, so maybe I'm getting some of it back. But I just want to thank the people from Provia. They're an extraordinary company and incredibly generous and a real model in doing community work. And they've been sponsoring us. Walnut Creek Foods, of course, was the impetus for us to be doing this. And they've come alongside and sponsored as well. It costs a lot of money and effort to put together an event like this, so we're very thankful for them. Okay, we are privileged tonight to have a number of speakers, and we're going to lead off with a gentleman that most of you know. He's been called the lunatic farmer. He embraced the label. In fact, there is a movie or a documentary now called Lunatic Farmer. How many of you have seen it? Wow, look at those hands. I haven't seen it myself. He said it got like 50 million views or something. So he's maybe the most famous farmer in the United States. So backstage, I asked Joel, I said, what could I tell the audience that they don't know about you? And he told me a couple things. He said, I've never drunk a cup of coffee. That's interesting. I've never swung a golf club. That's not that important. But the other thing he said that I told him, you're really underprivileged. He said, I've never strapped on a pair of skis. I can't imagine that. I'm going to do is I'm going to plan a trip with him to take him skiing before he dies. What do you think? Listen to that, Joel. I think you're committed. So he's going to be telling us his life story. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Joel Salatin.
Thank you, John. It is great to be here and really, really special to see such a great turnout for this tonight. I hope it's meaningful for you. It's a delight to be here. So I stand on the shoulders of greatness. My grandfather in Indiana was a charter subscriber to Rodale's Organic Gardening and Farming magazine when it came out. I realized that post-World War II there was a huge tension in the country whether we would go chemical or compost. And he chose compost. And I remember as a little child going up there and enjoying his garden and his big tea trellis, grape arbor around it, and '59 and the ouster of Pettus Ximenez, we were subjected to what happens when you set the scales right, and so the machine guns came in the back doors. We fled the front door, and we lost everything. And came back to the U.S. Dad was 39. I remember when I hit 39 thinking, if I lost everything, would I start over again? And he went, wait, the older you get, the better he was. And so then we come to me. And so in our family, so I've got several little, tidbits I want to really punch home to you. In our family, we say it took 3 generations to get there. So my first point is, sometimes this takes a while. Some of you are later in life coming to this, in your 50s or even 60s. And if it's too late for you, be someone else's launch pad. It's okay. There are plenty of young people ready to run with this. Be their launch pad. So we ended up coming to Swope in Virginia, the Virginia Shenandoah Valley. Found the most gullied rock pile in the community. In fact, there was not enough soil to hold up electric fence stakes. So Dad mixed concrete in wheelbarrow, got used car tires, and put the concrete in the car tires, pushed a 1/2-inch pipe down in there, and then he'd pile these concrete car tires up on a tractor platform and drive slow down through the field. And my brother and I, we were little kids, and we could get on one edge of that and heave these out with electric fence. So We didn't start with fertile land. And so Dad started asking everybody, how do I make a living on this little farm? We had both government people and, private counselors. Every one of them said, plant corn, buy chemical fertilizers, plow. We've lost 5 feet of soil over 100 years of plowing. There's no more to plow. If you plow, all we get is rocks, and there's not even enough soil to plow up. We had large areas, half the size of this tent, that were just solid rock. There was no weeds, no grass, no nothing, just solid rock. That's why you couldn't put up electric fence stakes. And so he had enough understanding to know that that was not right. So my second major point is stay away from all conventional advice. My mentor, Alan Nation, founder of Stockman Grass Farmer, used to tell me, if you have an idea and go to your neighbor and present your idea and your neighbor says, that's a good idea, don't do it. But if you present your idea and the neighbor says, that's the stupidest, off-the-wall, crazy thing I've ever heard, do it. That's probably your answer. So listen to people who are doing what you want to do. We need, the meritocracy starts with who we get advice from. I think it's interesting throughout the kings in the Old Testament. It oscillates one king to another. This king made the people sin worse than they'd ever done before. And the next one says the people made the king sin worse than any king had done before. And the fact is that we choose who we listen to, don't we? And with discernment. One of my most poignant about this farmer, I don't know where he was. It was, an hour away maybe. And I want to go visit him. So we jumped in the car. We went on a Sunday drive down to visit this guy. And what he had was mobile field shelters. I don't know what was in them. Sheep, pigs, chickens. I have no idea what was in them. What I remember was coming home, and Dad literally is a huge deal. And so, here we were with these rock piles. We would have thought we were going thistle, thicket, happy customers, those things. I wouldn't trade that for $1 million. And they shepherded me all through. So every Saturday, a direct consumer to get the retail dollar to become the notorious middleman where all the money is. During this time, we never had a TV where all the money is. During this time, we never had a TV, still don't have a TV. And one of the things that happened during that time was, you got to realize my mom was a high school health and phys ed teacher and very athletic. My older brother was very athletic, gymnastics, football, different things. And I was what you call a slow bloomer. And I wore Huskies and was pretty pudgy, and I'm going back to that level now. But I say I'm a good brood cow. I can just look at ragweed and keep my weight on. So seventh grade, I go out for I've got these, this athleticism in our family. And so I go out for the baseball team, the second kid coming on, you got to keep up with the big ones. And I didn't make the team. 8th grade, I'll go out for the basketball team. I didn't make the team. That was before today when everybody makes the team. But I'll never forget in 8th grade looking at that second rejection and making a point, because by that time I had won several speaking contests, essay contests, spelling bees, different things, and knew that I excelled in communication and writing. I would write for fun. We didn't have a TV, so I would write fiction stories with number 2 pencil and a spiral notebook just for fun. And I made a mental, I remember it like yesterday, making a mental point, looking at that sheet saying, that's it for me, forget sports, I'm going where I'm good. And I joined the debate team and then entered the theater, drama, public speaking, extemporaneous speaking, forensics, all that sort of thing. So number 6 is reduce your distractions and leverage your strengths. It's so easy to get distracted with other people's expectations or what you think other people expect you to do. And what happens is you fritter away your life meeting somebody else's expectations instead of leveraging your passions, your skills, and your interests. You'll get a lot farther leveraging their strengths than trying to fix your weaknesses. Fixing your weaknesses means collaborating and partnering up with people that are strong where you're weak. Don't try to fix your weakness. Find somebody who's strong where you're weak and build a partnership with them. Well, then I'm out of college. I married the most frugal wife you could imagine. Very honeymoon in it. It was we were pushing. We didn't know if we were going to make it in year 2. And they raised broilers so they could have their own. They raised about 400. They sold 300 live and kept 100 for themselves so they could have their broilers free. They were getting up in age. They were looking for somebody in the Mennonite community to take over their little broiler deal, satisfy their 17 customers, and nobody would step up to the plate. And they knew us, knew me, and approached me. I said, yeah, I'd be glad to do that because I had chickens when I was a teenager, and I'm glad to do that. So we took over their little fledgling business and jumped into the broiler business. I pulled down my old chicken shelters I'd had when I was a teenager for egg layers, took the nest boxes off, and put meat birds in them, and launched the pastured poultry business. So number 8 is just start. Nobody thought I was wise when I left that paycheck. We call that the golden change, that paycheck. But jumping off that and leaving it and starting was the best thing we ever did. Dave Ramsey talks about the proximity principle. Get as close as you can to where you want to be, and it'll come along. And so our goal was not to feed ourselves 100%, but to employ ourselves 100%, generating a full-time living. That was our goal. It was a very simple mission statement: make a living on the farm. So that meant when we developed the Eggmobile, the run behind the cows, we were not satisfied with a 50 chicken or 100 chicken deal. Very soon we made a second one, and then we made them attached together. We were running 800 in the Eggmobile. Now, we were having to supplement with Al Farm feed, but suddenly, instead of going out and gathering 5 dozen eggs, I was gathering 40 dozen eggs. Now you actually have a living. There's a tension there between just feeding yourself and actually making a living. And so this efficiency was enabling us to make a living. So number 9 is you can't save your way to success. You can't save your way to success. Eventually you have to make money if you're going to make a full-time on your small farm. So when I left the newspaper, we decided, Dad was an accountant, remember, so we decided to incorporate for tax reasons. So we developed the Polyface brand. That was one of the only times I really crossed Dad. Dad, he said, well, we'll just be Salatin Incorporated. I said, no, Dad, there might be a day when a Salatin isn't running this. This is bigger than us. And so we came up with Polyface, the farm of many faces. And so here we were, 1987. Dad had gotten very ill. He died in the spring of 1988. And 87, we're just 4.5 years into, we're over the hump. We think, we're going to make it now. And Dad calls me from the bedroom, and he says, bring a pencil and paper. Okay. So I come in, and here we are. Remember, we're just 4.5 years. We're just over the hump. We're just starting to breathe. And he says, I want to spend some time brainstorming on how many salaries we could generate on this little farm. And I've still got the little yellowed piece of paper in his handwriting, one of my treasured things, and wrote down 22 salaries on our little farm. At that time, it was 90 acres. And you know how many salaries we generate today? 22. Goals that aren't written never get attained. And so early on, we were thinking about a glass that was half full, not half empty. It was about abundance and not scarcity. And so we're rocking along, and we had a customer named Clinton Miller, no relation to John Miller, as far as I know. And he was a great customer, and we had raised some pullets for a lady who decided she didn't want them after we raised them, and we had all these eggs. And what do we do with all these eggs? And so we're running, buy 10, get 1 free, this sort of thing. He comes down to pick up chickens. At that time, all our sales were just at farm. You had to come to the farm. We weren't delivering. We weren't selling off farm, get things. And he comes in, sees that sign. He was outraged. This is unconscionable. This is like giving away diamonds. You got the best eggs in the world, and you can't. He just went off. He said, give me 30 dozen. All right. Sell them to me. So we sold them. And 2 days later, he calls me and says, can I come down and get 60 dozen? Absolutely. 2 days later, he calls, says, can I come down and get 90 dozen? Well, this picked my, because he was, he and his wife, they were empty nesters, and they weren't eating 90 dozen eggs. So curiosity killed the cat. I said, what in the world are you doing? He said, well, it turns out he was the lobbyist for the National Health Federation, so he was wining and dining. He was taking legislative assistants and senators and congressmen out to dinner all the time. And he would always take these eggs, take them into the restaurant to the chef, and the chefs would come running in. Where did you get these eggs? I've got to have these eggs. So he presented to us, if you'll grow them, I'll sell, how soon can you get me 600 dozen eggs a week? Just so you know, it takes about 1,000 layers, which is that's very doable. You can do 1,000 layers on about 5 acres. Move them around. It's not bad. And so I said, well, it'll take us, 5 months to grow them and a month to get through the pullet stage. He says, well, you do it and I'll sell them for you. And in the meantime, we'd been turning away young people who wanted to come and apprentice and learn these things because we just didn't have enough work for them. And this, we dovetailed, we can start the egg business and start the apprentices all at the same time. So we did that. And so point number 10, if you serve, God opens doors. Devote yourself to service. You got to make money, you got to make margin, that's true. But if your first goal is serving, somehow God makes a way and opens the door and rewards that. And so that's where we were. And so we started the apprenticeship program, which enabled us. The first apprentice wanted us to rent a farm. So he put that together for us because he wanted something more to do. We wrote Pastured Poultry Profits because everybody was wanting to know, how do you do this chicken thing? Began speaking at conferences and things and getting attention from New York Times, Time Magazine, and things like that. So number 11 is the domino effect of synergy. When you start and you have a successful enterprise and you dovetail it with another one, the chances are if you have one that's successful, another one will be too. One of the problems is that we're not dedicated and patient enough to work through to get one enterprise really successful and profitable before we launch another one. And then we're always on this rat race of chasing, and we never really become masters and develop something. Just to show the value of that, for example, when I say move chicken shelters, that phrase, move chicken shelters, on our farm now with our stewardship and apprenticeship program, the manual with it. Move a chicken shelter. 6-page typewritten SOP. Okay? That's mastery. Knowing the nuances and being able to teach them. That domino effect. And so all these other things began developing. Well, then we had these ladies from Maryland that came down. And they were about 4 hours away. And once a quarter they would come. They'd call. We were going to come down and get stuff. And so this went on for about 18 months. And we loved these ladies. I mean, they'd buy a lot of stuff when they came down. And about 18 months in, one of them pulled me aside. She said, we got a lot of friends. And I'm thinking, I think I'd like to meet your friends. But she said, they won't come. We try to carpool. We've given them price lists, all this stuff, and they won't come. What would it take for you to come to us? Well, we were very happy on the farm. We didn't want to go to them. But we realized the opportunity, and I gave them a figure, and within a week, they had the orders, and we began delivering. So number 12, take the opportunities that present themselves. We always say, we want to say yes and figure out how to do it. Unless it's something that's really incompatible with our mission statement, we want to say yes. Our first delivery driver had a T-shirt that his business card, when he handed it to you, the business card, the big statement on the front was, the answer is yes, what's the question? But so many of us, aren't we? We're so intimidated, we're reluctant, we're scared, we're fearful, we're whatever, and our first reaction to opportunity is, it can't be done, it's too hard, I can't do it, I'm not good enough, I'm not wealthy enough, I'm not smart enough, I don't have enough land, right? Say yes. So then we developed the stewardship program, and that allowed us to move into number 13, which is duplication with succession, all right? And we believe that a workable farm requires two salaries, at least two salaries from two different generations. So we're rocking along, and we have a cult of local food cult. I don't ship anywhere. That's one reason we were in Michael Pollan's Omnivore's Dilemma, and because we wouldn't ship him a T-bone steak, and he was angry because what is this little pipsqueak farmer turning down a New York Times reporter for? And so after he got over his anger, he got on a plane, came down, visited us, spent a few days, and realized that it was something different. And so then we became, a third of his Omnivore's Dilemma book as a result of that. But things began to change. And the logistics of distribution, Butcher Box, the door-to-door delivery began changing the retail marketplace. DoorDash, Uber Eats, all those kind of things started developing there in 2017, 16, 17, 18. And so we began wrestling for customers. Why should I drive out to the farm over potholes on a dirt road when I can just sit in my jammies and order it on the computer and get it delivered to my door from Butcher Box? Nostalgia's fine until it's obsolete. So July 4th, 2019, we began shipping nationwide. And we left the cult of the local. Or we actually decided that the U.S. was local. So number 14 is, what got you here won't get you there. And if you want a great marketing book, read that book. It is fantastic. What got you here won't get you there. Most of us are so stuck in the past that we can't imagine adjusting to and adapting to a future. And certainly that's been because change is hard. We love routine. We don't like our routine upset. We don't like to learn new things. We don't like to have new schedules and new things. And certainly I'm feeling that now with, we started a podcast. I started that with Dr. Sina McCullough, Beyond Labels. Then I started a blog. My blog is Musings from the Lunatic Farmer. We started a video curriculum called Farm Like a Lunatic with a videography group down in Tennessee. All these things were not my world. I don't even have a smartphone. So I'm a caveman, a true caveman. Okay? But obsolescence is no fun. And so to stay relevant, to stay current, I've had to team up with other people who have skills beyond mine to shepherd me through these things. So number 15, and finally, is hook your train to an engine going somewhere. I always tell people, I'm not that smart. I'm not that good. But I've been blessed to be able to hook my train to people that are going someplace. And if you can find somebody who's going someplace, my dad used to say, everything that we do, everything to us should be a burning bush. And the world still turns aside to see a burning bush. And if you can create burning bushes in your life, the world will step aside to look at it. So hook your train to an engine going somewhere, and you'll be surprised where you go. So today, I feel like a Cinderella. Most of my life I've been in the ashes. Not invited to the party. And then suddenly you wake up and here's Maha. And here's RFK Jr. And here are people. And here are people wanting you to speak and write and communicate. So all that years of writing and struggling and trying to communicate with our customers and articulate what we do, the philosophy that we do, the story that we do, all of that suddenly becomes relevant to a culture that's ready to disentangle from the system. And so now we realize that our goal, our driving objective now I mean, our mission statement remains the same: to develop economically, ecologically, and emotionally enhancing agricultural prototypes and facilitate their duplication throughout the world. That's still our mission statement, but we realize that an adjunct part of that is to actually create hope and help when our culture becomes hopeless and helpless. That's our objective. It takes time to develop the competence, the capital, and the collaborators that can help us get to those places. And I've been blessed in my lifetime to simply not quit. Alan Nation used to say, somewhere you have to dig deep and enjoy the slog. Every day is not 70 degrees and puffy white clouds and green grass. And somewhere along the line, you have to dig down to your mission statement and your vision and enjoy the slog. And that is how you develop competence. And that takes time. You can't Google experience. It takes time to develop the capital to be able to leverage opportunities. But if we'll just continue living on less, that's where I stand on the shoulders of greatness. 3 generations in a row lived below their means. Most Americans today live above their means. Half of Americans today can't put their hands on $400. Half of households in America can't put their hands on $400. That's what you call living above your means. So living below our means enables us to accumulate capital, which then enables us to invest in opportunities that come our way. And then developing collaborations take time. It takes time to weed through the people that write you a bad check, to read through the bad engines, the bad opportunities, and to vet the people that will not take you where you want to go, and find out what are the characteristics of culture, community, and collaboration that will carry me to the next level where I want to go. It takes time to develop that competence, capital, and collaborations. But if we will patiently persist, my dad used to say, if at first you don't succeed, just suck and suck and suck until you do suck a seed. But that takes time. But there is a huge blessing. That rainbow at the end is the paycheck for those years of developing the competence, the capital, and the collaborations. My mentor, Alan Nation, again, next to my dad, he was my greatest mentor. He said, everyone should aspire to arrive at a point in their life when you wake up in the morning, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do because you have partners that have been delegated everything that you don't like to do and you're not good at. And I'm really close to that. So thank you for visiting down memory lane for me and letting me share my story with you. We don't have all the answers, but we've found some. And I hope that some of this is encouraging and inspiring for you to realize it doesn't happen in a day, but you string today well together, tomorrow well together, and the future will be bright for you too. Thank you for letting me visit with you.
Okay, thank you, Joel. So our next speaker, with the topic entitled Health is Wealth, and I can attest to that. If you don't have health, it doesn't really matter how much money you have because you can't do anything. What doctors can't do for you. So Callie Means and his sister Casey co-authored a book that you might have read called Good Energy. I might mention that his sister Casey is the current nominee to be the next Surgeon General of the United States. I asked him backstage whether we should congratulate her or offer our condolences. That's going to be a very difficult job. So he's here tonight to speak to us on the topic of what doctors can't do for you. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Callie Means.
Oh, thank you. I've been in Washington, D.C. with Secretary Kennedy the past 100 days, and I can tell you it's a very dark place. It is so enriching to be here and try to heal from the PTSD. And I'll tell you what, on this topic, I think it's very apt because it is so clear that there are so many forces at work right now, and I think this is one of the most important dynamics in the country that we face. There are so many forces to convince us that our common sense and natural intuition isn't right. And when we talk about what doctors can't do, you know, I think the foundational premise of what Secretary Kennedy is bringing to light, what we're talking about culturally right now in the country, is that 95% of where we're spending medical costs right now are fundamentally chronic lifestyle conditions. And these are fundamentally not conditions that are medical conditions. There's something happening to us. There's something poisoning our cells. And that medical system, that 95% of medical spending right now, is predicated on somebody being sick and managing that condition, not curing that condition. And getting to DC, and as Secretary Kennedy walks into the HHS, it's extraordinary. I mean, his department, it's the largest largest budget of any government department of any government in the history of the world. It's the biggest department in the US government. Just the healthcare expenditures alone are 28% of our budget, the fastest growing part of our budget. Military and defense spending combined, and we spend more on that area than any other country in the world combined, is 11% of the budget. So we're 28% of the budget. And all of those incentives are predicated on medicalization, predicated by us being sick. And, you know, when I think about this struggle we're in right now, where we're getting so sick, we're living 7 years less than people in many European countries. We're spending 4 times more per capita than people in medical countries. There's this unrelenting effort to convince us that that's a medical problem, that the people in the building that Secretary Kennedy's managing, every single person, has been evolved and nurtured in this system that says, how can we slightly change medical policy? How can we slightly get more reimbursements, those fixed to Medicare and Medicaid? How can we just incentivize the insurance companies, the hospitals, the doctors, the pharma companies just a little bit better? It's all incremental. With large healthcare conferences you go to, everyone has slides about how if we only changed the reimbursement incentives just slightly, everything is going to be fixed. And I think what we're grappling with right now, and I know so many here people realize, but hopefully I'll shed a little bit of light how this actually is working in DC, is nobody understands that it's not a healthcare policy issue that we're facing. It's not an issue that's going to save us of how to slightly tweak the healthcare incentives. The key thing we're grappling with is we don't have a healthcare policy issue. Europe has very bad healthcare systems, socialist systems. They're not systems of healthcare delivery that we want to emulate. The problem is that they're not being as poisoned. We have a poisoning issue in this country. And that is something that the swamp does not understand. I mean, how I've come to this is through my sister, and I think it's very telling, but her story changed my life. We were raised in Washington, D.C., and I was so proud that I had a sister that went to Stanford Med School, researched at the NIH, went to surgical residency. And it was appalling to me at the time that she was saying these hippie ideas about all of her patients under her knife. She was doing sinusitis surgery, just day after day after day, cutting open their face because their sinuses were so inflamed. And I thought that was heroic. I thought that was great. And she said that she started studying about nutrition, started studying about environmental toxins, started studying about sedentary lifestyles, started studying about how these patients were over-medicalized and how those conditions might be impacting those patients' cells and leading to the inflammation, and how she read their charts, which she wasn't even supposed to do, and saw that her average patient had 6 other comorbidities on average when she did a surgery on them, that they were inevitably seeing an endocrinologist for diabetes issues, a cardiologist for heart issues, a psychiatrist for mental health issues. And she started trying to piece together whether these items were related, whether they were related to a deeper root cause. She started reading nutrition research and literature and started talking to her patients about nutrition. And she was reprimanded by her attending surgeon. And she was actually told at one point that she didn't go to nutrition school and that she wasn't to talk to her patients who were so inflamed that they had to have their sinuses cut open about what they're eating, about other environmental issues for them. And it woke her up. And she abruptly left the system. I mean, we were so proud of her. The family was so proud. She was the star of the family, and she had this insight. And the insight, and the topic of what doctors can't do for you. There's so many incentives to tell us things are complicated. And her insight was actually, that reading a blog post by Joel Salatin, or a book by Dr. Mark Hyman, taught her more about what's actually happening in our bodies and how to reverse and cure disease than 4 years at Stanford Med School. And she really meant that. She learned nothing in medical school about what actually causes disease, not one single class on nutrition, not one mention of exercise, not one mention of environmental toxins. I mean, it's talked about a lot, but I think it's extraordinary to really grapple with that. Doctors today, by many measures, 80% of their entire course load is in pharmacology and other types of interventions that accept as a predicate, accept as a fact that the patient is sick. There's no discussion at med school about what actually causes people to get sick. The medical system accepts that as a given. There's nobody in the ranks of HHS asking the question until now, why are people getting sick? It's all accepted, and that's a very convenient framework for a system that is the largest industry in the United States and is predicated at every single level, not conspiratorially saying this, just as a simple fact, every single level of every single institution that impacts our health makes money when that patient is inflamed, when that patient has oxidative stress, when that patient is depressed, when that patient is already sick. The pharma industry makes money when interventions happen. They don't make money when a child is thriving. They don't make money when a child is eating healthy food. The hospitals make money, and you hear this time after time. They make money when the beds are full. I've got friends from business school, good people. They work in hospitals. They have quarterly numbers to hit, and the core line on their spreadsheet is how many beds are full for how many nights. It's their fundamental metric of how they're paid and how our system incentivizes them. Insurance companies make money when people are sick. By law, insurance companies can only take 15% of healthcare premiums, but they're allowed to raise premiums. So their fundamental incentive is for premiums to raise, which they have. They're the largest source of U.S. inflation into healthcare costs. And insurance companies have got 15% of a higher and higher portion of premiums, which means more people are getting sick. And Casey, that simple point, which took me a lot of education, I'm like, it can't be this simple. It can't just be about these root cause habits. What did you go to med school for? And that to me is a profound insight. It's what Secretary Kennedy's talking about. And it gets to I think a really spiritual reckoning that we're having in the country. I think many people in this room probably understand that. This is not about listening to your doctor more. This is not about that new drug innovation is going to turn this tide. It's not about paying more money to doctors or listening to doctors more. There's a fundamental mistake we've made as a country, quite frankly, that we've listened to doctors too much when it comes to chronic disease, that we have trusted the medical system too much to take leave of our common sense, to take leave of our own intuition. And that's a very, very disruptive message. And, I'm seeing it personally with my sister, who was nominated for Surgeon General. And it even surprised me. It hasn't surprised her, and she's very spiritual and in such a great mood. But I'm used to a lot of energy around what Secretary Kennedy's trying to do, but just personally seeing it, the venom from the medical system, that this doctor who left the system could possibly be equipped to talk to Americans about health, and the attacks on her for being a traitor, for leaving the system. it really is powerful to me. And I think it does grapple with a foundational question we have in America right now, because that's the point. We need somebody who's questioning the system to be giving us medical advice. And that is so disruptive. And what Secretary Kennedy is doing in this conversation, that maybe the answer to what's ailing us is not in the pill bottle, is not based on the best possible research from doctors. That's a very, very disruptive message to many, many people. When we talk about listening to doctors, what doctors can or can't do, I just have to tell you, one maybe not surprising but startling insight from working to do whatever I can to support Secretary Kennedy in DC. And I know probably many people here are very excited about things happening. Maybe some people think more things should be happening. I feel the same way. We want to move as fast as humanly possible. But I really do see things in terms of forces. And it really does feel like he's up against a predominant portion of the U.S. economy. And when he takes on any industry or any effort to reform how we think about health, less from this fragmented view where Casey, at the end of medical school, had to choose between 42 specialties and then 82 subspecialties after that, and we divide the body into all these different parts and medicalize it, and the endocrinologist isn't talking to the cardiologist. This world of that to a more simple world, you feel the force of the disruption to any of that with the lobbyists and the CEOs who come into the building and talk, and it's extraordinary. I mean, I've recently met with the largest food companies in the world who have piles of academic research in 2025 and are aggressively arguing how sugar is not tied to bad health conditions and how it is okay that sugar consumption has gone up 70 times among children, 70x in the past 150 years, and how that's not scientifically proven that that's harmful for their cells. That is an argument people make with straight faces. Some of the largest companies in the world are aggressively making the argument to this day that ultra-processed food, it's not clear whether that's harmful for children. Today, the USDA guidelines, they're being updated, but today, the previous USDA guidance has been that it's inconclusive whether ultra-processed food, which is now 70% of a child's diet, is harmful for kids. It was 0% 70 years ago. It's 15% in France and Spain for a child. It's 70% in the United States. And there's aggressive arguing with peer-reviewed, gold star scientific studies that they have where they are arguing that it is fine for kids to be eating. And directly, not subtly, but directly, that argument and that science, and we're lectured all the time in this building about needing to stick to the science, the gold star science. They've got piles of peer-reviewed research on every argument they want to make, on why Ozempic should be prescribed to 6-year-olds, on why SSRIs should be the first line, antidepressants should be the first line defense for a depressed 12-year-old girl. They've got reams of data from Harvard. They're lecturing us a ton about the science. But very close to that is a direct argument about jobs. And the fact that our system has gotten to this point, and the fact that our sick care system employs so many people, and the fact that our sick care system, it's predicated on so many mortgages and so many people having, their dignity and being able to work, that argument is directly made. And when you back up, of course, that argument's a little dark. It really doesn't try to engage on the actual health of the American people. It tries to engage on the fact that this system might be completely backwards, but it's so ingrained with the U.S. economy, we can't afford to do things to make people healthier. And that energy and that argument and the cards that industries have, given how many people they employ and how much money they make, is a very, very, very powerful force that can also be seen with the fact that a healthcare conglomerate is the largest employer in 60% of U.S. states. therefore the largest political, most important political player in 60% of US states, which then necessitates, of course, the impact on senators who have a large impact on how they call and how they engage the White House. So this is, and I think we all understand this is a very deep issue that we're just scratching the surface of, about really asking pretty powerful questions about foundational issues in US culture, I think foundational spiritual issues of where we've gone wrong, foundational economic issues, and it is foundational questions about transformations of the US agriculture system, of how we're treating and respecting our environment and its connection between our health and our food. It's foundational questions about how we think about doctors, how we think about healthcare. I mean, I think so many people here know this and feel this, and I think it's why Secretary Kennedy has resonated so much. There's much, much deeper issues and much, much more powerful conversations being let out of the box here than politics is used to having. And I do think that just speaking as seeing in there with Secretary Kennedy, it is extraordinary. He is a giant and a champion, and he is absolutely fighting. I don't think there's ever been an administration at the top, the key people at the top, including the president, who are encouraging him to move very fast, and he is working so hard with so much force behind him of voters and his support to chip this away. I think no matter what happens, this is such a deep and important conversation, we're going to just scratch the surface of the next 2 years. Because again, this is a full transformation we're talking about, I think, of US culture. But for me, if I'm honest, the most important thing is that the energy and this resonance, and if you feel that we're touching on this spiritual issue and this societal issue about how we think about doctors, how we think about healthcare, we need to continue that energy, because it's amazing when he's in discussions and there's that power of American industry and American jobs, and they're weaponizing the science to argue against clear common sense. What he has behind him is clear voter mandate. And he has, I honestly see an energy behind him of voters. And that, for the first time, somebody sitting at HHS, that allows him to win arguments. And that's just, frankly, I'm both horrified and inspired, honestly, because they say our democracy is the worst system except for all the other ones. It is about money, and it's about and it's about voters. And the voters counteract the money. And the fact that he has voters behind him, again, allows him to drive change, allows some great successes in those first 100 days, and allows him to be working with support to really untangle this. So I want to get in a little bit about what I've learned. And to me, the bridge we're trying to build, or the bridge I feel like this movement builds, of how we see the doctor, how we see medicine, and where we need to go. But again, I think the big lie in America when it comes to health is that health can be found at the doctor's office for chronic conditions. We talk about miracle innovations when it comes to antibiotics, or procedures like with childbirth, if there's a huge complication, or with an appendicitis, or it's usually, when you think about medical miracles, it's something that's going to kill you right away. And the American medical system is great at those things. I mean, if you or your child, I would argue, are imminently sick and acutely going to die with something, you should listen to your doctor. But I think what we miss is that is 5% of US healthcare spending. 95% is chronic conditions, to where we have 4.9 billion chronic disease prescriptions written a year, and 35% of US teens are on some kind of pharmaceutical chronic disease medication. And I think that is a result, and let's just call it what it is too much trust in the medical system. You know, this is nuance, and there's many long tails of different outcomes and different scenarios. But fundamentally, if something is not going to kill you or your child, but it's more of a chronic issue that's going to nag over years or decades, I think we do need to have, and the country needs to have, more trust in natural outcomes, more trust in the root cause. And be asking, what's happening inside my bodies? How can I see this symptom as a gift, actually? What's crying out for help? Casey and I talk a lot about my mom, and it's a personal story, but I share this because I'm sure it resonates with a lot of people. But, you know, she had an appointment at a top hospital in the Mayo Clinic. You know, she was very privileged, and she got executive physicals at what by many measures one of the top hospitals in the world, and she was told that she was perfectly healthy. And at 70, she was on 5 chronic disease medications, and she was actually on less chronic disease medications than the average 70-year-old. And the doctor said, "You're doing great." And then she got a pain in her stomach, went in to get a scan, got a text the next day, and said she had stage 4 pancreatic cancer. And she realized she probably had weeks to live. And to me, what happened the next day when she went into top oncologist, top cancer doctor's office, just put this all together, where the cancer doctor said this was unlucky. But it wasn't unlucky. The United States today has the highest cancer rates of any society in human civilization. Out of 212 countries in the world today, the U.S., like that measure cancer, the U.S. has the highest. Among kids, cancer rates are off the chart. They're off the chart. We have the highest rates of pediatric cancer ever this year, and we're by far the leaders of the world in pediatric cancer rates. So cancer and these things that kill you clearly are downstream of something happening. And the tragedy here is that my mom had so many warning signs. I mean, you know, I was born at 12, I was 12 pounds, 39 years ago. And my mom was high-fived by her doctors. But that's actually a clear clinical warning sign she was brewing metabolic dysfunction, and there was something actually going on in her cells. She had gestational diabetes, we think. It wasn't fully diagnosed, but there were signs of that. That's a warning sign. Often with fertility and pregnancy, there's actually warning signs, but she was told that's fine. It wasn't used as a signal of asking and spurring curiosity about what's going on inside her body. And then she went on the traditional pharmaceutical treadmill. She had trouble losing weight. They said that's normal. You know, she battled obesity. She had high blood sugar. She was told by her doctor that 50% of her people her age have prediabetes. It's a pre-disease, no problem. Take the metformin. There's 90 million prescriptions for metformin issued a year. She had high cholesterol, no problem. That's normal. Statin's the most prescribed drug in the country. Take your statin. High blood pressure, no problem. ACE inhibitor, all 15-minute appointments. Literally, the guidance until 2018 from the American Diabetes Association was that if you take your metformin and take your diabetes drugs, you do not need to change your diet. The entire message, the foundational message with statins is that, you can eat whatever you want, just take the statin, you've lowered your cholesterol. Literally with Ozempic, the weight loss medication, the injection, they are arguing at Harvard from professors that are directly paid by the company that makes the drug that obesity is now a genetic condition. They literally have that argued. And they are arguing that aggressively to the Health and Human Services Department, because once you put a condition into a box that we can't control, then that buttresses the case for government funding of the drug. That's the miracle cure. And you have academic research, peer-reviewed research, questioning whether food is related to obesity. That is literally what is being talked about, because it can substantiate this cure. It never works. It never works. It's masking the symptoms. And that is how we need to look at chronic disease. We need to ask what our cells are saying to us, what our body is saying to us, seeing symptoms as a gift. And when it comes to potential root causes, again, things get very complicated. There's long tails. But I think Secretary Kennedy is right. I think Casey is more medically right than the doctors at Harvard and Stanford and all these fancy people who are saying it's complicated. There's this aggressive, you read any media article, it is just aggressive assault on what Secretary Kennedy's trying to do, saying he's an idiot because he doesn't have to understand how complex things are. That is a lie. Things are simple. The preponderance of why we're getting sick actually is much more under our control, and we can understand much more than any doctor will tell us. And you know, I don't have hacks or miracle cures. I think the message from our government, the message for every family, should actually be these super basic things of looking at the core inputs that impact our beautiful interconnected body and spur each person on a path of curiosity to how those inputs could be potentially impacting our cells to spur symptoms and spur what is really an interconnected set of issues. I don't like even calling something diabetes. I think it silos it. You know, 94% of Americans have signs of metabolic dysfunction. Diabetes is just one branch of that. 66% of adults have prediabetes. Almost the majority of Americans, actually close to the majority of teens, are battling blood sugar dysregulation. That's not a diabetes silo. I still meet with people at the NIH, people at HHS. They talk about diabetes like it's this isolated thing. They talk about diabetes spend as if it's, you know, oh, that's just $300 billion worth of spend. No, almost the majority of Americans are battling some kind of blood sugar dysregulation. Diabetes is an arbitrary marker with no clinical significance of a blood sugar level. Somebody with diabetes has an average of 3 other comorbidities, other issues. It's an interconnected system. It's very connected to heart issues. It's very connected even to depression. It's very connected to kidney disease. It's very connected to the infertility. So the fact that we silo these things, the problem, if we can get to the root causes, we're going to get so much closer there. So just quickly, and again, this is simple, but when it comes to our food, there's clearly to me something very dark about what's happening to American food. It's inescapable, and it's only buttressed and reinforced by the absolute neck-breaking desire of the large industries that exist today to not want to have a conversation about food, and the pounding and intimidation to not open a conversation about food. There is a spiritual battle for us not to have a conversation about our food system. And I think all of us intuitively know that there is something going on with food. This is not about putting farmers out of business. This is not about calling farmers, large or small, villains. They're not. They're incredible people, and the success of the U.S. agriculture system must happen for the success of American health. But I do, and wherever you are in politics, I do think it is so admirable that the Trump administration is empowering Secretary Kennedy to open up this very, very complicated conversation about our agriculture system. And when I look at that, it's 2 things. Clearly, there's a problem with ultra-processed food, and frankly, the addiction of agriculture output creators, of people who farm on the ultra-processed food system. And to me, the foundational problem with ultra-processed food is that it is engineered to hijack our biology. It's engineered to hijack our biology. It's literally created by the cigarette industry. And I've talked about this a lot, but it just cannot be repeated enough. When your child is eating something in a package, that food has been created by the highest paid scientists in the country who in the 1980s worked at cigarette companies. The lineage is from that, because as cigarette smoking went down in the 1980s, the cigarette companies bought up food companies, and in 1990, 40% of the US food supply was owned by the cigarette industry. R.J. Reynolds and Philip Morris were the 2 largest food companies in the 1990s in America. And almost any brand you see on a shelf now has been sold off since then, but really originated from ownership of the cigarette industry. And they deliberately moved scientists from the cigarette department to the food department. And that's why I think these talk about our chemicals and they talk about ultra-processed food. The scientific debate, they try to get into, oh, is it this ingredient? Is it this ingredient? Is it this chemical? We don't know. It's not conclusive. The problem is it's the mix. The problem is that we've allowed scientists to do literally like full-on studies of what makes kids want to eat more food. They put softeners in the food because they know if the kid chews less, they'll eat more. They create the lab-grown perfect mix of fat and salt to make that kid want to eat more. They put the colors in, that are neon blue. And they've researched, and this has come out, that they've done focus groups with 5-year-olds, and when the color's a little bit brighter, they eat 20% more. So every single part of the food is engineered to hijack a child's evolutionary biology, because I don't think there's we're getting lectured about how this is complicated. Children that are eating whole food, children that are eating steak, children that are eating broccoli, children that are eating, delicious whole food. There's not an epidemic of obesity or metabolic dysfunction around those kids. It is so simple. And I do think it's very notable that 70% of a child's diet is ultra-processed food. And what are the components of that ultra-processed food? It is 3 ingredients that did not exist 150 years ago. We have evolved, and our body is a miraculous, interconnected system that if scientists had any humility whatsoever, they would say we have no clue what's going on with this beautiful interconnected system of our body. But we have done a massive uncontrolled experiment where the majority of our diet is comprised of seed oils. A lot of discussion about that, but that is 80% of US fats today. It was 0% of US fats 100 years ago. We are doing an uncontrolled experiment. We have changed the main source of our calories to an ingredient that has 15 process steps, including putting it through rust remover, putting it through bleach. You can Google it. It's disgusting. So there's this discussion around how we need to be science-based, but it's an assault on common sense. Clearly, it's a dynamic that has become the top source of American calories. Processed grains. Clearly, there's a discussion we need to have about our grains in the United States. The processing, and now 80% of our grains consumption is processed grains. It takes the fiber off, and obviously those grains are often sprayed with many chemicals that our body has no idea how to metabolize, and the fiber coming off completely removes the thing that blunts the glucose impact of that grain and provides much of the nutritional value. Processed grains are a new invention in the past 100 years. And of course, processed refined sugar, really not a thing 150 years ago. And it is absolutely just weaponized in our food. And when a child eats sugar, their brain and parts of their brain light up in the exact same spaces, in the exact same way of doing an illicit drug. And we have to grapple with the fact that there is a mass addiction crisis that has been spurred by the advent of ultra-processed food in the country. We have to grapple with the moral stain on our country. And it's not blaming anyone. I think everyone is on their journey. I've been on my journey. But when 50% of teens are overweight or obese, that's a moral stain on the country. It's 3% in Japan. There's something uniquely wrong happening in our culture and with the incentives and the trillions of dollars of incentives when it comes to our food. We get 3,000 less steps on average here in America than in many European countries. We clearly have something cultural. We have something that's been through our invisible hand of incentives that wants us sick, which it does, to get us moving less. Children at an average school in the United States get less time outside in the sun than a maximum security prison. So there's clearly something about our culture where we are not spurred to move. Exercise, we only started getting obese when we started having gyms pop up everywhere. In Europe, they don't have as many gyms. There's something about our daily lives and our daily culture where movement has been assaulted, and I think that's very important. Obviously, environmental toxins, and I think it is so positive, and I do think this is really worrying industry, that complaints that have happened a lot on the left are now happening with people on the right, with Maha moms on the right, and there is obviously a grappling we have to have on environmental toxins. Now, what does that mean? These are chemicals. There's 80,000 novel chemicals that have been introduced into our environment, that get introduced into a child's body, that have been created in the last 50 years, 80,000. There's new introduced every day with very little regulatory oversight. Now, these chemicals make up many things in this room. They make up many advantages of modern life. They make up the clothes we wear. They make, they're put into our food. the reason this is complicated, again, the reason I think we should be admiring the Trump administration, Bobby Kennedy, so much is there isn't a simple answer here. I don't think we'd give up a lot of the rubber on our tires. I mean, there's so many areas that these chemicals go into that we would not want to give up, but it is also undeniable we have to grapple with these unknown substances that are impacting our cells. And there's been a lot of discussion around pesticides, and I've been meeting with large farmers. 99% of corn is sprayed with glyphosate. They argue that if you do anything rash to pesticides, it would destroy the U.S. agriculture system and it would lead to mass food shortages. And that actually might be true in the short term. But I think that actually isn't an argument to not talk about it. It's an argument why we have to talk about it. We have to talk about our farming practices, and we have to talk about the truth. There's such an effort to just deny the conversation itself, and I think that's a vital, urgent conversation. And then over-medicalization. Some of you probably heard from Del earlier. I mean, this is obviously a vital concept. I helped, with many other great people, Secretary Kennedy put together the MAHA report, and I was shocked at these numbers, but the injections that we put into a beautiful baby in the first year of life, in 1986 was 3, and today it's 29. We were badgered about, just somewhat like the pesticides, that it's improper to even ask a question about our schedule. This shocked me. And in Norway, they give kids today half as many shots as they do in the United States, half as many injections. So we don't have any idea what the ability to not ask questions, and this is just the truth. For all the lecturing we get on following best standard science, there is an absolute stage 5 level assault on any scientist from asking questions about vaccines and the other drugs that go in our body. Up until last year, somebody would lose their career for asking a question, and the US government put out a report, which I found very significant, where they said we must be honest, we must investigate vaccine injury, and we must empower scientists to do science and ask questions on the important topics, but most importantly, taboo subjects. And we must return science. When you get wider than that, clearly there's a problem with that 4.9 billion prescription number I mentioned. And I do think we need to unwind this idea that heart disease is a statin deficiency, that diabetes is a metformin deficiency. The problem isn't just that the drugs actually have profound negative impacts on our metabolic health, which complicate other issues. I think the core problem with drugs for chronic disease is they're a moral hazard and trick us into thinking we're doing something when, if we're still ingesting the same toxins, whether we're still eating the same food, whether we're still sedentary, we're doing nothing to address the reason our cells are crying out for help to begin with, and we will inevitably lead more suboptimal lives. I hope this overview of some insights from DC really just empower you. I know you guys are on this journey, and I'm so excited to engage with you throughout this conference, but your core intuition, your core gut feeling, it's right. It's right. And when it comes to chronic conditions, you guys reading books, listening to podcasts, I strongly believe in getting blood tests and understanding and going on a path of curiosity to understand what your symptoms mean, understanding your nutrient deficiencies, figure out how food, how supplements, how getting outside more, how getting off some drugs can help that. We're all beautiful, unique beings, and we have the ability to understand what's best for us. There's no animals in the wild that have chronic obesity or diabetes rates. We're born with unique intuition. And I just hope some of this insight from DC empowers everyone in their journey. And I can tell you, Secretary Kennedy's fighting extremely hard to change the world. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Means. We're going to close out the night with someone that for many of you, doesn't really need an introduction. A number of our speakers worked overtime today, so we're having Dr. Dawes back up to talk about Lyme disease.
Hello, good evening, everyone. So, third time the question today, how are you? Oh, that's a lot less energy than earlier today. Let's try again. How are you? Almost there. So, how are you? That's what we need. So, while John is getting up, let me quickly summarize what we're going to do. This morning and this afternoon, I talked about what Lyme is, what it causes in your body, and what we can do at a clinic. So a very important question is, what can you actually do at home? What do you have to change in order to put it either into remission? Unfortunately, you can't get rid of the Lyme without the hyperthermia treatment, but you can at least live a life. And there are some factors that the previous speaker also talked about, you know, nutrition and some lifestyle interventions. But as soon as I have the slides, I'm going to show you more about it. So before I start, until this is resolved, does anyone have any questions so far on what I talked about earlier? No questions, very good. So every one of you is hired. Oh, there, sorry, didn't see you. Okay, if you go to Germany, the main Lyme treatment, so if you just the whole program, because you have co-infections and you need a microbiome transfer, we're looking at about 45. But I promise you something, probably no doctor ever took that deep a look into. Yes. So they're very similar. So you have very similar symptoms, but syphilis diagnosis is very simple, and because it doesn't have this immune evasion in them, so it can't actually hide from our immune system, and it's very easily treatable with antibiotics. Lyme is a lot more difficult. Okay, so I think to the audiovisual team, I think we need some microphones to be passed around. So yeah, I'll repeat her question. So that was in regards to syphilis, because in my talk earlier, so syphilis, the bacteria behind it is called Treponema pallidum, and it's a part of a spirochete. Lyme disease, or Borrelia burgdorferi, is a spirochete. That's basically the breed of the bacteria, and it's a corkscrew-shaped bacteria. And Lyme and syphilis are structurally and also symptomatically very, very. Lyme is a lot more complicated. I'm talking about 16 to 18 times more complicated, longer DNA strands, and very good at evading us. Yes. Okay, sorry. Alpha-gal. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yes, it is something that has been on the rise, especially in the past 3 years. I've seen it more and more, but it usually goes away. I treat it like any other co-infection. It will go away. If we get rid of the Lyme and they have the laser treatment, they will be able to eat meat again. Sorry, I just have it under a different name. Yeah. So, preventing the infection of Lyme at all? The reinfection. So, this is what I actually want to talk about, what you can do at home to prevent that, but I need some. That is already looking Not promising. Yeah, so there are a few things you can do. It's a lot easier when you have some visual with it. Yeah. No, but the good thing is up until the age of 10, even in a chronic stage, you can treat children with antibiotics and supplements. After the age of 10, when the immune system basically is formed in treatment. I have my slides, very, very good. So let's go to where I left off this morning. So basically, what we talked about so far is what is going on in your body, what is inflammation, what are these stealth infections, and this is some term we use for diseases that you can't see from the outside. Because if you look in this room, I think I met about at least 100 patients, Lyme patients. And if you look to the left and right, you probably wouldn't see it. So this is what we talked about earlier. And we talked about the therapy options that we offer. So hyperthermia for Lyme. It's also very, very immune stimulating, and we talked about the photodynamic therapy. So IV, so an UV catheter in the vein to actually kill off all the co-infections, chronic viral activations. And we also talked about and basically calming down the immune system. And basically calming down the immune system. And targeted supplementation. You know, I can talk about supplements all day. But I showed you the most effective ones that each and every one of you could take. That would be green tea extract, that would be cat's claw extract. And everyone basically you don't need a coffee in the morning, just drink electrolytes first thing in the morning and then push your caffeine intake a bit back and you won't have your 4 o'clock hole. So now let's go into what you can actually do at home to improve. So basically, you have to do something we call biohacking your home. The first thing to do for everyone is to get 10 to 30 minutes of natural sunlight. So wake up, go outside, and be exposed. They can basically come to a point where they're infertile, even if they're in their 20s. And it can cause a lot of more neurological issues, especially if you combine them with other chronic infections. So every house, all of your beautiful houses have AC, I assume. It's something we don't see in Germany. But get an air filter, especially in your bedroom. All of that, your air should be filtered at home, especially if you ever had a mold problem. And regular grounding, being connected to earth, bare feet, is super important to get rid of inflammation. I, for example, at home have a bed sheet that is grounded, so all night I'm always connected to the ground. That it has actually been shown in several, even placebo-controlled studies, to massively reduce the inflammation in the system. So these are the basic things to do. Let's come to mold. It is a very, very mean toxin. It's in your house, and you think you put some chlorine on, and it's gone, but it's not. The particles per second are in the millions. So if you have black mold visible on the wall, it's already all in your house. It's in your mattress, it's in your clothes, it's everywhere. Because it spreads through the air and it spreads fast. You don't always have to see it. When you see it on a drywall construction, don't ever think you're going to be able to remediate it yourself. That is just a recipe for disaster. I actually talked to a patient today who told me that mold exposure was what actually put them over the edge. So, yeah, here. So, just remediating the home or trying to get rid of it can be enough to activate underlying diseases that are in your system and are dormant at the time. So test what kind of mold you have at home and test what is inside of you. Your body is actually very, very capable of getting rid of mold toxins. You know, why are so many people struggling with mold then? First of all, our liver every day detects the mold toxins, it puts them into the bile is secreted in the GI tract, but the biggest problem is the leaky gut later. So because of other factors, other toxins from the environment, our microbiome becomes worse and worse. And we actually have little holes in our gut lining, especially in the mucus layer, and the toxins that our liver had a hard job detoxifying are then reabsorbed with the rest of the bile in the end colon. And you re-intoxicate yourself every day. So you're in this chronic cycle of trying to get rid of the toxins and the system reabsorbing them. So very important, just to mention it again, is improve or get air filters and get one with HEPA green air filters. Don't go for the ones for $20. They're a one-time investment for $200, $250, but they make a great impact on your health. So then there is something maybe a few of you are already familiar with, something we call EM, effective microorganisms. So what are effective microorganisms? They are actually a form of bacteria that we use for fermentation. So whenever we create something like sauerkraut, kimchi, or any other fermented food products, this is where effective microorganisms come into play. And there's a wide variety. There are thousands upon thousands of different species. And what do? They benefit you. They're the good bacteria that keep the bad bacteria in check. So how do we use that and why do we use them? So everyone knows that when we have an operation, they go out and we disinfect everything, we clean up everything before, so there's no bacteria left when you come there. If there's one bacteria left on that field and we leave it for 10 days, the whole surface will be covered in that bacteria. There's no other bacteria that would keep it in check. So let's take E. coli, for example. So one tiny bit of fecal matter, put it on the corner of a freshly disinfected surface. 2 days later, 3 days later, the whole surface will be covered. So to this date, we still, in the US, in Europe, all over the place, we still use the method of disinfection. In China, they're already a step in front of us. First of all, they clean the area, then they use UV light, but then they spray the area with bacteria, but with good bacteria, the bacteria that won't do anything to you, the bacteria that won't harm you if you have an operation, and the bacteria that will actually kill the bad bacteria if it's there. And it not only kills bacteria, but it can also get rid of fungi and mold. So what can you do? You can get these very, very cheap fermented microbiome solutions and actually use them all around your house. It's like the microbiome for your house. You spray your drapes, you spray your wallpaper, you basically put it into the washing machine together with your clothes. And all of a sudden you'll see, if you have a few pounds extra, you'll lose a few pounds. If you have bad skin, if you have all sorts of issues, they will go away. Especially if you change up your whole your laundry detergent. That is also a very, very bad endocrine disruptor. And please, no one in this room, that's very, very bad for P&G. No one should use Febreze. Breathing in Febreze can actually disrupt your hormone cycle for a whole week, just from one exposure. So that should be completely eliminated from your home, especially if you're on a health journey. Yes, there's everything, like all these fragrances you put in your car, these little trees you put in the car, all of that will disrupt your hormones. You don't need that. There are a lot, even here on this fair, I saw a lot of booths with natural fragrances. All of these are totally fine. But these chemical ones, they can really mess you up. So let's get back to that area. You can use effective microorganisms with your clothes, and your clothes will smell better than they've ever smelled because they won't smell like anything. And if you need smell, you can actually use some natural aromatherapy oils in whatever flavor you want, but you don't need any fabric softener. If you want your fabrics to be softer, then use some soda. Good old soda will take care of that. And I don't say that if you have a very bad stain, you can't use bleach or a stronger laundry detergent every now and then. But I would never sleep in a bed that is smelling like fabric softener, because I know it will be absorbed through my skin and it will disrupt my system. So, another thing you can do, together with the effective microorganisms, you should use binders. So whenever we move toxins around the system, something has to bind them. And if we have a leaky gut, then our liver is actually getting rid of it, doing a very, very hard job, and at the end of the day, we are messing it up again, and we're getting it back into our system. So there are simple things like activated charcoal, or zeolite, citrus pectin. There are a lot of binding agents out there. Or chlorella. Chlorella, very good. But make sure it's free of heavy metals. If you have natural chlorella, it can actually mess you up even more than before you took it. So chlorella has to be free of heavy metals. And also, very important, we feel the humidity today. It is a petri dish today for mold. So, in your home, if you already have an AC, make sure that in the end your humidity is below 50. And now we come to the heated topic about ACs. If you have an AC in your house, how often do you disinfect it? If you do not disinfect your AC at least every 6 months, I promise you there is mold in there, 100%. And whoever says they don't have mold in their house, call me, I'll find some. UV can theoretically disinfect it, but you won't get rid of the spores. The spores are still there. Even if it's dead, it can still make you sick. And this is super important to understand. Even if the actual fungus is dead, the spores that fly around, even after they're baked to whatever degrees, can still make you sick. So if you get someone to remediate your place and you spend a fortune on that, you have to also replace your mattress, because in your mattress, it will be 100% if you had mold in your home. So here we come to the endocrine disruptors. Here we have something I already talked about. We have our Febreze, we have our fabric softener, we have our, how's it called, Dash? Is it Dash here? the pods, or Tide pods, all of that will mess you up. You don't need all of these harsh chemicals, especially if you have a modern washing machine. You can definitely use washing soda together with effective microorganisms to clean your laundry on a daily basis. And that will get you a lot healthier. You don't need any microfiber bed sheets, because that is microplastic. Your microplastic is also absorbable through the skin. It can make you sick. In men, it can lead to infertility, it can lead to prostate cancer, it can lead to actually several kinds of cancers. So let's not risk it. Then we have synthetic fragrances. So there are a lot of, especially the cheap perfumes, are also endocrine disruptors. They're basically from the similar compound as Febreze is. So if you have a perfume for $15, don't do it. There are actually websites online where you can check out if the products you're using at home have something toxic in them. So it's worth checking it out. So there are a lot of new fragrance-free, not toxic to the environment laundry detergents. Switch over to them and you'll feel a difference to your health. And now let's come to plastic. You guys love plastic here. If I go to a grocery store, there is no chance I'm coming out without 5 bags in my hand. Try to reduce the plastic you have at home. I'm not just talking about the environment, that is a nice side effect, but it's actually what you have. Tupperware. If you put hot food in Tupperware, you will have microplastics. If you have plastic plates and you put your warm food on it, microplastic. If you have your Coke bottle and you have it in your car and it once heated up, what will you have? Microplastic. So trying to avoid plastic wherever possible, especially in the kitchen, and I'm also talking cutting boards, is important. Replace it with glass, replace it with wood. And, if not possible, you can have one, two Tupperwares at home, but only put cold stuff in there. But there are a lot of very good alternatives. So my kitchen is totally plastic-free. So then we have food. Something I don't have to tell people in Ohio. Good organic food, locally, non-GMO. That is very important. And a lot of foods can actually be inflammatory triggers for you. This is something that has to be established on a personal basis. What is actually harmful for you or not? Ultimately, if you can't figure it out easily, whether specific food groups harm you, the best way to actually deal with it is to put yourself on an ultra-restricted diet, and I'll talk about that even more. But basically, when you put yourself off it and then slowly reintroduce food groups, you actually feel how they impact you and feel if they're harmful to you. So that is a very easy way at home, without spending hundreds of dollars on a lab test, to actually figure out what foods do harm you. And in the end, the ultimate goal for every person would be eating like we did 10,000 years ago. We didn't have ultra-processed foods. We didn't have all these refined sugars that we do today. We had sugars, but that was in fruit. But we didn't have fruits available all year round in quantities that we have nowadays. And if a patient comes to me and tells me he's eating 5 kilos of fruit every day and he still complains from inflammation, I'm telling him, yeah, sorry, you're eating more fruit than anyone a few hundred years ago would have ever eaten. And this is a big problem. Whenever you eat, you should ask yourself, would my great-great-great-grandfather have ate this? And if the answer is no to that, probably, especially if you're struggling with your health, you shouldn't eat it as well. So what can you do as well, which is even cheaper than anything else? It's fasting. So let's take away some food, and I can tell you, in Germany we have very, very expensive clinics. They charge almost as much as we do for just putting you into a room, giving you some Epsom salt, and not giving you food. I think that is a very good strategy, and in my next lifetime I'm going into that. Isn't it easy money? Yeah, not giving a patient food and just giving him some salts to drink, and every now and then they'll have a dry bread. They'll lose a few pounds a week, obviously because they don't get any food. But there is a nice side effect, so there is some science behind this. But charging tons of money for it, I don't know where that leads. Okay, so basically whenever you're fasting, you have a cellular cleanup. Your body goes into a state we call autophagy. Your body starts to eat itself, and especially all the inflamed cells. Whatever is broken in your body can repair. Your body will find it. Why are, the generation before us, why are so many 90-year-olds still healthy? Because everyone who survived the war didn't have food all the time. They didn't have 3 meals a day. They're eating whenever they're hungry. They're not eating because they're supposed to eat breakfast. They're supposed to eat lunch and dinner. Or breakfast is the most important meal of the day. That is some arbitrary, excuse my French, bullshit they have invented in the 50s. Yeah, there's no scientific backing that you need a breakfast in the morning. So the longer you fast, and ideally everyone should be on some sort of changing pattern of fasting. So every now and then, don't eat 16 hours, then don't eat 20 hours. Maybe once or twice a month, don't eat a day or 2 in a week. You will survive it. I don't see any person in this room who wouldn't survive a 3-day fast. So then, so let's go into the brain enhancement fact. Actually, if you're fasting for a prolonged time, you will also produce more of something we call BDNF, brain-derived nootropic factor. Again, this is maybe a $6 word. This will actually produce the building of new synapses, so new nerve formations, even in old age. So if someone ever told you, if your brain function goes down, that's it, because we can't regrow nerve cells, it's not true. We just have to know how. Strategic use of intermittent fasting is key for any health journey. So now we come to the most incredible medical tool I came across in the past few years. So I had a patient, she was 27, and she came to us and was very, very sick. She was actually in a room, in a darkened room, 24 hours for 3 years already. She didn't leave her room for 3 years. She came to us with a diagnosis that is called ME/CFS. So chronic fatigue syndrome, meningoencephalitis, chronic fatigue syndrome. And she also had Lyme. She had a lot of problems, but she also had several food allergies. And then I stumbled upon a story from another patient who told me that he basically got rid of 3 autoimmune diseases he had by just being on a carnivore diet. And I was like, okay, you're just messing with me. Eating just meat, something that we're told in medical school several times, again and again and again, is good for you. So I went down the rabbit hole, because I'm very, when something intrigues me, I follow it. So I read into this, and I thought maybe that would be something for this patient, because we did a lot with her. We did our hypothermia treatment. We did everything. In about 60 or 70% of the symptoms vanished, but she was still sick. So here I was, and I read into this therapy, and I read a few facts that actually told me that all autoimmune diseases are actually caused by a food intolerance. So we have some extrinsic thing the body doesn't like, doesn't recognize, and especially if we have an underlying infection, the immune system will immediately go into overdrive and immediately start to attack it. And then it starts to attack the first food group. And we have toxins, the most known are gluten, lectins, leptins. There's a lot. But if we take away everything, and I mean everything that is not similar to what we have in our body, then the immune system can calm down. It doesn't attack anything. And with it, the autoimmune disease will go down. So that was the theory. So after I tried it myself, because I can't put a patient on it, if I have very, very strict discipline. If I can't withstand it, I doubt that most of the patients will withstand it. So I did it. I just wanted to do it for 4 weeks. And after day 14, and these were very hard 14 days, I felt so good as I've ever felt. I felt like it gave me superpowers. And I continued. I actually continued on it for 4 months. My hormone levels rose to a level naturally that I usually could just achieve with anabolic steroids. I lost weight, and I actually had energy. I could work 16, 17 hours a day, nonstop. So if someone comes to me, so let's continue the story first. So then I put the patient on that. And the patient was very hesitant to try it. But I put her on it, and soon after, about 5 weeks in, she was cured. She was healthy. She was back to life. And I've repeated that story since then several times. There was actually another guy. He was, I think, 24, 25. He had severe psoriasis. He came to me. He was at the most prestige dermatology clinic in Germany, the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich. He was put on the newest medication you can for psoriasis. He received it. Didn't really improve, but he was bleeding every day. He all over, he barely couldn't go out. So I said, you can spend a few $1,000 on some lab tests, but I think if you just do that, you'll be cured. And he was a vegan. He was vegan. So this vegan person became carnivore. A few weeks in, he actually loved steak, enjoyed steak, especially because he was cured. He was carnivore for 4 months, and today he's actually eating all foods again, but all his symptoms are gone, not to be seen again. I know it sounds hard, but it even works for people who do not have weight to lose, although it sounds very similar to Atkins diet. This is not a diet. This is a therapeutic weapon, and one of the most incredible tools I came across. And it's fairly simple. Meat, salt, water. No spices, no herbs, no salad. And you have to be strict about that. Not even after 6 weeks, 1 leaf of salad. You have to be strict. And you will see results you never dreamed about. So, animal products only, especially in the beginning. We only eat ruminant meats when you're there. Ruminant meats are animals with several stomachs because they digest every little piece of nutrition from the grass, and none of the plant residues will be in the meat. Make sure that it's organic and grass-fed, pasture-raised. And salt you can use as much as you want to, but no spices. And then after some time, when you're actually at your peak health again, and that is usually 3 months, and some patients need 4 months, we will start introducing food group by food group. So we will start with nightshades. We're talking potatoes, we're talking tomatoes, we're talking pepper. We'll get that in, and we'll see how you feel. If you feel worse, that is not your food group. You shouldn't eat that. Every one of us has different genetics. Every one of us should eat different things. We didn't all come from the same area. I know a lot of you actually came from Germany. You know, at least the genetic line comes from Germany. And some of you come from Africa. Some of you come from Southeast Asia. Doesn't matter. Everyone didn't have access to all the foods we're eating now. And you have to find what you are actually able to digest. Everything else is making you sick, just a little bit. And the accumulation of all of that together with the accumulated infection will make you worse. And am I okay? Okay, so I'm being cut off here. Let me see. Last one. I have another workshop tomorrow, okay. So I forgot. Whoever's here tomorrow, I'll talk more about this, and it will be more Q&A. So whatever you want to ask me, you have another opportunity tomorrow.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. I owe my health to this guy. So. All right, that wraps up today. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, we have basically the same program. Speakers in the morning, some same, some different, and workshops in the afternoon. Have a safe journey home wherever you're going, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning again.